In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of valuable sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. This is day 2 of the regional Super 50s. I said Super 50s. We're playing 40 over matches with the players all 50 years of age or older. Captains for the West and East Central, respectively, Adnan Rao and Sanjeewa Weerasinghe. Umpires Vishnu Pillai and Jatin Karvir. Who is home and who is tossing?
West
Is home.
West is home. It's on the left side. So West will spin. Before they spin, this is head. That's steal. So home team spin, visiting call. Heads is the call.
Heads is the call. Umpire, it is.
Heads it is.
It is the heads. So Adnan, you've won the toss. Let's have a quick chat. What are you going to do and why?
So we're going to be bowling first.
Okay.
All right. We're going to be bowling first. We feel that we're going to use the dew a little bit. Maybe the ball is going to get a little heavier and not so much easier to score. And on the same note, we have a long batting lineup. A lot of all-rounders playing with us, a lot of spinners. So we have covered all our bases in our bowling. But we feel that we have a good chance of chasing once the sun is shining and the field is a little faster.
Now, the dew is a little bit less of a factor today. We're obviously playing an hour later. And from my read, the conditions are actually not as bad for batting. When you batted first on Friday, you actually put up a decent score. What sort of score are you looking to restrict them for?
I think if the pitch is as true as the other strip, we are looking into anywhere between 180 to 200. But
Wow.
that is a wish. That is a wish, and we'll see how it goes around here.
Fantastic. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Sanjeewa.
Good luck.
I wanted to present this to you also.
Oh.
Before we do anything. This is something that my daughter
Please hold on.
created.
Wait before you do that.
Yes. So this is something that my daughter created for all of the captains from the opponent's team.
Absolutely wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you.
Okay, that is your mic.
Yeah.
So Sanjeewa, you heard the man. 180 to 200.
I know.
Are you looking?
Wishful thinking.
I'm assuming you think you can do better than 180 to 200. But
Yeah.
what for you is a good target to set on this wicket?
Yeah, to start with, we were going to bat first anyways. So we saw
Interesting.
how the Friday games went by,
Yeah.
and big scores, both games. So we didn't bat well in the first game. Still, we got to 220 plus. So we are looking at 230, 240. Anything above is bonus. And yeah, it's a nice day. Sun is out. Dew is there a little bit, but wicket is great, hard, and it will come on nicely to the bat. Even Friday, I saw the videos on YouTube. It was not swinging too much. Ball had a nice carry in the first game, so looking forward to a great game. And yeah, we have a long batting lineup, so a couple of changes, and we should be good to go.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you, Brad.
And we'll see you around.
See you around.
So the story here from the center is that the East Central side have won the toss and they've decided to have a bowl. Excellent.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR?
Squad
If you're
1
not
is West, Squad Good morning. Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium in Grand Prairie, Texas, in the Dallas, Texas area. This is going to be another matchup in the Masters USA Over 50s Zonal Tournament right here in Grand Prairie. This match featuring the West against the East Central. Toss has happened already, and the East Central, having won the toss, Captain Adnan Rao choosing to have a bowl. So let's just have a look at both of the sides. The West is a really good power-packed batting lineup. In fact, Captain Sanjeewa Weerasinghe said that he would have thought that he would have wanted to bat first, so it might not have even been necessary for us to have a toss today. Sunny Singh and Raj Badadari at the top of that lineup, particularly both of those batters featuring in the USA Over 50s setup for the last couple of years, including exactly 1 year ago when both of those players were in Barbados. And then the East Central looking to bowl. Again, having the choice of bowling first, Captain Adnan Rao figures that there's a little bit of dew around, and so he wanted to be able to extract whatever utility there would be from that standpoint for his bowlers. But this team bats very well also, and they bat deep. Now, Adnan Rao at the toss decided or mentioned that he wanted to try to limit the West to a score of 180. And 180, I don't know necessarily that that would be possible because the West bats very well. Even though both of these teams lost their opening matches on Friday, I think they're both going to be looking to get onto the positive side of things and make sure that they get a good start. First of all, they want to get to the point where they have a positive result on the scorecard. And then just playing in this fantastic facility, it's just a matter of being able to put a good total on. So your openers for the West are going to be Sunny Singh and Ozair Nana. And we'll see who the opening bowler is going to be for the East Central as soon as that becomes available. By the way, if I didn't mention, this is Brian Walters. Happy to be here with you for the next 6 or so hours. And I will tell you that the conditions are absolutely beautiful. First of all, if you were here with us on Friday, Friday was a lot more difficult in the sense that the temperature was a lot colder. It was probably middle to high 40s Celsius, Fahrenheit. It was not in the high 40s Celsius. Middle to high 40s Fahrenheit. I would estimate the temperature right now at about 63 or 64 Fahrenheit, so much more pleasant. Barely any wind, and really just very pleasant conditions. Also, this is the first day of the time change, and so since we went back an hour last night, essentially the sun has been out for an hour longer than it would have been out on Friday. So it has given a chance to dry things up a little bit more, and so there's going to be much less of a concern from that standpoint. So all in all, adds up to a really wonderful opportunity to get a good day's worth of cricket in here. And with JW Vakil with ball in hand, Sunny Singh on strike, and we're looking to have a good start here for this, another match in the Masters USA Over 50 Zonal Tournament right here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. So we're about to be off and running and just waiting for the combatants who are all in the middle to sort of get things together and get the opportunity to get this game underway. If I am not mistaken, I'm about to be joined by Company. Company is never a bad thing, even though he's going to be playing a match. In fact, he is playing in this match, but is it the case, Arun, that you bat so low that it doesn't even matter where you are?
Thank you for that.
So let's just work on getting you a mic. In fact, we'll get it here in just a second. So clearly, Arun, if the game is about, in fact, the game has started. It's just a matter of being able to get the first ball underway. But you're a member of the batting side, and you are sitting here right next to me. So are we batting today 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 even?
I think I've batted everywhere, 1 through 11.
First delivery underway. This is a fantastic looking facility, and we're underway. JV Vakil with the first delivery, bowling to Sunny Singh. Sunny Singh, obviously one of the better batters that you'll see anywhere. And my sense is that you're going to want to get a good start on the way. Well played off the back foot, racing away down to the boundary for 4.
That's Ozair.
Oh, my apologies. That is Ozair. Lovely looking shot. Just picking that gap between backward point and gully. The fielder, deep third, was not able to get around in time.
Yeah, there's sledging going on the field and sledging here in the commentary booth as well. Old habits die hard, huh?
Sledging. It has been weeks since I've had the opportunity to sledge anyone. So, next delivery, full and played in the same direction. This one maybe not struck quite as hard and just guided to deep third for a single. So off and running here. Under the conditions that you see here, Arun, much less moisture around than at the beginning of the starts or the beginning of the tournament on Friday. More pleasant from the standpoint of temperature. What do you think? What sort of score would present a challenge? What kind of score you think would make the East Central have to work hard to get a victory?
Well, I think we saw the blueprint from the first 2 games. 250 is a minimum. The outfield is lightning fast. The pitch is a batsman's paradise.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very little margin for error, whether line or length. And so, yeah, I think 250 is a minimum. And anything beyond that, you have to be, I'd say maybe even 300 is something that becomes a little bit of a power score, where they have to go at 7.5 right from the beginning, and a few good overs in between can challenge the chasing team. But yeah, 250 is a minimum, I would say.
300.
Well,
have we gotten to the point where 300 in a 40-over match becomes par?
Well, it depends on the surface, right? I mean, look at this outfield here. You just saw Ozair just gently guide the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just to the right of a very wide third man, by the way, and he couldn't get to it. So that tells you why something like 300 is a par.
Very interesting. This one outside the line of off. Lets it go through. So just 2 balls remaining here now in over number 1. Scheduled for 40. Of course, the first 14 overs are the power play overs. A little bit different from a traditional match in that the power play overs, you can have as many as 3 outside the circle. Those 3 right now at deep cover, deep third, and in fact, only 2 are outside as of now. So you can have up to 3. They've decided to be a little bit more aggressive, keep an extra man inside. And maybe they want to put somebody at deep mid-wicket because that is hammered into the deep for the second boundary of the over. That is a good-looking shot, pitched up just a little too full and too straight and hammered away for 4.
Yeah, I saw in the replay Ozair taking a step towards ball just as the bowler was getting ready to deliver it. That made a decent length ball into a little bit more of a slot ball and swinging it across the line to deep mid-wicket.
Very interesting. So 1 ball remaining here now in over number 1, and already off to a good start. 10 runs on the board, make that 11 runs on the board. Was there 9 from 5? Aggressive start from him. Reaching out and looking to drive this one straight. A thick inside edge takes it to square leg. And they run through for a single. So an expensive first over, maybe 300, may not be out of the question. 12 over or 1 over up, 12 without loss.
Too early to tell.
So 1 over in the books, 12 without losses. The score and the bowler coming from the racecourse end, which is the northern end of the ground here in Grand Prairie, is going to be Himanshu Patadia. Himanshu, a left-arm orthodox spinner. Generally very, very accurate. In fact, you would think that if a spinner is bowling inside the power play overs, that would be emblematic. So again, 3 allowed outside the circle. Those 3 are in full use because of the fact that it's a spinner. So a little bit less margin for error. So there's a deep, in fact, long on and long off are in position, and there's a deep extra cover. So those are your 3 outside the circle. Left arm around the wicket, bowling to Azir Naina. Floated up there. Look at this. Almost overbalancing that time and tumbling out of his crease. Taking a little bit of an inside edge and going to short square leg. But he might consider himself lucky that that ball didn't miss because he was overbalanced definitely. This is better. It's defended in front of the stumps for no run. Wicketkeeper Shane Ford, the former Jamaica wicketkeeper. Aggressive wicketkeeper batter. Right now he's doing his work behind the stumps. And 2 deliveries into over number 2. It's a little bit more quiet than the first over. Make that 3 on the trot, 3 dot balls, and this is the way you pull things back after an expensive first over, Arun.
Indeed. Yesterday when East Central were bowling, I made the point that Himanshu should have come in a little bit earlier.
Yes.
And so they've opened the bowling with him today.
Mm-hmm. Well played. Piercing the gap between point and gully. This is going to run close to the boundary. And in fact, fielder escorting the ball all the way to within a couple yards of the boundary. They'll run through for a couple. So tell me why you thought that it would have been a good idea to bring Himanshu in that early.
Yeah, you've seen Himanshu, the first 3 balls he bowled, and then this one's slightly short outside off, but he's an excellent line and length bowler. Yesterday I mentioned he's got variations in pace. He's got a quicker one, a straighter one, and he loops the ball. He's got all the tricks of a left-arm spinner, the trade, and then and he's played quite a bit of cricket. He plays a ton of cricket in Florida. He's in great shape. And a very good complement, even though it's a power play and there's only 3 fielders. He's the kind of bowler that you would trust to bring in, even in the power play.
Very full, driven into the covers. In fact, earlier I think I mentioned that they ran 2. They actually ran 3 on that last one. And so with that single, 4 runs already from this over, but just 1 ball remaining in over number 2. And you've pulled things back tremendously. First over going for 12 from Jwalant Vakil, but here Himanshu Patadia pulling things back. And just 1 ball remaining here, only 4 runs coming from the over. You'll absolutely take just 4 runs from your spinner in the power play overs. Here's that last ball. Lets it go by outside off. And that is the end of a much, much better over. If you are the West, you would be a little bit disappointed that you didn't get more runs than that. But East Central wants to be able to pull things back. That's the end of 2. Score is 16 without loss.
They don't?
So Jwalant Vakil to continue. Let's this one go by outside the line of off. Better start. This one just Sunny Singh or Ozir Naina rather, allowing that one to go through. In fact, no, this is Sunny Singh on strike. So Sunny Singh 2 from 3, Ozir Naina 13 from 11. Ooh, poking at this one outside the line of off, and you see his reaction, knows that he probably doesn't want to hang his bat out there at those, or when they tell you either leave those alone or go hard. He did neither that time.
Yeah, that's quite unlike Sunny. Sunny actually likes that width, and he throws his hands at that ball. So there you go.
That's what you predicted that perfectly. Oh my goodness. It goes for 4. That was an athletic piece of work by the fielder in the deep. That is Ketan coming around from deep cover. Actually got a boot to it, but was not able to stop it from going into the boundary. So that's 4. Here we see on the replay. Look at this work right here. Good camera work, by the way. Seeing sprinting across the outfield to try to stop that one. Now, I think I might have mentioned this to you last time. I broke my ankle like this once, and it is never suggested that you do that for that reason, because so much can happen if you step on a cricket ball the wrong way. So, you youngsters, it looks cool when it comes off, but you may not want to always do that.
Top delivery from JV there. JV is a natural outswing bowler, and this time he got the line and length perfectly. Let's see how it is in the replay. Pitches on, just on off.
Unplayable. Absolutely unplayable. Of course, we're square of the wicket, so we didn't see that movement until we saw the replay. My goodness. Look, single here into the covers. But going back to that 4th delivery, it was wide of the crease, slanted in, and then curled away absolutely beautifully. So that was a beautiful, absolutely lovely piece of bowling. That's the type of delivery that you want to see from a right-hand bowler into a right-handed batter. Opening the bowling, I mean. And it also shows that there's a little bit of swing. Appeal for LBW. Umpire Jatin Carver does not agree with the batting side or the bowling side. Much better over that time, though, from Dwalant Vakil. Here's look on the replay again. Oh, yeah. For me, I think that one's slipping down leg.
Yeah, definitely down the leg. I think JV was appealing because he's an outswing bowler, and he's just wondering if that
how
thing
far
is
would
curve.
it have come back?
It needed to do a lot to come back, especially with that angle of bowling wide of the crease.
Absolutely. So that's the end of 3. The score is 21 without loss. So you've heard the phrase banana ball. That would have needed to have been an ultra banana ball to curl from there and come back and kiss the stumps.
Indeed.
So Himanshu Patadia, after a really good first over, back into the attack, doing what he does, getting that ball right on the off stump line, floating it up there. Sunny Singh reaching forward. Sunny Singh, naturally very aggressive from what I've seen from him in the past. Only 7 from 8 so far. Ozir Naina, 13 from 12. In the air, struck over the top of that man at extra cover, short extra cover. Think that he may have just had that burst through his hands. That's the impression I got looking at it live. I don't know if we'll be able to get a replay on that.
Yeah,
but
he's wringing his fingers, so clearly I think he got his finger to it.
Yeah, my goodness. That was struck hard. Now, I started making the point that Sunny Singh is a naturally aggressive batter. That's not surprising. Sun goes through. Now, there's a slip fielder in position, there's a backward point, and there's a regulation point. So you're expecting the ball to be turning just a little bit. Watch that slip fielder now. Oh, no single there, though. So do you want to be aggressive in your field setting this early in the day? What do you think?
It's a double-edged sword. Really, I think you go for wickets here. You can also go for runs. I think most teams on a surface like this, on a field like this, tend to be defensive. You're allowed 3 players outside. You see right now all 3 are outside. So I personally favor being a little bit more conservative and frustrating the batsman rather than trying to go for glory, because you can go for a lot of runs.
Well, look at that. That over went for exactly 1 run. So very expensive first over, 12 runs coming from it, but they've pulled things back since then, the East Central side. That is the end of 4, 22 without loss. So 22 without loss. Galant Vakil continuing. By the way, for those of you who are joining us on YouTube, I mentioned this the last time and I repeat it here. If you want to be a part of the conversation, we love for this to be an interactive experience. So to whatever extent necessary, if you have something to contribute, whether it be a comment, a question, an observation, any personal information about any of the players who you're seeing, please feel free to jump into the chat because very frankly, it becomes very difficult to speak for 6 straight hours without assistance. And as wonderful an opportunity as it is, a little bit of a hesitation there, but they'll get there without much fuss. But as I was saying, as wonderful an opportunity it is for me to be here speaking with Aaron Tolodor. At some point, he'll have to leave and go actually take part in the action on the field. So, to whatever extent you can, if you can help us by either making comments or questions or joining in on the conversation, that would be very helpful. Looking to pick singles up. Jolant Vakil, I think, has found a much better length and a much better line. He may have just been a little too wide in the first inning, maybe in the first over, rather. Some of that might have been because of the swing that you mentioned that he's getting. But he's found the right line, generally is much better now in the last couple of overs. Bang! This is right into that fielder at short mid-on, though. That was struck with some power, but well fielded for no run.
You know, it's very hard when you are a swing bowler like JV is, and I'm an opening swing bowler as well. It's so hard not to pitch it out because you're searching for that swing. You want the ball to have a little extra time to do its thing late, and that's typically what gets batsmen out. It's not the predictable swing that everybody gets. So that's what JV was trying in that first over, and soon settled down into something a little bit more circumspect, something a little bit more conservative, and focusing on just getting the dot balls.
The air for a while, but safely played down to deep third. Wanted a second run there, Sonny Singh.
Absolutely no two there. The ball was halfway through.
So that is a single that closes things out here in over number 5. Really good start, good comeback with the ball for the East Central side after an expensive first over, 25 without loss. So Jolant Vakil's first over went for 12, but his next 2 overs have gone for 8 combined. So he's done really well to pull things back. And then Himanshu Patadia is doing exactly what you expected him to do, Arun, just keeping things quiet. Ozir 9, 14 from 17, now facing up. In fact, this is Sonny Singh is on strike, 10 from 14. Ozir 9, who is the non-striker, 14 from 17. So you pull things back a little bit here if you are the East Central side. A projected score from here. In fact, after this ball, we'll look at some potential projected scores. Currently scoring exactly at the rate of 4.69. So a couple of dot balls here. Make at 3 consecutive dot balls to start over number 6. So the overall scoring rate is now down to 4.55.
And just as you say that, a little width, little pitched up ball, and again, Sonny throws his hands at it and hits it over point for a boundary.
Okay, so I completely missed that. So I'm glad that you pointed. I'm glad that you pointed that out because I completely missed that while I was.
You're looking at 3 different screens and multitasking. So
So, okay, so then I'll have to revise what I was about to say. Manchipata, you're floating this one up there again. You see him tempting and teasing Sunny Singh.
that's classic Himanshu. Just he just floats it out there. It's so tempting. But those are the balls that get you out.
Yep. There he goes again. Struck right to Adnan Rao at extra cover though. So a good comeback after the boundary that I completely missed. And here's the last ball now over number 6. Going back, playing it off the back foot. Cannot get that ball past the fielder at backward point. 4 runs coming from the over. Good economical over despite the boundary. And again, an expensive first over, but everything since then has been exactly what the East Central have wanted. 29 without loss after 6.
There you go. What is that? You have the right thing here, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the app and.
So a new bowler, the captain is bringing himself on. Adnan Rao bowling from the river end, which is the southern end of the ground here in Grand Prairie. Adnan Rao, medium pacer. And in fact, Ozer Naina, who is now on strike, has looked to be the more aggressive of the two so far in terms of the strike rate. It'll be interesting to see. In fact, I'll ask you, Arun. You've seen Adnan around. What are your thoughts about bringing himself on in, especially since Dralant Vakil was doing so well in the last couple of overs?
I think they're 2 different bowlers. With the dew that's out there, the ball's probably getting a little soft pretty early. So, JV's bowled 4 overs. He's come back after a not so great first over, bowled well. I do believe that it helps when you rotate bowlers on these types of wickets where you don't let the batsman get used to a certain bowler, a certain pace. Adnan, a much taller guy, a lot more high arm release compared to JV, who's shorter but effective in a different way. So just those angles, little things, I feel can make a difference.
Sliced away over the top. That's going to run away for 4. Just a touch too much width there from Adnan Rao. And again, Sunny Singh, who is a really aggressive batter under normal circumstances, striking it before that at a 70 strike rate. You'd expect for him to be more closer to 100 strike rate. But this one, he gets what he likes. You mentioned that he likes that ball slashing outside the line of off stump.
Yeah.
He gets a boundary here. Bang down the ground. Where does this go? Straight to that man in the deep, wide, long off, almost an extra cover position. But they've apparently done their work on Sunny Singh because they're trying to get him to play on the offside. That one is only good for a single.
Yeah, we've all played each other quite a bit, so we know each person's strengths and weaknesses. So
good delivery that time, but actually equally well played, and it's racing down the ground. Don't think it will get to the boundary. More footwork. I'll tell you what, It looks good, as I mentioned earlier. It looks good when it comes off.
Yeah, it's dangerous. He could, two things can happen: ankle or a hammy. The way he
Oh,
was going at it.
yes. And at our age,
Age.
Arun, we
I hear
take a
ya.
little bit longer to heal up than we did when we were younger men.
Yeah.
Next delivery. Well played. Going for a quick single.
Comfortably made it.
Oh my goodness. Got in. So when we're at the position that we are now, we don't see swing, we don't necessarily see line, but we're perfectly well adjudged to be able to see run outs. And as you mentioned that time, comfortably made it without much fuss. So that is the end of over number 7, 38 without loss. So back here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium, Arun, I think people are sleeping in this morning. On the feed, on the first day, we had around an average of about between 50 and 75 people. As of right now, that number just ticked up from 16 to 19. So 3 more people woke up. As good running, get a single here. Himanshu Patadia really bowling well. So far, his figures look exactly like you'd expect them to look. 3 overs, make that 3.2 overs, none for 10. But really pulling things back. Overall, he's doing exactly what a good spinner does. Sonny Singh, oh, that's a great piece of fielding. He may just have saved 4 runs there. That fielder at backward point, in fact, that point was struck hard by Sonny Singh and would have gone all the way for 4. The captain himself comes all the way across to congratulate him. I think he knows that he just saved 4 runs. Mm-hmm. Next delivery, tossed up. Oh, Sonny Singh wanting to go forward. You get the sense that he's wanting to get out of second gear. But he's being tied down here by good bowling, Arun.
Yeah, top bowling by Himanshu. This is the Himanshu we know, and the reason why he's more often than not in the playing 11 for the USA national team.
Bang down the ground. That's going to be 6. Wow. Okay, the first thing that touched after it hit the bat was the side screen. The boundary straight is 66 yards. Side screen bang on down the ground. That's going to be 6. Sort of, platform that's out there. So I would estimate that at about the first thing that touched after it hit the bat was the side screen. Going big again, and this one is much squarer, but he'll get 4. So, Sonny Singh, again, very aggressive normally. And he had been tied down a little bit. I mentioned he wanted to get out of second gear. Well, I think he's into 4th with those 2 big strikes. That is the end of over number 8, 49 without loss.
Yeah, I think Himanshu deviating from the plan a little bit. He just rather than just continuing on that trajectory of keeping the dot balls or giving singles, he went there for the wickets. I think trying to tempt Sonny into a miscue, but Sonny was up to the task and pounced onto 2 balls that were pitched up and in his zone. First was a glorious hit straight down the wicket. We've seen some really fantastic batting on Friday.
Wow, Sonny Singh, that shows on your screen there. We see the fantastic batting that you just referred to, Arun. Sonny Singh, 29 runs to his name, 29 from 26 balls. I mentioned a second ago that he was going at striking it at a 70 strike rate, certainly accelerating past that. And there you see the bowlers as well. JV Vakil, for me, after that first over that he bowled, the pick of the bowlers so far, Himanshu, I think you mentioned, looking a little bit to attempt to try to prize out a wicket instead of being defensive. By defensive, I mean a shorter length, having the batter play essentially defensively. But he floated the ball up there a couple of times, wanting to see if he could find the outside edge. Didn't find the outside edge, found the middle of Sonny Singh's bat, and he made him pay for it.
You know, it's so hard as a bowler when you're bowling well, but you're not getting wickets. You know, you do that some little extra to try and get the wicket, and more often than not, and we tell ourselves this. I tell this to myself going in: don't try to do too much. Don't try to do too much. But when you're up there, you're running in or you're ambling in. If you're a spinner, you know, you want to do something different. You want to get a wicket for your team, and sometimes it works out. More often than not, it doesn't.
Sure. So Adnan Rao brought himself on for 1 over, didn't like what he saw from himself, and immediately goes for another change. This is Balaji Aparsamy bowling from, again, the river end of the ground. First delivery punched down the ground by Ozair Naina. So that brings up the 50 partnership. Excellent opening partnership by this pair. Are you going to get to bat today, Arun?
We shall see. It depends on where my skipper sends me. Clearly, I'm not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So.
That's what to say. The fact that you're here commentating next to me answers that question. Ooh, good delivery. Floated up there again. Sonny Singh just driving this one back for no run.
I've got a few centuries to my name, but I guess they don't count for much here. Well, and it's today's form. Well, we have a fantastic batting lineup. You see Ozair over there. You see Sunny here. You have Sanjeeva, you have Sajid, who scored 10,000 plus first-class runs.
Wow.
And, you know, Raj Bhai. We got some big hitters. So, yeah, I mean, we have a fantastic batting lineup. So.
Sure. Oh, good delivery. Going for a quick single. So how important is it to look for the opportunities to get those quick singles? Because you bang the ball down the ground. You can do that if you're a Sonny Singh or an Ozair Naina, but how important is it to work those singles into the game as well?
It's huge on a big field like this. You know, you're playing 50 plus. There are very few people who have the arm to throw it in straight to the keeper's hand from the boundary. There's probably a run there for the throw as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this is kind of where we failed when we were setting a target on Friday. We ended up with 224.
Swept away behind square. That may get to the boundary. In fact, the fielder at short square leg was never chasing after that ball. It was always going to be a recovery mission as opposed to a recognition. Goes away for 4. Swept away.
And the interesting thing is,
square, that may get to the boundary.
Very well. I think he was trying to go a little bit more squarer, and it went a lot finer. It tells you that he didn't quite get as much bat on ball, but all you need is some bat on ball here, and it's gone.
I mean, just absolutely fantastic facility. You mentioned it earlier, but I also said that the sun has been out a little bit longer as compared to Friday because of the time change. So there's not quite as much dew. And so, yeah, anything on the ground is going to race away for 4. That is defended to mid-wicket. A good start here by this opening pair. 55-run partnership on the way. 55 without loss after 9.
Well, while we're waiting for the next over to start, I'll give a personal shout out to my mom and my brother who are watching the game from India. They're in Chennai.
Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Tell me about your mom, first of all.
Amazing woman. She raised 2 of us, 2 boys. And my dad, who's no longer here, was a cricketer as well. He almost played for Ranji Trophy for the state of Bengal. And my brother's a huge sports nut. In fact, like if there's a sport out there, he's playing it. So he's just a couple of years younger than I am, and plays cricket. So every time I go back to India, I play cricket with him, with his team, and badminton, table tennis, carom. In fact, he just came back from a carom tournament. So every sport out there, he's a competitor. Wow. And my mom had to deal with with two boys in the household, non-stop cricket all the time, ball banging against the door, every part of the house having ball marks on the wall. She's a saint.
Oh my goodness. So I will say this. First of all, I am sure that at this stage, my mother has already met your father
Mm.
because my mother left us 8 years ago also. Your mother sounds absolutely like a saint. And I guess they had, my parents, probably the same issues that your mom had because with three boys in the house, all of whom wanted to play some sport. Three boys and a girl.
Yeah.
And my sister is as much of a sports nut as the three of us are. So there was always vases being broken. There was always some damage being made to the wall. It was essentially a part of growing up. So that's wonderful. Ooh, quicker, short delivery. By the way, this is Ketan Patel into the attack. That one, he's a spinner. That one was fired through at pace, almost like a bouncer.
Ketan's a good bowler. I've seen him bowl just recently, and he's a fantastic left-handed batsman. By the way, will be. I hope for our sake he doesn't score a ton of runs, but he's he's got all the strokes in the world. Great patience. He scored a very nice 50 the other day. Very good all-round and field player. And you saw him. He was the one who raced to the cover boundary very early on and
Yes.
tried to stop that ball. So he covered a lot of ground. So all-round, really good player.
On the leg side, appeal for stumping. A lot happening on that play because it was down the leg side, so it was a wide.
That looked pretty close.
And I want to, well, we don't have the capability to see it again. Just now we lost our productivity, our production capability for the moment. But from our angle, that really did look like it was close. Looked to have been stumbling out of his crease. Ozir Naina. And a really quick work behind the stumps by Shane Ford. But umpire Jatin Carvey believing that that one was not adjudged to have been a wide, or not to judge to have been a stumping. It was a wide, signaled as wide. Stroked into the outfield now. Just a single, I believe. And so one ball remaining here in over number 10. So we're a quarter of the way through the innings. Maybe at the end of the over, we'll go through some projected scores because earlier you were suggesting a 300 maybe par. And as well bowled again. So a couple of wides in the over and a couple of singles, but just 4 runs coming from the over. So that's the end of 10. The score is 59 without loss. So as far as projected scores are concerned, current run rate is 5.9, right? You and I could both do that math. 10 over is 59 runs. Move the decimal point over 1. Current rate projects to 236. 236, I think, would be well below par. Even though at the toss, Adnan Rao said he was going to try to restrict them to 180, which I don't think is realistic. 10 wickets in hand, you're going to accelerate from here. So I would have to think if you go 6 and over, run a ball from here gets you to 239. 7 and over from here gets you to 269. 8 and over gets you to 299. It'll be interesting to see how you're able to push on from here if you're the West. Good delivery, a little bit of an appeal, but I don't think realistically that would have been given. Ozir Naina getting a good stride in. Ball would have had to travel another 4 or so yards for that to have been given out. So most umpires will not give that one out. This is Balaji Parsami back into the attack. His second over. First one went for 6. Floating this one up, and it's driven wide of mid-wicket. It should get 2. Oh, he makes a meal of that one, the fielder in the deep. And there's evidence of the throwing arms that you mentioned. Now, see, there's 2 considerations there. Number one, at our age, we don't fire it from the boundary straight to the keeper anymore. But we also don't sprint between the wickets as well anymore. So it's going to be interesting to see which of those wins, the resistible force or the movable object. Using his feet elegantly that time. Ozernina driven down the ground for just, in fact, not down the ground. Fielded at short mid wicket for no run. Good delivery. So definitely you can hear the yells. Keep it tight, keep it tight. And I would say that for the most part, the bowling has been tight. Again, we talked about the first over that went for 12. And everything since then, all commentators curse strikes again.
It's a glorious shot. This one, straight out the middle of the bat. And, there was actually a fielder there at square leg just to the right of the umpire. And the ball went to his left, probably no more than 2 yards. And he barely moved. He couldn't get there in time.
Yeah.
Fantastic shot. Great over so far by Balaji. He slowed things down. And then just this one ball where he pitched up a little bit on the leg side and Ozair launches into it. Not an easy shot to hit on the ground, by the way. This wasn't a traditional sweep.
I would agree with you. Maybe, in fact, I think you want more protection now because that fielder at square leg is dropping back.
And that's two there for sure.
There's no way. Are they going to run? They are running two.
Yeah, so Ozair is quick between the wickets. Sunny is quick as well. And what was really good about this is Ozair just softly flicked it, knowing that the fielder was deep this time, and set off for a two. It was two from the moment the ball left the bat.
Well, that shows you how well you know your cricket, sir. And look, the conditions are such that, in the sense that you're looking to score by any means necessary and by any way possible, if you can manufacture twos, that certainly works out in your favor. Now, I'll also say, under the conditions where we are right now, Sanjeewa said that he would have wanted to bat first under any condition. So I think it's really interesting to see as we go back into, this is going to be Ketan to continue. He would have wanted to bat first. So that tells me that you're confident that regardless of what the conditions may be, and again, there was just a little bit of dew this morning, but you thought that you were going to be able to accelerate to the extent that you needed to. And this has helped around the corner. Long run for a square leg. He's not going to get there in time. That's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, just drifting down the legs a little bit. You see the difference in pace between Ketan's bowling and Balaji. I actually think,
and this has helped around the corner. Long run for a square leg. He's not going to get there in
so
time.
far,
That's going to be
at least
4 more.
8 balls that Ketan, or 10 balls. Yeah, just drifting down the legs over. They've all been pretty quick and flat. You need variations in pace on a wicket like this.
Quick question for you.
Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, a direct hit was probably needed. A direct hit may well have seen the back of Sunny Singh. But I'll tell you, you're off and running here. Partnership now worth 72 to start. So 72 runs into the 12th, the 12th over with 10 wickets in hand. To me, makes it sound like you're setting yourself up for a pretty big target. So we talked about 300 earlier. 300 may be the low end of what you're looking at if you are your teammates.
Well, we certainly would like that. Time will tell. We've all been around this game long enough to know that things can change in a hurry.
Stroke down the ground in between long on and long off for 4. That is a brilliant strike by Sunny Singh. That was absolutely top class.
Sunny showing that not only can he hit the ball hard in the air, but he can also hit it straight down the ground. Along the carpet.
Down the ground,
beautiful
in
shot.
between
there was a long on and a long off. And they weren't too far away from each other.
Brilliant strike by Sunny Singh. Absolutely brilliant. That was a good comeback delivery, not quite as full. Defended in front of the stumps. 10 runs coming from that over, though. So that is the most expensive over since, check that. Over number 8 went for 11. Over number 1 went for 12. So this is the 3rd most expensive over of the innings. 7-7 without loss after 12. So this will be Balaji Aparsame to continue. By the way, we have not yet mentioned the names of the umpires. At least we have not called them out specifically. This is umpire who is standing at the moment with his back to you and your screen is Jatin Veer. Umpire currently standing at square leg is Vishnu Pillai. Both umpires very competent. Both have been umpires for a long time. In the minor league system, they both featured not just here in Dallas, but I believe in Chicago also. And both very competent. Using his feet this time. Jose Naina driving it down the ground for a single. So this partnership, opening partnership, is really, for me, doing very well because what it does is it shortens the game for the batters to come afterwards, so they can be a lot more aggressive. There's only another 165 balls left in this innings. Of course, he started out with 240. But when you constrict the game like that, 10 wickets in hand, it means that the ones coming afterwards can play with a certain amount of freedom. Floated up there, Sunny Singh driving over. In fact, I thought it went in the air, my apologies. Went through extra cover just for a single.
It's a little hard to pick the ball,
Yes.
especially along the carpet. I was looking up in the air over extra cover as well.
And so, of course, both of us are, are sitting. Mr. Arun Vitala, good morning, sir. Good morning. How are you? Okay, so those of you who cannot hear the conversation off mic, Mr. Arun Vitala, who is, for me, the most significant person who has organized this Masters, as we call it, the second innings initiative here in the U.S. Suggests that Arun Tolador is actually better with a mic in his hand than on the cricket field.
It's always a bad sign when one of the selectors comes to you and says,
you know, I like you with that mic in your hand. Get comfortable with it. That is the end
goodness.
of over number 13, 80 without loss.
I think I'm going to have to book my flight back. Well, I'll have to do something to prove him wrong, that I'm equally good over there. Challenge accepted. Yeah, it's very, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So 80 without loss. And this is going to be Ketan Patel, who's continuing bowling from the racecourse end. Left arm. Ooh, looking to play this one late and square. Azir Naina missing out. Oh, thudding into the gloves of wicketkeeper Shane Ford. A little bit more defensive field. Slip fielder is gone. There's a short third and a deep backward point. This one is whipped away to short fine leg. Quick single. So running between the wickets. This pair, for me, has done very, very well in that regard.
Yeah, they certainly have. They are both quick. Ozair.
And a deep backward point. well. No wickets have fallen. 81 runs on the board. So we will be taking a short break from right here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium as the players have a drink break for the first time. And for the moment, we will be quiet. 81 without loss after 14. We'll be right back.
You want to take that?
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
Brian, just before we went to break, you read out a comment from the chat.
Yes. Just for those of you who did not hear the comments, Vinay Kulkarni believes that you, Arun, can swing the conversation in any direction. So my question to you would be, are you more comfortable swinging the ball or the conversation?
I think I have a passion for both. I'm a tad bit opinionated, and I'm usually not that voluble. I'm not a very social person, but somehow, when it comes to cricket, I do enjoy chatting, talking, and just the banter here in the commentary booth, and hopefully provide some insights behind the scenes type of stuff that's helpful. But Vinay, thank you, Vinay, for that comment. In all seriousness, Vinay is one of those guys out there in Southern California. We play together.
Skied. Catchable?
That'll
No,
be safe.
not going to be catchable. And it's not going to get to the boundary. Long sprint. That's good work. That's not an easy piece of fielding. That is Rauf running back from extra cover. For a split second, I thought it might have stayed in the air long enough for him to get to it. It didn't, but it falls safe. Sonny.
Yeah, I think he left his driver at home, brought out his pitching wedge instead for that.
Okay, that's deep golf references. You lose me after you say putt, all right? I'm not a golfer, never been one, even though I've been told I'd probably be a good golfer if I focused on it. I've played putt-putt golf with my kids. That's the extent of it. Are you a golfer at all, Arun?
I am, actually. I play, in fact, I haven't played quite a bit now. During COVID, I went back to it quite a bit. When I was doing my PhD, I think it took a year longer because I was playing so much golf.
Down on the leg side this time. Wide signal by umpire Jatin Carvier. A little bit of a crowd.
We have some folks over there in the corner. They found the one shady spot.
Exactly. In the air. And oh my goodness, some work out there by that fielder in the deep. Be able to prevent that from rolling past into the boundary.
Looks like he either landed on his shoulder or his chest, and hope he's okay.
Sure. Bang! Sonny Singh goes big, but it's catchable. And right to mid-wicket, the first wicket goes down. That is well judged. Those crowds that you just mentioned, you can themselves as Sonny Singh holds out into the deep.
There are 4 women over there. 3 of them are wives of the East Central players, and one of them is wife of one of the West players. And she's the only one who's sitting down.
She's the only one who's not screaming right now. Wow. So Sonny Singh, an aggressive start to his day with the bat, but he eventually has to depart because, or courtesy of a good catch out on the boundary, Sonny Singh disappears for 45 from 49 with 6 4s and a 6. And that catch actually was taken by Tariq. Tariq, we've seen him play a lot. Obviously very good with the bat and in the ball and with the ball, but shows here that he's as good in the field. So the first wicket goes down. 87 for 1 with 1 ball remaining here in over number 15.
Yeah, Sonny doing his job. Clearly got some instructions, I guess, at the drinks break to accelerate a little bit more. Sonny's capable of that, of doing that. I mean, he doesn't need to be told to accelerate, frankly, but I think the ball just hit the bottom of the bat. He didn't quite get it up the middle, and still it carried quite a ways. And that tells you Sonny's power. A good start for the West, 87 for 1. I think if you had said when they went into bat that you'd be close to 90 after 14 and a half overs, I think they would have taken it.
Take that every time, no question. The new batter is going to be Mohamed Majid.
Yeah, Majid is a run machine. He's one of those guys who will just bat and bat you to death.
Run machine, you say. Tell us a little bit more about him.
Yeah, very compact player. He's got all the strokes. He's got a very good defense. And he's actually, in addition to obviously his on-the-field cricketing skills, he's also a coach.
Okay. Oh,
that should be...
That is the end of the over. A successful over bowled by Balaji Parsami. The first wicket goes down. At the end of 15, the score is 87 for 1. He didn't throw it. Context matters. This is just changed it. If they're going for a run, maybe. That was if they were attempting a run, potential. Back here with commentator, player, and match referee Arun Toledo. As it is Ketan Patel to continue. 3 overs so far, none for 15. Bowling to the established or the opening batter, Ozair Nayana, 38 from 41. Wanted a run. It'll be interesting to see if the running between the wickets changes with the arrival of Mohamed Majid, because Sunny Singh and Ozair Nana run very well between the wickets together. And it will be interesting to see if that same chemistry carries over to this partnership. Stroking it into the extra cover area for a single. So we're into the second power play. So you can now have as many as 4 fielders outside the circle. There you have long on and long off. You have deep extra cover. And I can't tell if that man who is currently walking at deep point is a fielder or just one of the one of the players who is off the field at the moment. And in fact, I think he's someone who's off the field. So just 3 outside, long on, long off, and extra cover.
I think it's Matthew Bai, one of the selectors.
Ah, okay.
And the coach of East Central.
Got it. Stroked into that deep extra cover area we talked about for a single. So just having to reset just a little bit here. The West started out really well, that opening partnership putting on 87 runs. But after having lost the wicket of Sunny Singh, Mohamed Majid and Ozair Naina are going to have to look to rebuild something here. Appeal for LBW not given.
It looked like that to me. Let's see. Oh, it might have been pad first.
Ah, interesting. Was he outside the line then is the question to ask. Oh, looking to force that one away off the back foot. Was that an edge? In fact, I don't know that that was an edge, but certainly beat him outside the line of off stump. And after having been there for a while now, Ozair Naina, 39 from 45. Last ball of over number 16. Helped away for 4. Going 2 straight. That left arm angle around the wicket. For me, looking at it square, it looks like it was going down leg. This will give us a good chance to see it on the replay.
That was a please hit me ball.
Oh, yeah. That's on its hands and knees saying, please, if you don't mind, please hit me to the boundary for 4. And Ozair Naina only happy to catch it or cash in on that. So that is the end of over number 16, 93 for 1. So, 93 for 1 as Balaji Parsami continues. 4 overs, 1 for 23 are his figures so far.
The difference in pace between the 2 spinners is stark, isn't it?
Very
you
much so.
see Ketan coming in, banging it in, very quick. I think he's bowled maybe 2 slower balls in his entire spell. And you see Balaji lighting it up all the time.
Yeah, a little bit of a collision there, and that might be of some concern because Balaji on his follow-through trying to feel that one and got into a tangle with the non-striker. And I believe, he's holding his head, so he may just have gotten hurt. At first, I thought he might have gotten his legs tangled up, but the fact that he's holding his head, as you rightly point out, means that he may have gotten an inadvertent head to the or knee to the head, which you certainly don't want to see anybody getting hurt. And hopefully, it was just one of those situations where you get a temporary injury. The fact that he's up on his feet now is a really good sign.
Indeed, that's good news.
And so, yeah, for me, from 100 yards away, reading his body language, yes, that hurts, but I'm ready to continue. At least that's what I would think.
I think it would take a lot to drag any one of us off the field.
Well,
Every one of us here is a competitor,
the
wants to
fact,
be out there contributing.
the fact that it is an absolutely brilliant day and most people would be very comfortable, at least for you, maybe with a golf club in your hand right now, to be here playing cricket under these conditions says a lot about your passion for the game. And I certainly believe that that's the case. So it would take wild horses to drag you away from here, is what you're saying.
Indeed.
And there you see again evidence, Arun, of what you were talking about, the difference between the pace that each of these spinners is bowling at. Balaji is really floating that ball up there. It's dancing, tossing it up above the eye line of the batters. And as I say that, it pushes this one through. So once again, commentator's curse will always be a thing. But in the meantime, a brilliant over on the way. 5 dot balls on the trot to start this, the 12th or the 17th over.
Balaji bowling really well. You really have to slow it down here. The faster you bowl, the faster it's going to disappear to the boundary. Again, another slow ball.
A maiden of all things, Balaji himself is applauding. I think you'll like that if you are the captain of the East Central side. Adnan Rao is going to be happy with that performance from his spinner. That is the end of over number 17, 93 for 1. I gotta say, I like that. So, as often happens with the fall of a wicket, the scoring rate slows down. It's now down to 5.47. And it's hammered into the deep, but that man at extra cover, who has been very busy in the last couple of overs, limits the damage to a single. So we talked about the projections earlier. The current projected score based on a scoring rate of 5.48 is 219. You're going to want more than 219, are you not?
Absolutely. 219 is not going to cut it.
So
I
then,
would say let's see what the score is at 22 and double that. That should be the minimum. That's my rule of thumb.
22.
Yep.
That feels like a very arbitrary number. Why 22?
It's just something that works for me. No, in all seriousness, I think it is, a difference of 4 or 5 overs. If you could take 23 and 17 for that matter.
Sure.
But you're just beyond the 50 mark, and you want to get the same in less.
Hammered straight. It makes a beautiful sound off the bat. Fielded in the deep. Come back for a second. That's good running.
Yeah, those are 2 always on as he moved.
So for me, somewhere around the 60% mark of the innings is where you would double the score.
Okay.
And so it's not too far off from what you're saying.
So 24 and
So
16.
24 exactly. Okay, so you can
So
tell
let's
that
split the difference.
you are a PhD. So you immediately calculated 60% of 40. That's evidence that your education certainly worked.
Let's split the difference. Let's call it 23 and
23.
17.
So double the score after 23 and see where things are. That's well struck, but also well fielded at the point.
We'll call it the BA theorem. It's kind of like Duckworth-Lewis.
The BA theorem. You know what? Let's be fair, because you were the first one to give your number. It's the AB theorem. The AB theorem will double the score after over number 23, and we'll see exactly where that goes. So 97 for 1 is the score after 18. So we're 5 overs away from seeing whether or not the AB theorem will work to the extent that it needs to. By the way, what was your PhD in?
Chemical engineering.
Chemical engineering. So I'm literally sitting next to a genius right now.
I don't know about that.
So going.
There are colleagues of mine who have gone on to distinguished careers, have won things like Marconi Prize. There's a classmate of mine. They've just done some amazing stuff.
So for those of us who are not in the know, and by those of us I mean me, what is the what do you call it? Marconi
Prize, yeah.
A prize. What's a Marconi Prize?
This is one of my folks I went to college with. It's for distinguished contributions in telecommunications, and he's a professor at MIT.
Oh, knocked him over. The first delivery bowled here by Ranga produces a wicket, full and straight. And I'll tell you what, if you have Mohammed Majid, ask him whether or not he played different shot. I think he'd want to go forward to that. Oh, knocked him over. Replay. The first delivery bowl completely across the line, misses out and loses his middle stump, 97 for 2.
Ranga's first ball. Ranga is another really good bowler, and that one was flat and just came on. Just the cardinal sin of playing across the line. When a new bowler comes in, at least play him out 1 or 2 balls, just see how things are coming off his hand. This is so unlike Majid. Majid is a very steady batsman, a smart batsman who gets settled and then has the ability to score big. He scored multiple 70s, 80s. This is very, very uncharacteristic of Majid, and I'm sure he'll be very disappointed with himself. He got off to a good start yesterday, got to about 30 or so, and his wicket actually triggered a couple more right after, and was something that the West we couldn't recover from at all, and then posted a very subpar score. Well, let's hope that's not the case today. You have Sajid Fernando coming to the crease. Sajid, I mentioned, a first-class cricketer who has over 10,000 first-class runs. Unlucky not to play for his country.
So Sajid Fernando, am I correct in assuming that he's Sri Lankan?
Yeah, he is.
Okay. A couple of Sri Lankans in the side. The captain,
Yep.
Sanjeewa, is also Sri Lankan. Any others?
Hamza, Mohammad Hamza is also Sri Lankan. So we have 3. All 3 of us play for the West Lions, one of the West teams.
Okay. So immediately off the mark is Sajid Fernando, courtesy of a fumble in the covers. He's a lefty, so he's going to change the conversation from that standpoint. The bowlers can no longer just key in on one line to bowl. We'll have to switch their lines for the lefty and the righty.
Makes it challenging for the bowler for sure, and for the fielders to move back and forth.
Oh, guiding this one away for 4. That is an elegant looking shot. That is an absolutely brilliant shot, and that brings up his 50. Ozair Naina, 50 from 52, and in fact simultaneously bringing up his 50 and the 100 for the West. West is now 102 for 2, and after the loss of a wicket, it appears that Ozair Naina is going to be the person who wants to push on and keep that momentum going.
Yeah, Ozair Nana, fantastic batsman, well-crafted 50. And you'll notice that ball
a lot of times you try to hit it hard and go straight to the fielder. He just guided it just to the right of that point fielder, and there's no stopping that if you get it past the fielders here.
That is a great observation, because that was the one thing that stood out for me. It was not a flourish. He literally just, almost like an old-fashioned late cut, sort of guided it between the two fielders behind point on the offside, and it races away across the stick, across this carpet of an outfield for 4.
Yeah, beautiful day here. The dew's pretty much all gone. It's actually starting to get a little warm if you're in the sun.
Believe it or not, when I showed up on Friday, I literally had 5 layers on. I'm down to 3 layers. Maybe at the lunch break, I'll go down to 2 layers, because it actually is very, very warm, as you mentioned. That's the end of over number 19. The score is 103 for 2.
You were talking about golf. And yeah, you're talking about golf and cricket, and whether I'd rather be out on the golf course versus here. Cricket any day over golf, even though I enjoy golf quite a bit.
Okay. So either one, in fact, both of them, let's say you're playing a 50 or 40 over match, you're going to be gone for 6-7 hours.
Yep.
Either way, between both cricket and golf, you're gone for that length of time. If you're assuming you're playing a full round of golf.
Yep.
The difference between the two is that with you, and look, I'm only assuming this because I don't play golf myself. I've heard that this is the case, that essentially between holes you can have as many rounds as you'd like. I don't mean just rounds of golf, I mean rounds of orange juice, right? So from that standpoint, for me it's less of a sport, and I don't mean to demean it, but it's more of an activity. When you're playing a cricket match, I once made the absolutely horrific decision of drinking in the middle of a cricket match. I was still a young man back then. Let's just say it didn't go well.
Was the ball swinging, or were you swinging?
Both.
No, you just thought that the ball was swinging.
Like, Brian, you're seeing
it's a point of reference.
You're seeing 3 balls right now. Hit the one in the middle. That's how that went. Adnan Rao bringing himself back on, by the way. Starting out with a couple of wides here, just wanting to get that radar exactly right. It's not quite there yet. Gave up 10 runs in his first, 10 runs in his first over. A couple of wides here to start with. In fact, just 1 wide.
There's lots of different ways to play golf. I walk the course. I walk 18. You know, you would think a stationary ball just sitting there waiting to be hit, you'd be able to hit it where you want it. I guarantee you, it's not. It's not easy. It actually helps with our cricket game a little bit, because it forces you to keep your eye on the ball till the very last moment, until you actually hit it. So as a batsman, I would say,
more football work in the deep, as another wide bowled here by the captain, Adnan Rao.
JV has saved quite a few runs with his legs. He's quick as well, trains hard. He posts videos of his running. And it's just another person who takes very good care of his body and works hard at it, and that shows over there.
It's an interesting fielding position for me. That fielder at deep third is very fine. That's why he was able to get to that ball. If he's a regulation deep third position, there's no way he would have gotten around to be able to field that one.
Yeah.
It was going down the leg side.
And I think that's the right field too, with the keeper standing up. I think he's just there for something that's like edged rather than guided.
Oh, well played.
And that's the shot that Ozair is really good at.
Once again, didn't try to hit it too hard.
This is good batting. There's definitely an expert level of batting going on here. Again, I haven't seen enough of Sajid, but he is, I would imagine, as good as you're suggesting, especially given that you said that he was potentially in the running for a spot on the national side a few years ago.
Yeah, you don't score 10,000 runs in first-class cricket and not be good.
and not be something decent. Driven back to the ball.
Decent is an
himself.
understatement. But you know, again, like those muscle memories, they don't fade, right?
Sure,
You just
sure.
even if you haven't played, you can just pick up the bat and probably be better than half of us around here who are hackers at best.
Hackers, I like that. So 2 balls remaining here in the second over, being bowled by the captain. There's this one. Delays the shot just a touch because he realized it was a slower ball and he just opened the face, running it to backward point. Ultimately doesn't concede a run, but you can tell the level of expert batsmanship that's on display.
Yeah, Uzair has represented the U.S. I think it was in the 90s. So and there are quite a few players in the 50s Masters team who have done that, who played at that high level.
Got it. So that is the end of over number 20. We're at the halfway stage of this innings, and we are 3 overs away from seeing whether or not the AB, what was it, the AB theorem?
Yeah.
If the AB theorem will take shape and come to fruition.
Let's see what it predicts, I guess. We just call it a predictor. And like every other predictor in the world, it's bogus.
Bogus is such a harsh word.
Well, it is. Well, you know. It's just maybe it's opinion, whatever it is. But no, it keeps us at least something to aim for. I think it's not. You're right. It's not fully bogus. there is some element.
So there is some element of predictability about it.
Yeah, you're right 50% of the time, and you're wrong 50% of the time.
This is true. You know what? I'll accept that. There's bell curves and all that involved. Okay, so this will be Ranga to continue. Found success in his very first over. In fact, his very first delivery. This is stroked to mid-on for single. If you can believe it, that was actually only the second ball faced by Sajid. And there you see evidence of the left-hand, right-hand combination forcing the fielders to continue switching. By the way, does it bother you as a player if there is a right-hander and a left-hander at the crease and the umpire only square leg umpire only stays on one side? Does that, what are your thoughts about that?
I don't think it bothers me much. I don't think the players particularly care. The other reason why he probably is not moving back and forth is to save time. We're on tight timeline here. The first innings and the second innings of this match need to be done on time so that the second match can get started as well. So no, I don't think it bothers anybody on the field.
I will tell you that when I'm not commentating, I do a fair amount of umpiring also. And if there is a left-hander and a right-hander at the crease, I try to be on opposite sides if it's a pace bowler bowling. If it's a spinner, then I'd be running more than the fielders, just getting from square leg to square leg. And you'd have to sprint between overs or between deliveries if it's a left-hander and a right-hander bowling and there's a spinner in operation. So left-hander and a right-hander batting and there's a spinner in operation. And for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, the square leg umpire has to be square of the wicket. In other words, directly in line with the popping crease, but he usually has to be on the leg side. For you to remain at square leg, if there's a left-hander and a right-hander, essentially you have to sprint about 60 yards to the opposite side of the circle to be able to be in the right position. And I guess if you're a young, fit umpire and you really want to prove that you can operate in the way that you need to, you can make that change. But again, it's much easier to do that if it's a pace bowler in operation because he's having to go all the way back to his mark and all of that. The spinner who's only coming back from 2 steps, then you certainly want to not do that. Interesting. Back at Grand Prairie Cricket Complex, Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. I want to see what happened on this replay. Going down the leg side and an appeal for stumping down the leg side. And good work there by Shane Ford. Umpire Jetin Carver believes that that was not out. So
Yeah.
certainly a wide.
Good call there. A really good effort by Shane to quickly whip it off. And but you see from the replay that Ozer's left leg was grounded all the time. Just take a look at that. Even the back, the heel.
Well,
No?
his right leg was grounded. I don't know that his left
Oh,
was.
sorry,
In fact,
you're right. Yeah,
yes.
you're right. It's the right.
Yes. Oh, there's that cut shot that you're talking about again. Was there continuing? That was interesting. But back to the point. We're now up to 115 for 2. We're slowly approaching the AB theorem, or at least whether or not there's any validity to the AB theorem. Taking that out of the equation for just a second and just thinking generally in terms of what kind of score you'd want from this point, what would be a good score? What would be a score that you, as a member of the West Side, would say, you know what, I'm happy. We can go out there and try to defend this.
Yeah, I still stick by 300 would be a score that would make chasing very difficult. 275, it's got to be, I would say, minimum. You saw 250 getting chased down relatively easily. The East Central players, they have some fantastic batsmen, some big hitters, and that's wonderful running by Sajid. Just soft hands.
Yes.
Knowing that the players in the infield were a little bit further back, and scampering across for a single.
So 300 for you is sort of where you absolutely have to be.
Yeah, I would like it to be 300 to go in and bowl with a little bit of freedom. 275 is par, and 250 you just have to bowl and feel lights out.
Oh. Another single. So you're happy picking up singles at this stage of the innings, I'm assuming.
Yeah. And that's something we talked about in the first game that we played. There were, in the middle overs, we had too many dot balls. And even if you take some of those dot balls and convert them into even ones or twos, you know, that's another 10, 15 runs. On the board takes us from 225 to 240. You just never know. And if I'm the bowling team right now, every run that you give is a run that you need to chase. So
yes,
just tighten the screws as much as you can.
On the leg side again, that's well kept.
Very well
Shane
kept.
Ford.
That thing was screaming to the boundary if Shane didn't get his gloves.
So, you know, there is nothing about me that would resemble a decent keeper. But I know enough about the skill to know that if you're keeping up to a bat or to a bowler and the ball is fired down the leg side, you lose sight of the ball for just that split second. And it makes things so much more difficult to be able to then recover. So that's a truly high level of skill to be able to do that.
Yeah, and that ball was pitched up as well. It wasn't like it was coming, it was a good length ball. So that means he has to stay down all the way. The best wicket keepers are the ones that stay down the longest.
Yep.
It's so hard because you naturally want to get up, and Shane's a fantastic wicket keeper.
Oh! Was that a catch? Did that carry?
That looked like it bounced in front of him.
Okay. So once again, your eyes are much better than mine. But let's just say it's a good piece of fielding. This should give us a good look here on the replay. Slanted into the left-hander. Yeah, it did bounce just right before in front. Good camera work there and good production value
Fantastic.
also. Mr. Hassan is truly an important part of our efforts here, and that's driven into the covers for no run. So good closeout to the over. Solid over there. 119 for 2 is the score after 22. Back here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. 119 for 2. Looking at where you are now, you have another 108 balls to go. You have a set batter at the crease in Ozair. Ozair is 57 from 67. Sajid Fernando, who has 10,000 plus first class runs in his back pocket, is at the crease. To score at the rate of 10 and over from here gets you to 299. 10 and over is a pretty steep ask, particularly after another 7 overs when you'll be into the third power play where you can have an additional fielder outside. So are you being overly optimistic in asking for 300 runs to be the minimum that you'd be looking for?
A guy can wish for all he wants.
Do I hear the Arun score predictor being modified in real time?
I've always said 300 is a score that we need to get to. Whether we get there or not, we'll bowl with whatever we get, right? But I do think, going back to your point about a well-set Ozair, Sajid with the skills and talent and experience that he has, played lots of games. What we also talked in the huddle and before we started today is that one of the top 4 or 5 batsmen needs to score a big 50, 70, 80, 90, and even 100, right? So I would look for Ozair to stay on and continue doing what he's doing. He'll get the opportunity to swing and hit hard, but he needs to be the anchor around which the rest of the team builds. And if he keeps getting 2s and 1s and things like that, 10 runs and over, to do it on a consistent basis for 108 balls, you're right, it's not easy, but it can be done. It definitely can be done. And we have the batting talent. Sanjeeva hasn't gone in yet. He's another player, once you see him bat, a fantastic stroke maker. He's also the captain of the USA national team for the 50s. So we've got the batting to get there. Now let's see if you do it.
Now it's just a matter of doing it. By the way, we've asked for the last several minutes. Was cut away hard. That's going to get close to the boundary. Look at that sprint, though. More football work in the deep. That is Rauf again. That is great work, sprinting away from his position at cover to get to deep backward point to cut that one off. So that's 2 runs that he saves for his side. Here you see the replay. Look at that. That long sprint. And again, don't underestimate the challenge of 50-plus-year-old fielders sprinting in the deep like that. That's lofted into the deep mid-wicket area. Should get a couple more. And that is 2 to end things here in over number 8. Sorry, that over number 23. 8 runs coming from the over. And at the end of 23, the score is 127 for 2.
Yeah, so 8 runs without a boundary, 3 twos and 2 singles. So it can be done, and then every once in a while you're going to get bad balls. There will be boundaries that'll come. So I really don't think 10 is out of the question, but it does take effort and commitment to make sure that there are not too many dot balls. Dot balls are the killers at this stage of the game.
Well, as I started saying, here we see the full scorecard. Sunny Singh, 45 from 49. Azir Naina anchoring the inning so far, 64 from 72. Mohammad Majid started and left. And then now Sajid Fernando being asked to face up now to the captain of the opposition team, Adnan Rao, back into the attack. Plays with very soft hands. A lot of football work going on. And I'll tell you what, Rauf is fielding at multiple positions. You've seen him sweeping out here on the boundary. He's now at backward point. So that's also saying something. It's a testament to his versatility in the field. Also looking at the comments from the YouTube chat section. Tech Time says, good morning, crew. Well, good morning to you, Tech Time. It is a beautiful Tech Time type of a morning. And hopefully you're enjoying this match from where you are.
23 overs, 127. So our predictor says
Wait a minute.
254.
I just missed. Wait, I did miss that. So 127.
254.
254 sounds very, very different from 300. I will say this. 254 is still a very good score.
It is a good score.
It's not 300. I'm thinking I trust the AB theorem much more than I do the Arun Tolador prediction.
You're talking about the Arun Tolador wish list.
Wish list. This is true. This is absolutely true. Okay, so, we're getting ready to approach what we call happy hour. I would refer to happy hour as maybe the last 6 or 7 or so overs. And if you go into the last 6 or 7 overs with wickets in hand, and as you say, you bat pretty deep, it can be a time where you accelerate to 10, 11, 12, maybe even 13 runs and over. So certainly by no means would I say 300 is out of the question. Is it likely? It remains to be seen, but it's certainly not out of the question. So now up to the next, in fact, just 2 balls remaining here now in over number 24. Make that 1 ball remaining over number 24. Adnan Rao into his 4th over. Bowling well the second spell. Oh, look at that. He loses the ball just before he delivers. So that's going to be a dead ball, of course. Now, have you ever done this? Because I've done this as a fast bowler, and it is about the worst pain that you can feel in your life. On your load up and delivery, you bang your fingers into the stumps. Has that ever happened to you?
Yeah, I've had that happen, and these days it's a no ball.
These days it is absolutely a no ball. I did it once and split the fingernail on my finger. It was about the worst pain that you can have happen on a cricket field. Stroked away through extra cover. A lot of work for Balaji to do. More football work. And he saves 2 runs. That absolutely was headed to the boundary had that gotten past him. That is good work in the deep. And that is the end of over number 24 rather. Look at there's the C on the replay. Good work using the foot. And again, we've said a couple of times that that's potentially a very risky thing to do as for any cricketer, certainly for a 50-plus-year-old cricketer. But he does well here to pull things back. So that is the end of over number 24. Score is 131 for 2. So we're into the last 16 overs, the last 96 legal deliveries. And Ozair, Nina, going down the leg side, I believe. And you can probably tell it was going down the leg side because that was less of an appeal and more just a shout of happiness or of enthusiasm. Look at the replay. Oh yeah, that's well going down the leg.
And you see immediately Ranga put up his hand saying, nope, nope.
Yeah, yeah.
And I've seen him do that consistently. That's the other thing. There are some players who will incessantly appeal, and there are some who will appeal when they're incredibly confident.
I will tell you this. Number one, I agree 100% with what you just said, and I'll go further than that. It's a stroke down to long on for single. When I am umpiring, I identify the players who are of the second kind that you just talked about, as opposed to the ones who appeal for everything. I pay more attention to the appeals from the players who only appeal when they think it's out than I do from the appeals from the other kind. Because if you're just appealing for everything just to try to intimidate the umpire into giving a wicket, that for me is reason was hammered, and that ricochets off the fielder at square leg for probably two. They'll get two. Did that come off the umpire?
Yeah, I thought it came off Himanshu there, but we'll see. But yeah, the umpire certainly got in the way.
He was certainly in the way. Vishnu Pillai, I don't think had to think that he would have to jump out of the way anytime today. Certainly had to do that. But just on that last point I was making, to me,
glorious
that's
shot
cut
there.
away for four. I don't think Ozair wants me to finish the point I'm trying to make, because he plays that late cut shot so beautifully. Again, finding that gap between the two fielders behind point and piercing that gap to perfection for four.
His first scoring shot of the day of the second ball was exactly this shot here. And he's hit it now 3 times for boundary and a few other times for a bunch of twos. That's just top-class batting. He had actually stepped out a little bit and found himself in a little bit of no man's land, but got his bat down in time to put it in the gap.
Absolutely wonderful. So this one is just played down to long on and they get a single. So that's the end of over number 25. 140 for 2 is the score with the last 15 coming up.
Definitely see Ozair tiring a little bit. As you would expect, 73 runs with quite a bit of running done since the morning.
Wait a minute. You just told me that he is a soccer player and fit as a fiddle. Why would he be tiring? And it's like 70 degrees.
He's also 56 years old. That's a
away
glorious
for 4.
shot.
Oh, there it is. Well, that's one way to not have to run, is if you keep doing that. Full and outside off and drilled wide of, or just fine of the fielder at backward point, and it races away for 4.
That's clearly one of his favorite areas to score.
Brilliant, brilliant strike.
Adnan again erring both in line and length. It was pitched up, a hint of outswing, just outside off, and that's easy pickings for a batsman like Ozair at any time, but especially now when he's set and seeing the ball like a football.
Or as we say in Jamaica, like a breadfruit. Do you know what a breadfruit is, by the way?
Breadfruit?
Breadfruit.
No, I don't.
Okay, so bread, okay. I didn't think we'd be talking about Jamaican cuisine
There we go.
at 10 o'clock in the morning, but a breadfruit is about the size of a cantaloupe,
Okay.
but it is a staple in Jamaica and in other places in the Caribbean. Don't ask me where it originated, I don't know. But we eat it for breakfast, fried, and we eat it for lunch and dinner boiled.
Ah.
But it's about the size of a cantaloupe, so it's about this size. So when we say when we're playing cricket, you're seeing it as big as a breadfruit, essentially
know.
what you're talking about. so next time you're in cricket circles and there are Jamaicans around, you can say that and you'll immediately be the hit of the party.
Nice. Kind of like Viv Richards, when he walks in,
Boom.
he sees it like a breadfruit.
He saw it like a breadfruit walking in. It's already there.
Yeah.
So 145 is where we are. Adnan Rao into his fifth over. Down the leg side. There you see, I think, evidence of the difficulty bowling to a left-hander and a right-hander. As a bowler, you're constantly having to change your line, and that sometimes results... By the way, do you prefer bowling to a left-hander or a right-hander?
I'm agnostic. I
Okay.
hate them all.
Okay.
But no, maybe a little bit more to a left-hander because I swing the ball in to the right-hander.
Okay.
So the
Oh, do you?
left-hander,
So you
I
get-
swing the ball away.
your
and
swing is
maybe
opposite
a little
of
bit more to the
conventional.
left-hander. Every time a left-hander comes on, there's typically 2 slips, 2 gullies.
2 slips, 2 gullies. How quick are you?
I'm not that quick, but I move the ball.
Ah, okay. Hammered,
Nice
but
shot.
they're right to Balaji on the boundary for a single. So when I played, I'm a left armer. So I opened the bowling, left arm pace. I loved bowling to right-handers because you can do 2 things. Number one is slanted across them
Right.
from over the wicket. And I would generate sometimes just a little bit of swing. Not a whole lot, but any swing is into the right-handers. So bowl and LBW come into play.
Totally.
I never could find the right line to a left-hander. I never could do it. If I bowl 6 balls to a right-hander, 3 of them would be to a left-hander who will appeal for
Well done. That's excellent running.
good running. But as I was saying, if I bowl 6 balls to a left-hander, 3 of them would be 2 straights. And here we see on that replay, looking at this, good running as you talked about, immediately taking off for that run. Here's a quick throw, and yes, good work. Excellent work, in fact. And we have not said it enough, by the way. Hassan with Streamarto is the person who is in charge of everything that you're seeing on your screen right now, and absolutely brilliant production value. 8 different cameras, tremendous amount of moving parts, and he pulls it all off with such a level of expertise that I think is something that has to be mentioned.
Indeed, you know, it's a one-man army here, by the way. You would think there's 3 or 4 people manning the cameras and bringing you
Exactly.
these wonderful sights. What a pleasure to see, first of all, play in these facilities and have the kind of high-quality coverage that we're having so that folks who can't be here can actually watch and enjoy. Thank you, Hassan. It's fantastic.
So a new bowler into the attack so we can get off the Hassan fan club and get back to cricket. The new bowler is going to be
Ahmed.
Merchant. Bowling to Sajid Fernando. Oh, he knocked him over. Oh my goodness. Well, it is the second time that there's a new bowler who's come on for the first delivery from the river end and struck immediately with his first ball. Look at this delivery. Look at that.
It's an
Inside edge. So looking at it live, it looked just like it was clean bowled. In fact, this ball is probably in a 4th stump line, kisses off the inside edge and takes out off stump.
I think they're taking drinks, and I'm going to have to depart at this point, just in case my captain decides I need to pad up.
They need a big hitter.
Well, pleasure
Aaron.
talking to you, Brian. We'll continue our conversations a little bit later.
Absolutely. So really a pleasure having you. I'm going to have to be satisfied with talking by myself now for the next several.
I'll send somebody else in.
Okay, excellent. Well, there it is, folks. Arun Tolador, thank you so much. We'll see you possibly on the field with a bat in hand very soon, but otherwise we'll see you with the ball in hand later in the day. So, 149 for 3 as a wicket falls on the very first delivery of over number 27. And in fact, they've taken the break. Oh, before we go to the break, we'll look at the scorecard, the way things are right now. Sunny Singh, 45. Ozair Nana still there, 79 from 82. A couple of low scores from Mohamed Majid, 2 from 10, and Sajid Fernando, 11 from 17. And after a short break, I believe this will be Raj Badadari who'll be coming in to continue the attack. Here we see the bowlers. Balaji Aparsamy for me is the best of the bowlers so far. An economy rate of 4.6 and 1 wicket. And 1 wicket also by Ranga Rajan and Ahmed Merchant. So that's where we stand. Quick break. There's your summary. And we'll be coming back as soon as the players finish their short water break. In the meantime, signing off for the moment from right here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. Cricket Stadium. Well, we've lost one Arun, but we've gained one. Arun Tolador has gone to possibly pad up and come in on the field shortly, but we're joined here in the commentary area by the great Arun Vitala. Arun Vitala, good morning, sir.
Good morning, my friend Brian. Thank you once again for doing what you do. Like I've told you one-on-one, incredible commentary that we are so happy to have you all the way from 2 years ago that you started with Masters as a commentator for us, and we are privileged to have you, my friend. All the way to come into Barbados and commentating our tournament in Barbados. Folks, you guys don't know Brian. This guy is a legend in his own right for commentary. He has done such wonderful work both for minor league and here. So sometimes it's hard to get him. He pulls his rank on us. And so anyway, it is what it is. We kind of live with that part. But it's a genuine pleasure to have you around with us, Brian, and thank you for doing that. There's a big shot.
So I'll get back to you in just a second, Arun. That is another brilliant strike by Ozair Nana, who is now up to 83 from 83, striking it at exactly 100 strike rate. That ball maybe just a touch too straight, and he helps himself to 4 runs down the leg side. So, Arun, first of all, I appreciate everything that you just said, but you do know that this is a labor of love. I do it because I love it and because I love to be a resource.
That's right.
For you and for everybody else who wants to see their quote-unquote second innings on the way. So it is something that I truly enjoy, and I've told you that in private as well.
That's right.
But talk about the genesis of the program and how it is that you wanted to offer cricketers an opportunity to keep playing, even at an age where most people our age would want to be on a golf course on a Sunday morning?
Yeah, bring up a great point. What is amazing to me, Brian, is the fact that we've got such amazingly enthusiastic people that have now found a way out of being in the cocoon for so long, probably, and they're
Yep.
now out of that thanks to Masters and thanks
Hmm.
to this world body that has created World Cups for different age groups of 40s, 50s, and 60s. And of course, I continue to do this, and I'll never stop saying this. Thanks to Parakananta
Oh,
for everything that he has done and his vision to make Masters Cricket USA possible. You know, just a brilliant, brilliant move. And the one big thing, the reason why this is successful, Brian, the reason why it's successful is because all these guys, whether it's 40s, 50s, or 60s, are finally getting to play with people of their age group, which is the biggest factor. Now they can compare themselves to somebody and they can compete with somebody, and that is what is the driving force for all these guys. To me, the concept that Sterling from Australia came up with, along with few others. I don't know who all started it, but regardless, Sterling is the chairman of International Masters Council, IMC. And so we are thankful that they started this. And by the way, Brian, I don't know if you know, but we also have an over 70s that's going to be
unbelievable.
another thing. And 4 countries participate, and apparently they've been playing for the last several years. England,
Unbelievable.
Wales, Australia, and New Zealand. 4 countries play over 70s, folks. Can you believe that? I mean, what an amazing thing to accomplish playing at the age of 70 plus and play good cricket. Good cricket. You got to see some of those tapes to understand how good some of these guys are. There was
Absolutely unbelievable.
there was one guy, Brian, I don't know where I lost that picture. There was one guy that was 85 and was a wicket keeper, and he has COPD, has an oxygen tank on his back, and he is keeping wickets. I mean,
Wow.
what an amazing story for anybody to follow. Uh, Sorry, I'm taking your time
No, no,
away
no,
here,
no, no,
but
no. Please.
these are amazing things that are happening.
I'll jump in when I need to, but this is important for you to be able to recount, because I think the point is, just because you don't run across the outfield as quickly as you used to as a 25-year-old man doesn't
Right.
mean that you can't still play the sport. And I think
That's
I really like what you said about the fact that if everybody on the field is in the roughly the same age group, that's a more even matchup. If you're playing in for example, the local leagues
league.
here, NTCA or DCL or any of those leagues,
Yeah,
then you have a lot of 50-year-olds playing with 30-year-olds, and that's not necessarily a fair matchup.
correct.
But this creates the opportunity or the environment where players are able to match themselves with players of similar stature and similar age, and if not skill level, at least um, fitness level, put it
Yeah,
that way.
I think you hit it right on the head. Fitness level, and as you know, Brian, the over 50s. I just want to talk a little bit about the over 50s overall,
Mm-hmm.
and where it's likely to go from here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Oh, that was struck away for 4. My apologies. In such a good conversation here, Arun, that I didn't realize that a boundary was just struck.
by Ozair Sanjiva. And talking about that, Sanjiva is the captain of the USA, current captain of the USA over 50s team. A cricketer that has played good cricket back in Sri Lanka, good cricketer in his own right. Uh, Finally, not sacrificing his batting position and giving it to others like he did in the first game. He came into bat at number 9, Brian, in the
Wow.
first game, just to allow others to get a chance and for him to witness who's who and who's what. And they did lose that game uh, to North.
So we are or have been taking comments. Oh my goodness. Oh, just a second. That goes for 4. Field at Long On had no idea where that ball was. in fact, was running to his right as the ball went to the boundary behind him to his left. So had he
Wow.
stayed exactly where he was, looking at this replay, he's running to the right, in other words, running toward mid-wicket. And that ball went for 4 when, very honestly, I think that would have gone straight to him had he seen it.
Yeah, and this sun is beating down pretty
Yes.
hard, and so I don't know what a white ball is doing in the sun at this stage. to the to the fielder, I don't know.
So you're talking about Sanjeewa.
Yeah,
You're talking about Sanjeewa, the captain of the
right.
USA over 50 side. We've been taking comments on YouTube all morning, and there's a comment says, "Let's go west. We can do this." The name is curious to me. The name is Jivaka Weerasinghe.
Saying that.
Saying that.
Oh, I wonder why. Here's the older brother talking about his younger brother. Yes, of course you will say that, Jivaka. We love you, by the way, so don't get us wrong.
Love it.
What a biased comment. But going back to our conversation, Brian,
Yep.
about the 60, I mean the 50s and where it is, for those that probably have not heard, they must have heard by now that the 50s did a wonderful job in the World Cup, surprised
Yes.
a lot of teams,
Yes.
and were in the top 4 and reached the semifinals and could have, obviously somebody's going to turn around and say could have, should have, would have, but could have beaten England in the semis. Was a very good close game, but we lost to them and they were the ultimate winners. But we could have been the guys because we did very, very well. We surprised a lot of teams. And by the way, the captain of what they named the World 11, they named the World 11 after the tournament was done. And Parakananta was named the captain of the World 11.
Wow.
What an honor that is.
Absolutely.
That he became the captain, and Fazal Alam was the other guy that made the team of the World 11 as the opening bat for the World 11.
Wow.
So two amazing stories, and the biggest story that I have to bring to people is that we won the Spirit of the Tournament award. That's because of the gestures and how we played the tournament, how we behaved on and off the field, that we captured the hearts of people all over the world, at least all the countries that played, the 14 countries that played, that they voted us as the Spirit of the Tournament, the team that won the Spirit of the Tournament award. And amazing award. I was so touched when I had to go and receive that award. Just a brilliant award, Brian. Brilliant award.
That is absolutely amazing, and I think a testament to not only the level at which the guys play cricket, but the level at which they uphold the spirit of cricket.
Correct.
Which for me is a tremendous piece of the puzzle. Probably, frankly, the most important part of the puzzle.
That's right. They were true ambassadors for the sport and for the country. And to me, that is what mattered most. Win, lose, or draw is something on the field, but didn't want to have people display the wrong things off the field. And oh my God, they were absolute ambassadors. Very, very brilliant thing that happened. Brian, I wanted to say, I wanted to talk to somebody that's sitting with me to talk about something very important.
I'm very glad that you went, or you are making that transition, because I was about to suggest that the person to whom, or who's seated to your left, maybe somebody whose perspective is also important.
Extremely, Brian.
We've been talking about the 50s, but this young man, and I'm using the word advisedly, is the captain of the over 60s.
Yeah.
So please let everybody know who you are and what role you play in this entire setup.
So let me introduce him to you guys.
Please.
Ravi Suri. Ravi Suri was the vice captain when we went in January of this year to Barbados and played 7 other countries. And he was the captain of the team that recently in July went to Toronto to play a 4-country tournament. Uh, Brilliant, brilliant stuff. And Ravi is also, Brian, he's also our executive committee member, has been a great contributor to Masters in multiple ways. I am so proud to introduce Ravi to the world, to all my listeners that are listening. Here is Ravi Suri, uh, who's going to be talking to us about his experiences with Masters and his experiences with 60s and his first time visiting Dallas and this tournament on this amazing ground. Ravi, here's to you.
Thank you, Arun, and thank you, Brian. Uh, the moment I set my foot on this ground, it was a goosebump moment for me seeing
Wow.
the facilities that we see at the Grand Prairie Stadium in Dallas. Today happens to be a bright, lovely, sunny day. And on a day like this, it is Brian's voice that makes the day even better. A commentator like Brian, watching a picture on TV without a voice makes no sense. But when the picture is enhanced with a voice like Brian, that's when the viewer is stuck and doesn't want to leave the monitor. Thank you, Brian, for what you do here. It's so wonderful of you to help us out.
Okay, everybody will need to know that this is the very first conversation that Ravi and I have ever had. I did not pay you to say what you just said.
Thank you, Brian.
That is such high praise. Thank you. I really
Thank you, Brian.
appreciate
We
you saying
really mean that it's coming right from the heart because this facility makes you feel that way. You know, what you see here and what Masters is gaining out of this, it's something which is
You did not pay, but we're expecting you to pay.
I feel like you should send me an invoice after that comment.
Yes, but the beauty of Masters is everyone is a volunteer here. Nobody is paid to do anything, whether it's Arun or Brian or whether it's Parak or anybody here. Everyone is coming here just to provide their little bit, and their contributions are selfless and for a cause which is to see Masters grow, which is to see Masters get bigger and bigger by the year. My association with Masters is just about a year plus. It was last September that I got introduced to this wonderful family. And I don't think any drug, any other medicine or whatever can get you as addicted to an institution like Masters has done to me. And I'm sure many would feel that way. This is a relationship that's here to stay, and it's there for me as far as I'm concerned for the rest of my life.
Get back to just a second because we've seen Himanshu Patadia come in and take a wicket.
Oh.
Full and I think hitting probably middle and off. We see on that replay coming forward and playing across a straight delivery, and that is going to be disappointing for Uzair Nana because he's batted really, really
Sanjeev
well.
got out.
In fact, that's Sanjeewa?
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. Okay, the scorecard is a little bit behind, but Sanjeewa looking to play that one to square leg when he probably should have wanted to play that one in the V, and he does. In fact, the scorecard really does need to be updated because it shows that Uzair is one who's being dismissed. But let's just confirm that as soon as we can. But back to you, Ravi. I want you to talk about the extent to which, yes, you're the captain of the over 60s. There's a difference between over 50s, over 60s, and as we were talking about, over 70s. What is the primary objective for you as captain of an over 60s side? In other words, are you looking to just make sure that everyone is able to participate in the game, justify being out on the field? Or are you looking to be cutthroat and wanting to make sure that the best players are being put in a position to produce?
Thank you for that wonderful question. Firstly, I'll clarify that I'm not the current captain.
Oh, okay.
A very senior and well-deserving player joined the over 60s team recently,
Okay.
a person who's played first-class cricket, and I'm so happy that the mantle has been passed on to a person who deserves it a lot more. He will bring so much experience and he'll bring so much of his past knowledge of the game to the over 60s Masters.
And his name?
His name is Jivaka Veerasinghe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jivaka,
Yes.
who was...
Family has taken over Masters. The captain of the 50s is Sanjeeva, the captain of 60s is Jivaka.
Yes.
I got it.
And we're happy to have these gentlemen lead these various teams.
Sure.
But to specifically answer your question, Brian, end of the day, it's cricket, whether it's 50s or 60s or 40s. It's about putting up the best and the most competitive unit out there to represent the country. You have to compete, and the best 12 in this case, because Masters allows 12 people to play, the best 12 play on the given day, and the best 16 or 18, as the case might be, are part of the touring squad. Fitness is really the key and the biggest attribute a player can have when it comes to qualifying to be in the squad. And why we emphasize so much on fitness is at this age, you can have many players who can last 10 or 20 overs and do very well. It's about lasting 45 overs of the innings, or actually 90 overs, because it's a 90-over game when you say talk of batting and bowling. If you can last 90 overs, that's the first attribute. And then if you can play well, obviously that's an icing on the cake.
I can tell you, and I haven't. I stopped playing probably 6, 7 years ago. When I played, I didn't even like playing 40 overs. And I was an opening fast bowler. I'd bowl 8 overs on Sunday. I wouldn't be right until Thursday. So how in the world can you all at 60 play multiple 40-over matches
45.
my apologies, multiple 45-over matches over the period of a few days? That speaks to a tremendous level of skill and of fitness that I didn't have at 30, that I certainly don't have now.
I can talk about my own teammates, Brian. I've seen people just during this year in Barbados and then in Toronto, and now we had a camp recently in LA. Every player is fitter than where he was in February.
Amazing.
Everyone who came to the camp did their best to either lose weight or gain on fitness, because one, the competition has increased, and two, when you talk of facilities like this, you would give an arm and a leg to be able to play here. And I talk about this, that at Masters, the good part is you're gaining on two aspects, the mental health and the physical health. It's just not the physical health. Even mentally, we're all in a better space. The more you come and participate in these events, the more you play here, the more you engage yourself in the activities here, the better you feel even on a mental level. I know of so many stories where wives are telling their respective husbands, okay, please continue, be at Masters, I see you healthier now. You were a couch potato, you were just watching TV all these days. How come you're working out? How come I see you in the gym? These are the questions being asked of age group of players in the 60s age group.
Absolutely
What more
amazing.
do you want from, as an institution, people who are running the administration side? This is the best news we can hear.
So
Ravi,
before you get on that point, so the scorecard still okay. They did fix it now. It does say Ozair, who is now 90 from 93. Ajay, who is now recently at the crease, is 2 from 2. Go on.
Right. The other important thing that we need to bring about is a comment like, I have comments from people that posted and sent it to me that, my friend, I had an A1C of 10.6 and now I'm at 7.1.
Wow.
I mean, it's a true testament to the exact word of fitness that Ravi is talking about. Sorry, I had to take it away, Ravi,
No, that's
but just had to
important.
mention this.
Please, yes.
People are getting healthier. And what an amazing thing this is doing all around. They get to play, they get to meet friends of their age group, they get to play in stadiums like this, they get to travel around the world, and now they're getting fitter and healthier, more importantly. And while that's going on, I wanted to give a big shout out to eClinical Works. That's one of our sponsors, and they are in the health and fitness world of health and fitness world. They were our prime sponsors all of last year, Brian, and I want to give a shout out to them as well. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. So a couple of comments.
Yes, sir.
First of all, Jivaka has responded to you, Arun. By the way, am I saying his name properly?
Yes, you're saying it so well.
Okay.
Brian, you cannot be wrong on anything.
Oh my goodness. Look, I already need to send you one invoice. I don't want to have to send you two. All right. Now, Jivaka says, love you too, Arun Bayo, which I think is lovely. David Martil, Ahmed Merchant is over 60 and playing in the over 50 zonal.
Yes. Yes.
which is just
on his first ball.
Yep.
Right.
and got a wicket on his first ball. So absolutely stunning. And look, the idea is that you've created this platform as we've talked about. But very honestly, Arun, I did not think about it until you just mentioned that there's actual tangible health benefits for the players who are playing in this tournament or in this setup. Truly
I'll add one
tremendous.
word.
Go ahead, Ravi.
Not only that, Brian, what we have seen is Arun mentioned about eClinical, and any institution for it to grow and flourish and expand, you need support of sponsors. And to that extent, Arun and his team and other members in the EC have constantly working towards getting new sponsors. And I'm so thrilled, as every member in Masters is, to see the biggest sponsor come in a couple of months back. We have Yes Technologies, a large IT enterprise who have very graciously accepted to be deeply invested in Masters. And they come with obviously a large check as it is, but they're even talking about supporting us even more in the coming time. And that's just a stepping stone. That's like a popcorn effect. You get one such entity in. It's a matter of, others would get encouraged by that when they see the benefits that Masters is providing to its members, be it like we talked about mental health benefits or physical health benefits, and also you're talking about longevity of life. You're extending life by being healthier, and these are all things which will appeal to any sponsor. And we are so happy to say, talk about Yes Technologies who have come in to support us, and the chief officer of Yes Technologies, the owner was here a couple of days back. Out. That's a lovely
That's
stumping.
gonna be a
That was
stumping.
very good bowling from
Look,
Himanshu.
Shane Ford
Yes, he's
has been
sharp.
brilliant
He's been
behind
brilliant.
the
Yes,
stumps the
yes.
entire day.
Yep.
This
Le-
is the first stumping that has actually
I will say
been
once about Shane.
successful.
Yeah.
But I have to tell you that the glove work that you've seen from Shane Ford is similar to what he would have been doing in Jamaica from several years
Yes,
ago.
yes.
And by the way, let's point out here and highlight the effort from Uzair, who's
Yeah.
batted beautifully. He'll be walking off, unfortunately for him, short of his century by some 10 runs, but he's opened the batting and batted absolutely beautifully for the entire day. Really well done, Uzair.
Quick word about Shane Ford. Not only is he a brilliant cricketer, he's obviously an outstanding keeper. But I played a tournament with him about a month back when we had the 40s in.
In Jamaica, right?
No, it was in Houston.
Oh, in Houston. Okay.
Just about a couple of weeks
Okay.
back, Masters.
Oh, that's the one I
Yeah.
pulled rank on you and I didn't show up.
Yes, sir.
Shane Ford has a sense of humor that keeps, whether it's the opponent, whether it's his own teammates, whether it's umpires, it keeps everybody in splits. This man has a knack of keeping everybody engaged, and on a hot day, you can still be calmed down thanks to Shane Ford. Thank you, Arun.
Absolutely.
That's all I wanted to say. That Shane had played a lot of cricket in Jamaica, represented Jamaica
Yep.
as a keeper. Brian, also, I have the proud privilege to say, after he left Jamaica, he came to Dallas, played for my club, and I know him for the last 30 years now.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Please,
Ravi, if I could, Brian.
Yes.
Ravi, I wanted to pick your brain and ask some questions about where do you see Masters in the next few years, in your opinion? How do you see this? How do you see the growth? And where do you see us literally in the next few years? Because that's got to be our vision as a executive committee member. And Brian, his commitment, I have to share in public. His
Yes.
commitment, he was a sponsor for our 50s World Cup that went to Cape Town, Brian. He did some
Fantastic.
wonderful things for Masters during that. Just all pure heart that Ravi has come up with stuff for Masters that people may or may not realize. He's a quiet guy, does everything on the quiet. So Ravi, tell us a little bit about what your view is and where we are likely to go in the next few years. You're a visionary. Give us your vision.
And before you answer that, let's just announce who the batters are at the crease. It is Balbir Singh Sodhi. None from one. He's faced one ball. And Ajay Gariali. He is 6 from 7. Over to you, Ravi.
Thank you. Arun, that question is very dear, and it's something which I feel very strongly from the depth of my hearts. Um, Not many who are new to Masters will realize this is just an infant of 2.5 years old. An institution that started just 2.5 years old, right out of the typical garage talk or your coffee room talk, has grown into literally a monolith now. It's huge. As in no time, you have close to 600 cricketers who are part of this family in just about 2.5 years. You're talking of getting a sponsor of that size and magnitude by the second year of a running. You had eClinical help us out in the first year of a running. All this can happen only if the foundation is strong. And the foundation was laid by some very, very thoughtful people, intelligent people, committed people, and deeply passionate people. And we all know one thing: if in an institution people are pulling it in different directions, you're going nowhere. Unless everybody is pulling in the same direction, you're not going to go the route that Masters has gone. And talking about where we go from here,
When you get a chance.
sky is the literal limit for us. And I see Masters growing at a pace, at an unstoppable pace, because of two things. One, the passion that people have and the love that people have for this game. The game is bigger than individual, as they say. That all these adages are not made for fun. They have been made out of very serious thought. The game is bigger than anybody. And when there's passion and when there's love and commitment, sky is the limit. I see this growing at this rapid pace. I see Masters being an unstoppable institution.
So just to level set as to where we are right now, we have two deliveries left in over number 33. So another 44 overs left to make that 44 balls, not overs left in the innings. The scores, we don't have 44 overs left in the innings. 187 for 5 after that single is where we are right now. Ajay Gariali, 7 from 9 to make that 8 from 10. And Balbir Singh, 1 from 3.
And it's the game's at a very interesting spot right now, Brian. It is 187. A wicket here or there could change the whole complexion, or a partnership here or there at this stage can change the complexion. So let's see what they do. By the way, Balbir Singh, had a good knock day before yesterday, was in a similar situation and put on a good partnership. He scored 36, I believe, but he had a very sensible innings. I even complimented him on that innings. It's not his typical innings where he goes boom boom. This was a very sedate but well balanced knock, playing along the ground, running a lot of good singles. So here's to you, Bali. Well done.
Fantastic. So that is the end of over number 33. We're down to the last 42 balls, 188 for 5. Now, interestingly, at the toss, Captain Adnan Rao of the East Central side talked about wanting to limit the West to 180 runs. So that would have been, for me, I may have used that exact same word, ambitious. I thought 180 something was going to be unrealistic, but it's also the fact that Arun Tolador, who is a player on the west side and who sat in, of course, with commentary for the last several overs, was looking for a score of 300. So I think 180 to 300 would be either end of the spectrum. The actual score will be somewhere in the middle, is that what I would think?
Those are the bookends.
Yes, completely.
Over the last 2 days, this is the second day of the tournament. The good part that I notice is the cricket is matching the environment. As in, players have upped their game, whether it's batsmen or bowlers or fielders. They've all realized they've got a golden opportunity to showcase their talent, and everybody is playing with the best intent, with the best commitment, and with a level of passion that this kind of setting deserves.
One thing I wanted to talk about is this wicket. The wicket that was prepared. It is so good. It is so good. It's a brilliant batting wicket. We've seen all games go over 230, 225 at least, every game so far. So I'm expecting the same even here. to be more than. So thanks to David, the curator of this ground, for making such a fantastic wicket for us at this amazing stadium, which is also very likely hasn't been announced, but very likely to host the 2024 T20 World Cup. Over here, 6 games. Wow.
In addition to the players upping their game, in addition to the wicket being a batting beauty, the
Another
umpiring,
stumping, Shane Ford again doing what
again,
Shane Ford does.
Amazing
Quick
stumping.
as a whistle behind the stumps. Quick as a whistle. I don't think that's an actual
You're not
expression,
correcting your grammar
but I
here,
just,
are you?
I just made it. Quick
Yeah.
as a whistle.
Yeah.
He was so quick in a flash, up with the stumps, or with the bails rather, and that's another stumping. He's attempted several and has actually completed 2. So that is the end of.
I'll add one.
And
I'll add.
like Ravi said, you cannot make a mistake.
No.
Yes, it was quicker. I will add another aspect to the game, which is standing out and shining out here. The umpiring quality has been stupendous.
Oh my goodness.
Take
yes.
the example of this stumping here.
Yes.
This was a close call, as in it might have been a DRS review or whatever, but the umpire was so accurate, so on the spot, that he didn't have to worry about looking at marking at a TV and showing that you need a third umpire's help here. Umpiring in this tournament has been exceptional, and without umpires, without curators, without commentators like Brian, cricket is not the same. You're not going to enjoy the game without these people. About yes, the umpires here are Jatin Karve and Vishnu Pillai. Vishnu Pillai. They have been doing a wonderful job, and like I said, everything is matching the surroundings. It's like everyone putting up the best show. By the way, let me also talk about Hassan, who's helping us with the camera work and with the
Hassan had
with
his
the
time
pictures
in
here.
sunlight about 5 or 6 overs ago. We spent a
we are
good
not done
5
with
minutes.
that.
Yeah, I've had so many friends call and say the
Yes.
quality of the pictures and the streaming is
Oh my goodness,
absolutely
yes.
mind blowing.
Yes.
I just can't think of anything that is not good here. Everything in Dallas at this tournament is exceptional. Everything is like absolutely above expectations also.
So I'm going to piggyback on something that you just said, Ravi, about the stumping. And the stumping the decision was made by Jatin Karve. From my perspective, and we're square of the wicket, so I think this is going to be accurate. The tip, the front of his foot, his toes were over the line. The back of his foot was behind the line, but it was in the air.
What observation, yeah.
So, if it was the question of whether it was a no ball, it would not have been a no ball because it was behind the line. In fact, in the air, but landing short. But because his heel was raised, it would have been adjudged a stumping. That's absolutely the right decision, and that we have 3 or 4 different opportunities to see it on replay. The umpires have one chance to see it live. So that's exactly the point. He made the exact right decision, given that split second of opportunity to make that decision.
And Brian, so thanks to Hassan here for giving us this opportunity for us. We are in such a beautiful angle to be able to judge
Yes.
this particular call. And with his replays, it was even more evident
Yes.
about the call. Guys, this is our first interaction with Hassan, and let me take a few moments to talk about this interaction. First got to know maybe a month ago about Hassan and what he did for one of the games here in Dallas. He is from Dallas, and oh my God, this guy is such a buff of doing his streaming that he was blowing me away. Obviously, he was talking Greek to me. I couldn't understand a word he said. And then I said, yeah, you must be good. If you're talking Greek to me, it's got to be good.
And
Yeah, amazing.
megapixels.
Yeah, and this camera live, ball tracking this and doing that. I said, boss, it's beyond me. Let me put somebody with you that knows what you're talking about. And then everybody, Brian, everybody jumped in and said, what an amazing guy after the last tournament that we had. Just what, a month ago or less than a month ago? 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we were in Houston, and uh, 16 teams. He was managing six games at one time, Brian. Six games at one time. Just absolutely phenomenal. I also, at the same stage, want to not forget and give a big shout out to James. James was like Hassan's deputy, and James happens to be the son of Jatin Carver. He came just because an amazing kid that helped out Hassan quite a bit when he was there in Houston. Great teamwork. Oh, and oh my God, and the man behind
In
the
the air,
scene.
catchable. And taken. That is such a brilliant catch.
Top catch.
It is never easy to catch a ball that is in motion. Here we see on the replay, he is running. That might have been the captain, Adnan Rao.
Adnan
I
Rao.
want to make sure that that's the case. But running to his left, running laterally and taking that catch, that is never easy. That is absolutely stunning. That is the 7th wicket. That's the end, in fact, of over number 35. So we're down to the last 5 overs. What a brilliant piece of work. And 199 for 6. Make that for 7 is the score. And that was brilliant.
So Central East has really come back very strong after what looked like a runaway train at one stage with Ozair going great guns. Initially with Sunny Singh, and then later for a little while with Sajid Fernando. By the way, Brian, talking about Sajid Fernando, just a comment.
Yep.
Sajid Fernando is in Masters the only player. Amazing story is a.
So just confirmation that catch was Jitan Patel's stunning catch. Here we see on the replay again. That was dragged from outside off and running to his left. That is absolutely not an easy catch, but he made it look so simple. Sprinting probably 10 to 15 yards to his left and pouching that one with ease. So 199 for 7. Back to your room.
Yeah, so Sajid Fernando is probably the only guy right now in Masters that has over 10,000 first-class runs in his life and over 280 first-class wickets. And now is our official over 60s coach going to Chennai, India in February. We have a World Cup in Chennai with playing against 13 other countries, and we found a great guy as a coach for the over 60s. We are thankful that he's accepted it to be our coach. So while we are talking about so many things, there is so much to talk about in Masters. Go ahead.
By the way, let me just acknowledge that that stroke brought up to 200.
Yes.
201 for 7 is where the West is right now. That is 2 deliveries into over number 36. So we have another 28 balls to go for this innings.
Your math is so good all the time.
I promise you,
Get
it's
the
not the
ball.
math. It's my Excel spreadsheet that's doing the work for me.
Whatever, take the credit. Like everything else you're hogging out here, take the credit as well. Guys, I'm able to talk about Brian like this because we go a long ways and we know each other for a long time. And a terrific human being. You guys absolutely need to know this about Brian. You know, we were going to Barbados, the over 50s was going to Barbados last year in November. And Brian, out of the blue, says, Arun, I can make it to Barbados. And I said, man, if you can make it, it would just be phenomenal. And if you can come help us with commentary, it would be outstanding. Can you believe this gentleman was there as long as he was there in Barbados? He had to leave a little early, but as long as he was there, he was our commentator. And as you know, as you see the quality here and the other day before yesterday, and you'll see it again for tomorrow as well. Just an amazing guy to have on the booth, and I'm taking away a bunch of his time, and I apologize, Brian. I really am.
Arun, in two different ways I would be nowhere else. Number one, because I like you personally, and I've always liked you personally, and I want to be where I can be a resource for you. That's number one.
Thank you.
Number two, from a broader standpoint, from a development of cricket standpoint, and you know, back in my past, I was a member of the national board, and the thing that's always most important to me, excuse me, is the opportunity to have people understand about the game, and to whatever extent I can help in explaining about the game, whether it be to people who know it already or to brand new fans. We have a number of people online who are watching now. Don't know who they all are, obviously, but maybe some of them don't know cricket as well as they could potentially. I want to be able to assist in helping them understand the game.
Yeah.
And to whatever extent I can do that and maybe hopefully add a little bit of entertainment at the same time, then that's exactly what I need to be doing.
And that's what we're all here for, Brian. Do the most we can, as long as we can, to help promote cricket, generically cricket, but more importantly, Masters. Uh, it's been such a pleasure. I got to talk about this, Brian.
Yes.
It's been such a pleasure to be a part of this amazing body that I joined. The very first tournament that we played at Musa Stadium and Balki's grounds, our first over 50. We started with the over 50, and that was in April of 2021. And boy, have we grown from there, that we have had over 1,250 matches so far, Brian.
Wow.
In the last 2.5 years.
Stunning.
1,250 matches. Go figure this out. Even national bodies cannot take such pride in saying they have so many
Stunning.
games conducted, and successfully. So let me talk a little bit about some of the things we do. Our standards are very high for Masters. We have to play on turf. That's number one criteria.
Yes.
We have to have streaming. We have commentary. We have umpires. We put everybody most of the times in one hotel so that we have so many events that go on. It's not just cricket. It's what we call the Masters experience. And the Masters experience is just something else. Oh, beautiful running by Bali. Is that him?
Yeah, Ajay and
Baliza.
Ajay and Ranveer.
So
By the way,
whoever,
Ajay 22 from 22, make that now 25 from 23. Ranveer 2 from 2. At my age, when I played, so I was in my 20s and 30s, I didn't like running threes. These two 50-something-year-old men ran a three like it was nothing. And they were always going to run three.
Yeah.
That is stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Brian, maybe you hit a lot of sixes, so you didn't run those threes.
Yeah, no, I will say that. Yeah, that was mostly my game.
So there are two ways to play these games: hit it out of the park or run around the park.
I was when I come to the wicket, the opposing captain puts a long on, a cow corner, and a mid wicket. That was that was my game.
Yeah.
And once again, I think you see evidence of the fielder in the deep losing track of the ball and going away for 4. Maybe again, the fielders, we're here in our commentary area on the western side of the ground. So any fielders here will be looking toward the east. So maybe the sun has a little bit to do with that. Unfortunately for him, he loses it in the sun, I think, and it goes away for 4. So, you were saying, sir.
Yeah, so some of the things that we need to talk about is the standards of Masters and why people love coming and being a part of Masters. Is we have really raised the bar, Brian. We have raised the bar to such extent that people are now so spoiled that they want all of this. They want nothing but this now. They want the turf wickets. They want commentary. They want streaming. They want the excellent quality of umpires, and then a facility where all the players stay together. And then we have so many events there. We have a meet and greet. We have a karaoke night. We have a table tennis and pickleball and poker day.
Let's hold on just a second. I think that we might have an injured player. That ball was struck into the mid-wicket area. In fact, it was a lefty on strike. So struck into extra cover area, and he fielded it, fumbled it.
Must have hurt his finger.
But I believe that he may have jammed his finger in the process. So he's going to have to go off, it looks like. And that's unfortunate.
Hassan.
So we'll see if we can get a look at who this player is. Oh, okay, so
He's bleeding.
every once in a while you might have that situation, and Arun, this has happened to me, and I'm assuming it's happened to you, where that ball hits you just in the right spot on your finger.
That's right.
Where it splits the. For me, it split my fingernail. That's happened a couple of times.
Scarily bad.
And that.
Painful.
Number one, it's painful. Number two, it makes it difficult to consider fielding again. In that, certainly not close to the wicket.
Yeah.
So not surprising that he's gone off.
And that's, by the way, usually one of the reasons is when you start closing your hand early.
Yes.
Before the ball actually comes into your pocket of your hands. You close that hand early, and that's when this happens. So a lot of times this can happen to anybody, either because they're eager to close it.
Okay, so that's stroked down the ground. So let's just kind of touch base as to where we are in the match. That is the end of over number 37. So we're down to the last 3 overs. The score is 216 for 7. Ajay Gariali is on 25 from 23. And Ranveer Johal is, in fact, here we see the full scorecard. Ranveer Johal 9 from 6. Top score, of course, so far, Ozair Nana 93 from 99. Other notable scores there, Sunny Singh 25 from 49, and Ajay, who has the third highest score so far. And here we are, the bowlers. 3 wickets for Himanshu. He's done 3 for 44. Excellent bowling for him. 2 for Ahmed Merchant. 2 overs for conceded 37 runs. And Balaji with 1 wicket. So we still have a long way to go. Last 18 balls. Anything can happen in 18 balls, Arun.
Yeah.
They're probably looking for something around, I would think, 30 or so runs if they can in the next 18 balls.
Yeah, and as long as Ajay is there, I think it looks pretty promising for them to get those runs.
In the air and a simple catch. So did you just put the jinx on Ajay?
The commentator's jinx.
I have
right?
done that repeatedly as we see the replay. In fact, it's actually Ranveer who's out, so maybe not quite. In the air, looking to play this on the leg side, and it's spooned off of the outside edge and taken at backward point. So that's the end of Ranveer. Okay, so not quite commentator's curse.
I don't believe in this jinx stuff. Because let me tell you why.
Tell me why.
If jinx were to work, I would say Bill Gates would have been a pauper by now. With as many people talking about how much money he's got.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I certainly would agree with that.
Yeah, so these are what I call players' superstitions.
Sure.
People asking people to you sit down where you are, don't move that leg until the innings is over.
Let me disagree with you.
Yeah.
I've not seen a single University of Texas football game all year because every Saturday I've been busy. I'm in a hotel yesterday. I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm going to sit down and watch UT play. I turn the channel. UT is on.
Yeah.
They're leading 27 to 13.
I kind of saw that.
Within 15 minutes, they scored 2 touchdowns. It was 27-27 with the extra point to come. I was like, I texted my brother, you know what, I'm not watching this match. I changed the channel. As soon as I changed the channel, they missed the extra point, and UT wins in overtime.
Yeah.
So that's actual demonstrable fact that jinxes work. And superstitions and all of that, and I'm a true believer.
All right. Each their own, my friend. Each their own.
In fact, this is now Ketan Patel, a vice captain, who is back into the attack. Took a wicket with that first ball of his 7th over. And this is now Raj Badadari, who just got a single.
And let me talk a little bit about Raj Badadari for you. Raj is
straight.
Big shot.
And it's going to go for either 4 or 6. I'll tell you what, that fielder in
Boundary?
the deep, had he been back on the boundary, would have taken this easily. Look at this. Struck down the ground, well hit, and he's in a couple of yards. Had he been right back on the rope, I think he catches that head high. And in fact, I think they will signal that this is 4. There's a signal from umpire Vishnu Pillai, but it very well could have been a wicket. Anyway, back to Raj.
Yeah, Raj Badadre has been a very, very huge part of Masters. Brian is one of our executive committee members. Has been instrumental in fundraising for Masters when we needed it in 2022 when we had an international.
Oh, stunning!
What a catch!
Absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
Struck really hard. Okay, maybe that is when the commentators curse strikes because you are in the process of talking about Raj Padadare, and he absolutely hammers one, but straight back to Ketan Patel, who takes a catch for the second wicket in the over.
At this stage, everybody, they have to go at it, and so nothing.
That's the story you're sticking with.
That's the story I'm sticking with, and that's a fact.
But anyway, please finish what you said.
Yes, Raj Badadre is one of our Masters main EC members and a very integral part of Masters. Unbelievable commitment to Masters. Brian, without such people, without this kind of commitment from a bunch of people, Masters would not take off the way it has and would not sustain. You can take off, but the diminishing curve could be so quick that we could have fallen flat on our feet. But no, the body is so strong that I feel the length and depth of Masters is what is doing this yeoman job to grow this entire body and to be playing in a tournament here. This is just an amazing thing, isn't it? Something else that we are playing at an international ground.
Absolutely.
As Masters, as an over 50s team playing in the international grounds, when do you get this kind of opportunities? You know, it's great thing that all these amazing supporters, amazing committed folks have done to grow Masters. Thank you, Raj Badadre. Thank you for everything you do.
Such an important piece of the puzzle to have people like Raj who can assist in any way possible, who roll their sleeves up and do the dirty work. So where we are now, the last 12 balls to be bowled maximum, but there's only one wicket in hand. So whether or not we'll get all the way to the end of 40 overs will be determined. The new batter is going to be Mohammed Hamza. He's currently the non-striker. This is lofted in the air, catchable. Oh, put down. Every day in the world he will tell you that he should have taken that catch. Not a very difficult catch, lofted in the air. Here we see on the replay, dancing down the wicket. Got some good wood to it, but not quite enough. And that fielder in the deep, I thought judged it to perfection.
And it's almost into the wind.
Down. Okay, off the back
That's
foot
a beautiful
now.
shot off the
And
back foot.
In fact, they did get 2 on that, so we'll see how far they're able to get. That's a single, and that single brings Mohammed Hamza on strike. Bowler is going to be Ahmed Merchant.
By the way, Ahmed Merchant is over 60, for those who want to know.
Absolutely amazing. Playing this off the back foot, tip and run stuff, and the underhand throw. In fact, talking about Ahmed Merchant, we have Lada Singh in the comments saying that Ahmed Merchant is an amazing bowler. And I think there was someone else who had said that earlier. In fact, David Marty said, Ahmed, you're in trouble. You got the over 60 coach out. So that's what you were referring to earlier. Yeah. Off the back foot, that's well played. That's in the gap. That's going to go for 4. That is actually, for me, the shot of the day that I've seen so far.
I agree.
That is a proper cricket shot.
Beautiful
piercing that
punch.
gap beautifully for 4. We see on the replay, look at this. Hammered and kept it along the ground and placed it to perfection with the no, that was actually Ajay Gariali. He now moves up to 37 from 28. Not going to be a run there.
Ajay is batting very, very well. I'm impressed with his ability to judge the length of the ball and playing both off the front foot, dancing down the wicket, and also off the back foot.
Very full actually. Yorker length, and it gets through. I think he might just be a little upset that he missed out on that opportunity. But that's the end of the over. A productive over. And I'll tell you what, we're now to the last over. 8 runs coming from that previous over. And at the end of 39, the score is 230 for 9.
So, Brian, we're hovering around the same number as the first 2 games.
Yes.
The first game was 250. The second game was 225, and now we're at 230. So the wicket is really playing true, and this is a 40-over game. Again, folks, for those who do not know, Masters usually plays 45. But what is amazing is we're having 2 games. Having 2 games in one day. So first game starting at 9 and the second starting at 4. So I'll let you continue on the commentary there, Brian.
Amazing. So the last over being bowled by Ketan Patel. I think that you're going to see Mohammed Hamza looking to get Ajay on strike. Ajay 37 from 30. And this is going to be a single. I think this is exactly what they were looking for. So Ajay has shown an ability to, as you mentioned, he can dance down the wicket, meet the ball in a half volley, and go back and play the ball off the back foot. So he does have skill as a batter. So in the last 4, make that the last 5 deliveries of this innings, of this over, it will be interesting to see how many he can get. I'm thinking he'll be looking for something around 10. In the air, and that's 6 of the 10. Oh my goodness, it would have been 6 of the 10 except for a brilliant piece of fielding on the boundary. That was absolutely stunning. That is Himanshu Patadia with a jump and absolutely prevented 6. Here we see on the replay, there's the jump, and that ball would have been in the air and over the top of the ropes. They run for 2. He absolutely saves 4 runs there. That was brilliant. Going big again, striking this down the ground just for a single. Do they come back for a second? They are coming back. It's going to be close, and they get there.
And talking about Himanshu Patadia, for those who do not know, he was part of the 50s World Cup team that went to Cape Town, South Africa, and he was the highest wicket taker for USA and the second highest wicket taker of the tournament. Left-arm spinner.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. So, a gentleman over the age of 50, as this is struck in the air toward Patadia again. This time it goes all the way for 6. And I mentioned that they would that Ajay would be looking for around 10. Well, there's definitely 10 that he's come off of his bat so far with 1 ball to go. Here we see on the replay, dragging that one probably from off stump over the ropes at deep mid-wicket. Let's call it cow corner.
Yeah.
So here's the last ball in the air, and this is going to be 4, I believe. Yep, gets to the boundary. So the last 4 balls of this over go for, in fact, one more. No, that is the end of the over. And at the end of the innings, the last 4 balls go for 15, make that 14. Here we see on the replay, running around from the left or the right of your screen, that fielder sweeping on their leg side, not able to get around in time. So they put together a competitive charge at the back end to get to 245. As you were talking about, Arun, you got some really good numbers here. Here we see the full scorecard. Sunny Singh 45, Azir Nana 93, and then Ajay Gariali, who by the way brought up his 50 with that last stroke, 51 from 34. And as far as the bowlers are concerned, most bowled decently, but went for a few runs towards the back end. Here we see the figures coming up now. For me, the pick of the bowlers would have been Himanshu himself, 3 for 44, 5.5 and over, and 2 wickets each from Ketan Patel and Ahmed Merchant. Ranga Rajan took 1, Balaji Parsami also took 1. So 9 wickets down, the last wicket fell at 222, so that last partnership worth some 23 runs. That is excellent batting towards the back end of the innings. The overall run rate 6.12, which means that 246 is what the East Central will be looking to score on when we come back to the field or come back to play in about another 20 or so minutes, I would imagine, Arun?
Yes, sir, about 25 minutes, and then as you can see out here.
There is no way, no. 7 minutes would be for the
Sorry,
rolling of the
7 is
pitch.
talking about rolling. David, how long the break? 30 minutes? The break is 30 minutes?
So anyway,
30, sorry.
yeah.
7, Hassan. 7 is the rolling.
So that 7 will be the rolling of the pitch. So we'll take a quick break from here. And by the way, the very last comment I will look at, Mr. David Martill says, Brian, come to Chennai. Huh.
We would love that.
Food for thought.
Yes, sir.
And speaking of food, I think we'll take a very quick break here. Taking a break for the second from the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. We'll be back in 30. In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable.
Mic check one, mic check one.
You're on.
Okay. Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium, Grand Prairie, Texas. Matchup between the East Central and the West. West having been sent in to bat, put on what I thought was a competitive total, 245. 245 runs is not easy, and they accelerated towards the middle of the innings, maybe slowed down in the third quarter of the innings, and then accelerated again toward the end. Good partnership from the back end of that innings, particularly from Ajay Gariali, propelling the West toward that total of 245. So now the East Central is going to have to score 246 runs in the next 240 balls. They need to score just at the rate of 6.47 and over. And your openers in fact, the openers for the East Central side, we'll get those to you as soon as we have that information. In fact, there we have it on the screen. Rauf and Ahmed are the two openers. And they'll be looking to get some decent start here. Given where you are at this point, you want to get something on the board that represents an aggressive start. Rauf Patel and Ahmed Marchand coming up next. After that, Santosh Pandey, Ajit Jayasinge, Ketan Patel, and company. Some big hitters down the lineup. There you see the entire lineup. Adnan Rao is the captain. And then look out for Tariq Hussain, who put together a really brutally aggressive 51 runs from about 25 balls, if I remember correctly, on Friday. So he bats, in fact, the entire team bats well. And the one that we're going to have to watch out for, I would think, would be Tariq Hussain. He's a bit of a game changer in the sense that he can score very, very quickly. And all things considered, 245 runs is not a huge score. It's one of those middling targets. When I say middling target, it means if you were chasing 300, then you know you have to go from ball one. At 246 as your target, essentially a run a ball or somewhere around those lines is what you're looking for. And so it puts you in the mindset of thinking, okay, maybe I can take some time to relax, and maybe I can take some time to see what the bowlers are doing. And it essentially allows you some time to be able to adjust to what you need to be doing. But it's one of those totals that where you have to know how to judge, how to chase your target. It could be a challenge. And the opening bowler here is going to be the man who you heard right here next to me for much of the innings in the first innings, but he starts out here with a very full delivery that is adjudged to be a no ball. So for those who don't know that rule, a no ball can happen in a number of different ways, but one of the ways that it can happen is if it's a full toss that is above waist height. In other words, a ball that gets to the batter without bouncing and it passes him at waist height. That's considered a no ball. It is an illegal delivery. You don't get the chance to bowl very many of those. Umpires will absolutely prevent you from bowling if you do that. So
Brian, what do you think the strategy should be for the batting team at the moment? Go hard at the start, or get the field off the wicket, give them a good start? What do you think?
Wrapping him on the pad, not going to be given. I mentioned it's one of those middling totals. And what I mean by that is if you're chasing a 300 or a 320, then you have no choice but to go hard from the very beginning. With a score in the 240 range, essentially you're needing to score at a run a ball to win, which in theory is relatively straightforward, and you can do that. And this is driven wide of mid-on, and they'll get a single. I think it's going to be more important for them to keep wickets in hand. If you keep wickets in hand, then that gives you options.
Yeah,
and
so
especially since you have such a strong batting lineup, then you have the opportunity to go big if you need to.
Correct.
But just get yourself in and not lose any wickets, I think would be what I'd be interested in doing.
So the required run rate is 6.15. It's not that high, and you're absolutely correct. As long as you keep your wickets in hand, and to be honest with you, it's a very good batting paradise. So you really don't have to push hard. Place your shots in the gap, put the odd ones away, and you're scoring 6 and over. Is not too difficult on this ground where any nicely timed shot in the gap is going to run for boundary. So absolutely, keeping the wickets in hand is the key. And I believe for the bowling team, they need some early breakthroughs because this next team is really loaded. East is really loaded with a very good batsman. Oh, beautiful ball.
I would completely agree with that. That one sails through to the keeper. And so your challenge at this point is going to be, if you are the West, is that you have to take wickets. When Arun was here commentating next to me, he said that he would have been hoping for a score in the range of about 300. Well, he certainly didn't get the 300. But what's going to be important as they take off running here, oh my goodness, a direct hit would have been interesting. And I think what's really going to be interesting is going to be the fact that they could potentially
looking at the
have gotten a
replay,
run out.
I think he just middled it and started running, and he was not there. His pick up and start.
And I'll tell you why he was not there, because he didn't slide his bat the way you're supposed to. So that's going to be something. I mean, many of these guys are probably past the coaching stage, but something to think of for future reference. End of the first over, 5 without loss.
So we have Ajay coming in from the river end, and Ahmed will be facing him.
Wide
off
outside the
off
line of
stump.
off, and this is going to be signaled wide by umpire Jatin Carver.
And rightly so, way too out.
The bowler is going to be Ajay Gariali. We saw him bat, and again, he put together, I thought, a really good partnership at the back end of the innings with at least a couple of the batters. The most important one is the last partnership that went for 23
Yes.
for the 9th wicket. Oh no,
Oh, it's a
run-out
mix-up again.
opportunity. My goodness, it could have been close, but it's not going to be given. And in fact, very eager to get to the opposite end is Ahmed Merchant.
Seems like Rauf have double espresso tea or something, because he was off, not even looking at the call, and he was halfway on the track before he was sent back by Ahmed.
Better looking stroke this time. Played to
Much
extra
better
cover for no run. So 2 dot balls in this over. In fact, 1 dot ball and a single that you just saw. And it's going to be interesting to see if they maintain that same strategy of just making sure that you don't lose any wickets. Keep picking up the 1s and 2s. Again, 6 runs and over in modern cricket is not that difficult. And you can certainly get there if you're able to just not take any risks and keep the ball on the ground. And if you get a bad ball, put it away.
Absolutely, and I think looking at the pitch and the outfield, which is lightning fast, I think the key is to keeping those wickets in hand and getting a good start, and then converting that good start into good numbers. Beautiful shot, right towards the mid-on, shy as the stumps, and missed it. They're taking risky singles really up in the start. Couple of really close calls.
I don't mind aggressive singles. I mind risky singles. And so the question to be asked is, which of these are going to represent risky singles versus which are going to represent just aggressive running between the wickets? You can always have aggressive running between the wickets. You just need to not take chances. In the air, this clears the fielder and the covers. It will get close to the boundary. Will not have the legs to get there. And in fact, it's pulled back by Arun Tolador. Good long sprint to the boundary, but I don't know that the opening fast bowler is going to want to be sprinting too many times to the boundary in the overs where he's not bowling. Which is why when I played as a bowler, I was always somewhere at slip or gully, because if the ball gets by, somebody else can go get it, not me. This one worked into the extra cover area again for no run.
Quite an unusual fielding for an opening bowler standing in the cover area. Usually it's a third man or a fine leg area where you go.
That's true. So that is the end of over number 2, 9 without loss. Arun Tolador going to be bowling his second over, third over of the innings. 9 runs from the first 2 overs. By the way, Hassan, I don't think everybody knows that you're the one who is talking to us. So why don't you sort of introduce yourself as to what you're doing here officially, in addition to helping out on commentary?
Well, guys, I am Hassan. I am the one behind the camera at the moment. So this is literally just started truly as a passion. My day job is I'm a product manager with my internet company, but this is something I enjoy doing on the side. And now this hobby of mine has become a little bit of a tiny business, but the focus is to give the best streaming possibility to you guys, and then I think that's what I'm trying to do here.
Worked into the leg side, probably two, and they come back for the second, in fact, without much rush or without much pressure. So for those of you who are listening, he literally is doing exactly what he just said. He is multitasking. If you see the ball going towards the boundary and the camera is following the ball, in addition to describing the ball going to the boundary, he is actually the one operating the camera.
Well, I want to give you some company, you know. So.
The company is never a bad idea. Full and driven. This is going to be, I think, one as one of the two fielders outside the circle coming off of the boundary at long on. So runs starting to flow just a touch. Maybe flow is a little strong, but you're getting a few more runs now. You're into 4 deliveries into over number 3, and there's 12 on the board. So as long as you can keep that required rate somewhere in the range of 6, 7, 8, with wickets in hand as that stroke down the ground, another single. Essentially what you're trying to do is just make sure that you not take any risks and then continue picking up those singles. That is the end. Nope, one more ball remaining here in over number 3. And a better length this time by Arun Tolador. And that is the end of over number 3 this time. So that is the end of the over. 13 runs total. And at the end of 3, the score is 13 without loss.
So 37 overs still to go with 233 needed. What East need is some good partnership on the top. That's exactly what the opposition did. They were like, I think 79 or 80 for first wicket when it fell. A good start is really important for the batting team.
So Gary Ali back into the attack, playing across the line.
Big swing.
Not going to be given by umpire Jatin Carvier. So I believe this will be, in fact, yes, there's a signal by umpire Carvier, leg by. Looking at this replay, Hassan, what do you think about this one?
I think it was drifting down line, pitch outside leg as well. So it was an outswinger, but I think it's pitch outside leg and probably would have missed the leg stump as well.
It's definitely missing leg, and I think you're exactly right that that may just have pitched outside leg. So once again, for those who are not sure about the rules of cricket, as that's down the leg side and is given a wide, you cannot be given out LBW for a delivery that pitches outside the line of leg stump, regardless of whatever the ball was going to do. Sometimes the ball can be smashing into middle stump, but if it pitched outside leg, by definition, you cannot be given out.
And I think the key also is for young umpires out there is even if batsman is not offering a shot, it doesn't matter. If the ball is pitched outside leg, and if the batsman is not offering a shot, it doesn't matter, it won't be given out. But if it's pitched outside off, and impact is outside off, and there's no shot offered, but the ball is traveling in the stumps, then you can give it out. So that is a very common mistake I've seen in a local cricket. Been given out many times where I'm deliberately padding a leg break bowler who is coming around the wicket and been given out.
there are several lessons that you can learn from umpiring, and particularly as it relates to balls either making impact outside the line of off stump versus pitching outside leg. You're exactly right.
And I personally
regardless
believe,
of what is going to happen, if the ball pitches outside leg, you're not out.
But I personally believe it's much harder to umpire a proper game with a proper focus, because your one wrong decision can ruin someone's entire day. And I think it's a very tough profession, and kudos to the both umpires out there who is literally umpiring for these 6 games in a row all day.
Which is incredible.
Tremendous effort.
So they start umpiring at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
End up umpiring or finishing the second game. What time does the second game end?
Around, I believe, 3.
No. The second game. What time
second
does the second game
starts
end?
At 4, yeah.
Right, starts at 4. So essentially they're here for 11 or 12 hours.
Easy. Standing.
Standing,
yes.
But standing, it's physically very difficult.
Yep.
On top of that, and you just touched on it, it is mentally draining. You cannot take a single delivery off. If you're a fielder, or let's say you're a bowler, you bowl your over and you go back down to fine leg and you have some time to relax.
Correct.
You don't have the chance to do that as an umpire. You literally have to be switched on every single delivery. And 240 well fielded, 240 balls per inning, and you're facing 4 innings. My quick math says that that's almost 1,000 balls that you have to sit there and focus on for every single one.
The part which people don't understand is you have to stay focused on every single delivery. Baller running in, looking at the no ball, then looking at the way, and let's go.
Okay, so going completely across the line, Ahmed Merchant will not be happy when he sees that. Going completely across the line of a straight ball, umpire Vishnu Pillai did not have anything to do that time, because pretty much when the ball knocks down the middle stump after you've gone across the line, there's not much decision for the umpire to make. So the first wicket is down. That is the end of over number 4. Good delivery to close things out in that over, and the score is 17 for 1.
That was a wild swing from Ahmed. Seems like the dot ball pressure got it to him. That was a good length middle stump delivery, and literally he just went to pull it, which was not there. And kudos to Ajay, he's keeping a tight line. And there we go, a couple of dot balls, and the pressure got to the batsman. First wicket fall for East here. And next batsman, Keaton, walking in. He got a tremendous job on his hand now. Deepak, you want to join in?
So 17 for 1 after 4. Arun Tolador is the opening bowler who is now going to be asked to take up the attack from the northern end of the ground, stroke down the ground and wide of the fielder in the deep. In fact, that Sunny Singh who comes across and prevents anything more than that damage. And so once again, I'm going to be joined by a couple of people here in the commentary area. And once again, we have Arun Vitala, who I believe is about to introduce somebody to the entire listening audience.
Stop reading my mind there, Brian. I don't know how you do all of these things and read my mind. But you're absolutely right. I have a couple of guys who are that people may not know as much as you probably know a Parakananta, but these two gentlemen have a huge part to play in the foundation or the founding of Masters. Okay, the first one that is here to my left is Deepak.
Yep.
Deepak Chadda. Deepak Chadda is not only part of the board, but is also currently playing for the North Zone team. A brilliant left-arm spinner in his own might. Deepak, we are very thankful for your initial foundation of what you guys did for Masters. Tell us what it'd be very interesting for me to know. Tell us what your vision was when you first started this thing, and where it has ended up to be. Give us an overview of that.
Sure. First of all, thank you, Arunji, for very kind introduction. And let me give you a little flashback here. This is before even U.S. Masters was originated. Uh, Three of us, Parakananta, Dilip Chauhan, who is standing right of me, and myself, we played over 50 for India team. That was 3 years back in Cape Town, and we went to India for tryouts. Out of 60 guys, we were picked in the top 15. We made the trip to Cape Town, and after second game, pandemic happened, and the World Cup was cancelled. We came back, and that was the turning point. And clearly, US Master is brainchild of Prakananta, and we all sat down, and he said, "Why we have to go all the way to India and get qualified to play for veterans Indian cricket team, and rather why don't we make effort to make over 50 US Masters cricket organization?" So that's the backdrop. You might not know a lot of details behind this, but that was the main reason why this over 50 US Masters were formed. Fast forward, in less than 1 year, there was a lot of great response. That led into making over 60, because there were a lot of gentlemen, they still wanted to play very competitive cricket, and it was very hard to accommodate over 60. So over 50 followed by over 60. Guess what? Then in less than 6 months, over 40 was formed, because there was a lot of good cricketers, and they wanted to be part of US Masters, and it led into making an over 40. So at this time there is over 40, over 50, and over 60, and I think it's growing. And over 40 US team went to Pakistan to play the World Cup or Global Cup. Over 60, there's a World Cup happening in Chennai in March next year. And over 40 World Cup is happening in Cape Town next March. So a lot of good things happening. Very excited. Myself, I play for North Zone. We had a game day before yesterday. We are playing a game. So right. So this is the first game for today, and I was saying that I'm playing for North Zone. We have a game tonight against South Zone, and looking forward to a couple of games remaining for this zonals, and I think that's about it. I think I took a lot of time here.
Yeah, that was no time at all. You concised something brilliant in such a short time. But first off, once again, thank you to you guys for the thought process to start this foundation off in such a phenomenal way that this is now an addiction to a ton of people, Deepak. It is absolutely amazing what Masters has done to people in this country at this age group who have played cricket, who want to play cricket after giving it away for such a long time. It is amazing, and like Brian and I talked earlier, it has brought the concept of good health into the picture. And that, talking about good health, I gotta bring this other gentleman, this fascinating guy that also went to India to play in the over 50s World Cup. Guys, Deepak has downplayed this. I'm telling you, what kind of commitment does it take for people to go all the way from here to India to potentially try to qualify for India and then play for India and go to Cape Town and then have this amazing thought process saying, wow, well, we can do this in America. We can create a USA over 50s team. I know that's where their thought was. But the reason I wanted to bring this next gentleman in, Deepak Chauhan, is also Dilip Chauhan, excuse me, my brother. Yeah, sorry. Dilip Bhai, the other beautiful thing that he brings to Masters, first off, he is one of the founding directors of Masters Cricket USA. And second, man, this guy is a yoga genius. He conducts yoga classes for our teams. During every one of our tournament, he has the yoga classes, and people join him in abundance. I don't know how best to thank him for all that, making people fitter and flexible. Of course, yoga does a lot of that, but more important than that, his vision, his thought process to make Masters what it is. And I also want to pick his brain to say, did you believe that we would be where we are? And do you know where we might be going in the next few years? Here over to this great friend of mine, Dilip Chavan. Here, my friend.
Arunji, thank you so much for the introduction. Masters, when we started USA Cricket in 2021, our only vision was to basically make US team and get like a few guys from all over the US and put a team for World Cup. But when we talked to the World Cup committee, they actually told us that we had to basically show that we are dedicated organization, that we want to get the talent from all over the US and then basically form a team and play for World Cup. So Parag actually did amazing job to contact each and every person all over the US, and that's how we started in March 2021, Houston, at Saki Bai's ground. And from there, you're seeing it now. Today we are playing at stadium, which is this is like a exponentially grown organization within 2 years.
And we are going to be playing 6 World Cup T20 games here at this ground.
Game. So this is incredible growth we never expected, to be honest with you. And from here, where we are going to go, we have few vision, but we don't know whether we are going to, how fast we are going to reach there, or how long it's going to take. But I'm extremely happy for all these gentlemen who is actually joining in our Masters family. And instead of putting their cricket bags in the corner of their garage, now they are basically dusting off and coming to play this at this cricket ground and all our regionals, national games. This is true second innings for them.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes,
So
sir.
that is what we were basically, our vision was that. And I'm really happy to see that everybody is basically giving their 100%. I talked to Ozer Nana yesterday, and he had that ACL injury, and he thought that he's going to be done. Now he's just going to relax in Hawaii at his vacation home. But when he heard about this, he said, okay, no, I have to hit the gym. And today he scored 93. That's how we encourage people, and that is what we are basically very happy about this Masters. We want everybody to join Masters. If you want to play competitive cricket and you want to get fit, yoga definitely helps. That was I started yoga for last 13 years ago, 14 years ago to keep myself fit. And I saw the tremendous benefit of that, which I wanted to share with everybody. Last in the Houston tournament, I did took like a 1 hour session, and everybody liked it.
Just a second, I want to point out the fact that we just saw another full toss no ball that was signaled by umpire Jatin Carvier. Here we see on the replay, can't tell from that angle, but then again, it almost appeared as though the ball was dipping. But without a square angle, it's a little bit difficult to tell. But I don't know whether or not, and Arun, maybe you can help me answer this question. If the playing conditions would dictate that you take a bowler off after the second full toss no ball, this is drill down the ground for 4. So that would be interesting, because the very first delivery of the innings that was bowled by Arun was definitely a full toss no ball. This second one being called in this over would, in theory, mean that he would be in danger of being removed from the attack if he bowls another one. Just wanted to point that out. But
Yes,
please, Dilip, continue, please.
So I was talking about the yoga, right, which definitely helps keeping us mind cool and for flexibility, for balance, right, and agility. All these things are at this age what we are playing cricket is very important. And if everybody basically puts some effort into that yoga or any kind of exercise which will give that stuff, that will help them playing this cricket more passionately, and they will enjoy it too. So that's what I wanted to convey the message to all our Masters family. Get fit, get ready. We have lots of games coming up, and participate in those tournaments and enjoy the cricket. Thank you, Arun Bhai, for the opportunity.
No, thank you for coming here. Thank you for taking time to talk about Masters and talk about its future. And genuinely, thank you for doing what you do for Masters in every which way, in the Treasury Department, and taking care of a lot. Guys, this is a unpaid job for all these incredible volunteers. They do this out of passion, out of their love for the game, and most importantly, love for Masters. It is absolutely amazing that so many people can come together to build this incredible entity. I'm telling you, this is an amazing entity growing at a ridiculously fast pace. And we've been able to sustain this so far, all because of the volunteership of people. Just simply mind blowing that you have so many volunteers, so many people, even now, Deepak, who are willing to put their hand up and say, I'm here to help. Tell me, what can I do for you guys? That is so touching for me when people come out, and in every tournament they come out and say, Arun Bhai, I'm here. You let me know what I can do for you guys.
Yeah, lucky to have those kind of those people who basically voluntarily dedicate their time, resources, money for the Masters.
And all this is happening because, as I always say, the trunk of the tree is straight and strong and solid. That's the key word for any tree to grow well. The trunk needs to be strong and straight, and it is strong and straight. This Masters is going a long ways because of that incredible trunk that we have built, that now we can add branches everywhere and it'll still sustain with all the branches on that tree, and that's how I see Masters.
All right, thank you, Arunji, for giving us an opportunity from Dilip and myself to give you a little more background, the formation of US Master Cricket. I would just like to clarify one of the questions on the no ball. I think what you were discussing about the waist height. So as per the playing condition for this particular tournament, so if it's a second no ball for the height, that's the second warning. So if the bowler is going to do third time, then out of the attack. That's as per the playing condition. So I just wanted to make it clear for the viewers why the bowler still continued bowling. So
I'm really glad that you clarified that. And maybe you wouldn't expect to see full toss no balls, and it's very clear that the umpires would prefer to not have to remove somebody from the attack.
Sure.
Given the state of the game, given the opportunity for players who are 50 years of age, like you two gentlemen, or older to play, you'd hate to have to remove somebody from the attack for that reason.
Sure.
But as an umpire,
sure,
it's the rule. If the rule is there, it has to be followed. So.
Absolutely. And again, I think I was very keenly watching, and I wanted to clarify a little tidbit. So for the O-50 World Cup in Cape Town, which is happening in March next year, I'll be officiating. I will be going as one of the umpires for that World Cup. So I'm keeping a very keen eye on those things.
This happened at the perfect time when you're sitting here.
So, and that's another way of giving back to the Masters.
Of course.
Like I said earlier, Brian, stop reading people's mind.
All right, I think we should get back to cricket, Brian.
Outstanding. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Listen, ladies and gentlemen who are listening and watching, to have the opportunity to hear straight from men who have been involved with this the entirety of the time. Arun, you were saying?
No, I wanted to take this opportunity to say something about our title sponsor, Yash Technologies. Brian, as you know, he was here day before yesterday. The CEO of Yash Technologies took time to come here, watch this. He was absolutely impressed and fascinated by everything he saw on this stadium, and he's totally vested. He's totally vested in Masters as of yesterday. Per his comments to me, he has clearly said, Arun Bhai, we are vested in Masters. You will start seeing both a financial support and resource support because his company is a good 8,500 strong people. So there is a lot of things that they want to offer to us in terms of our social media, because they have a whole department of social media and they want to help us out every which way they can. So I'm absolutely excited and thrilled to see their support and can't wait to hear everything that they have to offer to us. Brian, we are so sorry we took your time, but these are all important things that we had to share with
Number
all of you.
one, it's important. Number two, not having to talk for 80 overs is a good thing. So any help that I can get in that direction is wonderful. So, gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian.
So there you heard from Arun Vitala along with Dilip and Deepak. Gentlemen, thank you for everything that you have done, are doing, and will continue to do for Masters Cricket. So as far as the game that we're watching, 8 overs a bowl, the score is 35 for 1. Your batters are Ketan, 5 from 17, taking his time, and Rauf, 18 from 16, a little bit more adventurous. Ketan, interestingly for me, has almost essentially dropped anchor. He does not appear to have any urgency, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. I mean, he's playing within the script of what we're talking about, Hassan, where you don't need to take any chances. The required rate stays somewhere around 6 or 7 with wickets in hand.
Yeah.
It's more than doable.
I think the part which really he may have put his opposite or his runner in a little bit of pressure is way too many dot balls. Maybe just focus on a couple of easy singles and stuff like that. At the moment, I think the ball is still swinging a lot by Arun, and I believe he's just trying to negate that.
Well, Arun, speaking, when he was here earlier, you might have heard when he said he swings the ball away from left-handed bowlers,
Absolutely.
and if you batters rather, and if you see, not only is there the slip or the keeper who is standing. Usually, a keeper stands with his inside foot on off stump.
Absolutely.
He's standing entirely. He's almost standing at first slip. And then there are 2 other slip fielders in position. So look at there. That's a good shot of it right there. A keeper would usually be another maybe 3 or so feet to his right, to the left of the screen. But he's standing essentially at first slip, and then there's 2 other fielders there, 2 other slip fielders. And that one is again off of the edge of the bat. So Arun definitely is swinging it, and that's a good representation of it right there.
Correct. I think the focus from his side is keep it on the offside, let him play that drive, and that's the reason he has a slip there and actually 2 slips there. And literally the keeper is standing in the first slip, and you have technically a 3rd and the 4th slip. So, but it would be a bummer if he was going to ball on the leg side, because that's going to run for 4. So he has to ball in a very tight line, and that's what you see right now. Charging down.
Look at that.
And that's, they're appealing for a snick.
Well, they're appealing for a catch, but I will say the umpire will never give that. First of all, because Arun himself did not appeal, and he only joined me here on the replay. There's a swipe. He puts his hand up in the air, but that's not an appeal. And an umpire, you don't think Vishnu Pillai is not going to give that if the bowler himself didn't think that it was out. So I think, if nothing else, whether or not it came off the edge of the bat, if it did, it would have been such a faint edge that the bowler himself would not have heard it. So I don't think that umpire Pillai would have thought about giving that one.
But as we were talking about earlier, like too many dot balls, and that's what you see, a rash drive from here, pushed away for a single.
No, that's what you referred to earlier. If you have the field set like that, then you don't want anything too straight.
Correct.
Arun probably getting that one just a touch too straight, played into the leg side.
But
That's
nonetheless,
just
a great over.
Single. It's an
Just a single.
excellent over. 1 run coming from the over. At the end of 9, believe it or not, the score is 36 for 1.
And we are back. I think we have a change in the bowling probably. Or is Ajay still continuing?
Definitely have a change in the bowling. The bowler is going to be Arshad Ali Kazmi. So it's the all A's bowling attack. Arun and Ajay, the opening bowlers. Now it's going to be Arshad. And he will be bowling from the river end of the ground. Of course, we're still inside the power play, the first power play. So you can have as many as 3 fielders outside the circle.
Yep.
For the left-hander, there's a deep extra cover and a long off and long on. Now, you mentioned something a second ago, Hassan. A lot of dot balls that tends to create pressure. Dot balls are not necessarily a bad thing if you can resist the pressure. If you're chasing 300, eating up a lot of dot balls, that's a big problem. Even with all the dot balls that have been bowled, the required rate is still under 7, it's 6.7. So you can certainly make up for that. But the question is, do you continue batting in such a way that creates more and more dot balls? Because then that's when the pressure starts to build up.
I think the dot ball follows with the intent. If the ball is really swinging a lot, and at that time you're focusing on the dot ball and it's a very tough track to bat, then you're really trying to negate that swing. Definitely. It's a good thing to have because a new batsman walking in, it's going to be really difficult for them. But seems that it's a batting track, but seems like he's really anchoring the pressure. But what I wanted to focus on is intent, because you can guide those down for singles and doubles and let, just like Rauf, he's been the aggressor. You know, he's taking that chances and taking those shots.
Intent has a lot to do with
Correct.
it. And I'll say more about that after this ball. Because essentially, Ketan, who is a really good batter, but it's almost as though he's intentionally not scoring. In other words, it almost feels like it's a batting practice.
Yeah. He's just
and you would think
defending it.
There's ways to sort of work the ball into that big gap. There's a big gap between point and short third.
Correct.
Where you could easily pick up singles. And that's down the leg side. But in fact, the signal is wide. So you get a single that way. But I don't know necessarily that there's any urgency to sort of manufacture runs.
Correct.
And yes, it's not a big target. You don't need to score 10 runs and over, but you also don't want to make it harder than it needs to be.
Well, the run rate is climbing. So it was 6.12 when they started off. It's touching 7 right now, close to. But again, like I said, as long as he's set, he gets his eyesight in and then cover it afterwards, then it's, you know, everything is forgiven. So
if you cover it first.
Exactly, that's the risk.
If
right?
you cover it first.
Absolutely.
The required rate 6.89. As you said, you started out 6.1.
Yep.
So it's gone up almost an entire run. That's played down the leg side though. He'll get bonus runs here. The bowling generally has been very good, but this one, Arshad Ali Kazmi getting it just a touch too straight. As you
this was right on his path.
Smart batting. He just works it up down the leg side.
Nicely glanced
That's played down the leg side though. He'll get bonus runs here. Forward. There's no deep, fine leg in position, and so you easily get 4 runs here.
Yep.
Welcome boundary for the East Central.
Especially welcome boundary for Ketan as well.
Interesting.
Really
Ketan has 2 boundaries. The first was a straight drive for 4 off of a free hit. This is the second up those 8 runs there. So 8 runs, and he's 10 from 28, which means that the other 26 balls that he's faced has only scored 2 runs. So I think in any version of cricket, 2 singles in 26 balls would be slow batting even for a test match.
Absolutely.
So it'll be interesting to see if at some point he switches through the gears and changes that mindset. That's the end of over number 10. Scores 42 for 1.
So we are back now. In 30 overs, 2 of 4 still required. Ketan and Rauf leading the charge for East. And look at that line from Arun.
Well, if you don't mind, whether or not you're good in commentary, neither am I for that matter, but we're here already. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined now by a batter or a player. I don't even know if you're a batter yet, but my understanding, based on the last conversation for the last few minutes, is that you played for the USA national side in the past. So if you don't mind, sir, please introduce yourself, let everybody know who you are.
Hi, this is Nasir Islam, all-rounder playing for North team for the Masters right now. And it's a beautiful ground out here. It's first time coming out, and it's amazing facility to play here, and I'm lucky to be here.
So Nasir, you're playing for the North. Tell me a little bit about your cricketing journey. And for those of us who don't know, which unfortunately includes me, you played for the USA. Tell me about your time playing for the US and then what playing for the Masters means for you.
Yeah, I started playing for the US in 1995 and played the 2004 World Cup in England. Fortunately, I got injured on the side games against Zimbabwe, and I couldn't play the ODI against New Zealand and Australia. But it was a great journey, and I got to learn a lot playing in England. And I always thought to myself, if you haven't played cricket in England, you haven't played cricket. So,
well, I wouldn't go that far.
and the competition was amazing. Back then. I wish I had these kind of facilities back in my era.
Sure.
And U.S. team could have been someplace else at that time.
So Nasir, you said you announced yourself as an all-rounder. Specifically, what role did you play when you played for the U.S.?
Mostly bowler.
Okay.
I'm a bowler batsman basically, and I used to sometimes open the bowling for the U.S. At times. Bat lower down the order, number 6 or 7 sometimes, depending on what the situation is or required for me to come and play.
As far as the North is concerned, by the way, where do you live?
I live in Washington, D.C. area, Maryland.
Okay. In fact, I'll ask you a question about this match in just a second, because I'm watching the bowler who is in operation here, Aaron Tolador, bowls outswingers to left-handers, which is typically opposite of the way that right-arm fast bowlers usually swing the ball. Usually they swing it into a left-hander. He's swinging it in such a way that the keeper himself is standing at first slip, and there's 2 other fielders as well, or 2 other slip fielders as well. What do you do as a batter? If you're a left-handed batter and you're facing up to a bowler who's swinging it that much, how do you counteract that? In fact, I'll ask you to answer that after this quick break. That's the end of 11. The score is 43 for 1. Okay, so Nasir, back to you. Swinging it a lot, 2, 3 slip fielders in position. What's your approach?
I'll stand outside the crease
Okay.
to cut the swing down and try to make it into a half volley.
Say more about that for any youngsters who are watching who might be thinking about exactly that situation. Tell me why you'd stand out of the crease in that occasion.
Well, first of all, you're not reaching the ball at first because it's swinging, and you know the trigger movement of the batsman is not getting in line of the ball very quickly. So that's what these players has to learn is to trigger first to get in line very quickly, and watch the ball and where it's going and play according to that.
And now, if you're the bowler, and you've seen that this batter is now standing outside of his crease, so he's cutting down on. In fact, the ball is not traveling as far, so it doesn't have as far to go, so it's not swinging as much. How do you counteract that movement by the batter coming out of his crease?
I'll start bowling behind the wicket. I have to.
Most people would never have thought of that. Explain.
See, the bowler is not going to, compensate on his energy, meaning that he has to follow through and his arm has to swing at the same speed where he's bowling using the crease. So if the batter is outside the crease and it's been communicated to me by the keeper that he's standing outside, then I'm going to bowl behind the wicket to make it into a good length for him.
That's very interesting. Big swipe and a miss. So you said something, everything that you say prompts another question in my mind. So you mentioned that it would have been communicated to you as the bowler by the keeper. Talk about the communication that takes place on the field between the bowler, the keeper, maybe some of the close slip fielders. What type of communication, what kind of messages are being sent back to the bowler in a way that the batter is not able to hear?
Well, the keeper has to look at how his foot movement is, where he's standing, how far he is in the crease, and where he stands, if it's inside or outside. That's all the keeper has to look at, if he's inside the crease or outside, and tell me that. And according to that, I'll adjust my length. Then I'll tell the keeper to take a step forward or back at the same time. So that's how it's just mind games that you have to play and adjust to it.
So playing for the North from the DC area, first of all, is this the first that you've been, this weekend, the first that you've been down here to Grand Prairie?
Yes, this is my first time here in Dallas to play at this facility, and it's just amazing, to play at this venue. So, and I'm enjoying every bit of it.
So I am very biased because I live in this part of the country. I don't know if you've been to any of the other facilities here in Texas. I live in Austin. There's no major cricket grounds in Austin, but the Prairie View Cricket Complex is outside of Houston. Houston also, you have the Musa Cricket Stadium. For me, the best facilities in terms of being able to have not just a proper pitch, but a proper outfield is something that I think makes the difference between proper cricket and less than proper cricket. What I mean by that specifically is that in your part of the country, a lot of times you might have a decent pitch, maybe even have a proper turf wicket, but the outfield grass is 6, 7, 8 inches tall, and it makes it impossible to have somebody who can play proper cricket shots because that type of facility sort of encourages you to play the ball in the air if you want to get any runs. So how much of a difference do you think that makes in the development of cricketers?
A lot, especially in East Coast. I say we play in the jungle. You don't have proper wickets. Sometimes you're playing on AstroTurf and matting.
Yep.
I think matting is the closest to the turf as far as playing cricket on it. Where you can see a little bit of skills. But yeah, definitely, I mean, East Coast, or in order to score runs, you have to play in the air. And come to play in turf, you have to play straight. And it's a very difficult thing to do when you're playing and get accustomed to playing in East Coast?
Well, turf or not, that was a ball that was going down the leg side, and all of a sudden, Rauf Patel helps himself to 4 runs, a little bit too straight, helped around the corner for 4. Here's a replay, just pulling that one around the corner, getting good wood on it, and it goes away to deep backward square leg for 4. That is the end of over number 12. The score is 49 for 1. And by the way, so looking at where we are now, if you put yourself in the mind of the chasing side, the East Central is batting, you have a relatively good batting lineup. How comfortable are you right here? You're at 49 for 1, so you're looking for another 197 runs in the next 168 balls. What's your comfort level with chasing those types of numbers? With the required rate now at 7?
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple right now. If they don't lose any wicket, they just need to build partnership, and if they can get 4 runs and over from now on, it's very easy to chase this target.
Well, it's easy to chase. Does it mean that you go completely into a shell? And I don't mean to pick on Ketan, but he's 12 from 37. That's a strike rate by my quick math of less than 33. Is that something that would bother you at all if you're the captain?
Yes, I mean, he's playing too many dot balls and he's not rotating the strike. If he's rotating the strike, then, you get out of that shell and your team will cross that, you'll cross that rope.
And so I think, you rightly said 197 runs in 168 balls is not a very tough ask, especially with 9 wickets in hand. But you don't want to make it harder than it has to be. And if, let's say you converted half of those dot balls, 13, that tells me 25 of those balls you didn't score off of. If you got half of those as singles, then you are at 62 for 1, and it makes it a little bit easier. Again, you're not looking at a hard total to chase here, but the idea is just to not make it more difficult than it has to be. Very full. Stopping this with his foot, Arun Tolador. That very well could have gone down the ground for 4, so that's good work from him. Just a single there. Conversely, if you are the bowling side, you've only taken 1 wicket so far, and by the way, that 50 comes up. You've only taken 1 wicket, and you know that this East Central side bats pretty deep. They have aggressive batters coming in. Tariq is a big hitter of the ball. Captain Adnan Rao is a big hitter, and you have several other batters who are capable of scoring quickly. What's your approach from here? Are you just looking to continue building pressure by bowling dot balls, or do you actually have to take wickets?
Definitely. I mean, you just need to build pressure right now. They will throw their wickets anyway. So a batsman will get into a shell and will try to do something different and out of that shell just to compensate that he has played too many dot balls. And you always have a chance to get out once you build pressure.
So pressure is being built again with one of the batters who's batting relatively in enterprising fashion. Rauf, 24 from 21. The other batter, Ketan, is now 13 from 40. So it's going to be the case that you're going to have to break the shackles at some point. And so do you look to be aggressive? Do you look to go all out and try to attack, or do you just simply start picking up singles?
I think as far as Keaton, 13 runs from 40 balls, I would send in a message to just go ahead and throw your bat because he's not connecting. And see if that approaches work, and if it start connecting, he might score runs or even get out. So
yeah.
I would rather sacrifice a wicket right now and bring somebody in who can rotate the strike. Will make it easier for the batting team to come home.
Arun Tolador into his 7th over. Another dot ball. Stop me if you've heard this one before. That is now 1 ball remaining here in over number 13. 13 overs, 52. So you're scoring around the rate of 4 runs and over. 4 runs and over for 2 or 3 overs wouldn't bother me. 4 runs and over for 13 overs, a third of the way through a 40 over chase. Oh, that lands just short, and they'll run through for a single. That's all they'll get. But I think you're putting yourself in a position where you're building unnecessary pressure, and you may just find yourself struggling at some point. That's the end of 13. Score is 53 for 1. Hang out.
I was going to come back here. We're going to go sit there.
Scored 50 yesterday.
Ah.
There was a slow 50 for him. He only 50 balls in 50.
I was sleeping.
So, Nasir Islam, really wonderful to have had your words. And by the way, we'll be here for another potentially 162 balls. So if you want to drop back by later, please feel free.
Definitely.
Okay, so where we are now. Ketan back on strike. 14 from 42 balls. And he strokes this one into the cover. Does that actually look like that had intent behind it? So maybe he got the message. Okay,
Well,
14 from 42. I'm literally striking it at a 33% strike rate. It's time for me to do something different.
Yes, that's correct. But let's see. He needs to convert those dot balls into bigger shots now, but seems like every shot he's playing is finding the fielder.
But look, the body language now is different. Can you
Yes,
tell?
he
He's
is
playing a
now
shot and
coming
then
up.
looking to run. It makes a big difference when he's actually showing an intent to score runs. So you get the sense that something has switched, whether a message has been sent to him or maybe he just wanted to play himself in first. Like
That's it.
that.
Played
That
their
shot
soft
was
bat.
there and has been there the entirety of this innings.
Correct.
And it's good to see that he's starting to take
Yeah,
advantage
he just
of it.
played it with a soft hand, guided towards the backward point, and easy single. That's what I was saying. Initially, he was just playing it with a straight bat and then stopping it, and then
Exactly.
after that, he's just running out with a wild swing, and that shouldn't be the strategy at that time, to be honest with you. Just guide it down. Seems like Rauf is really playing above 100 strike rate, then let him negate that. It needs to be one as an aggressor, another just needs to be in that standard role. But again, I think there's another shot there, and it will easy single.
I'll tell you what,
Made it.
it's an
that's
easy
given out.
single, or it should have been an easy single, but he was a little slow getting off the
This-
mark, and he is run
Look at
out.
the replay. This is the perfect example of lazy running.
Oh, my goodness.
That was close call.
It was close, but I will tell you that Rauf has nobody to blame but himself.
I think he didn't start it off a lot faster, and I think that's what kind of played into it. But hard luck for him in this scenario.
Well, you know, it's clearly the fact that in a situation like that, you play the ball in that direction and you decide to run, then you have to sort of give it the effort that it needs to get to the other end. And if the umpire adjudges you as being out, then I think you have nobody to blame but yourself. So the bowlers were not taking a wicket, but it turns out that the fielding is what creates a wicket out of nothing.
So let's watch this replay in a super slow motion, if we can.
So there's a hesitation at the top of his run-up.
Yeah, but umpire gave it out because of the direct throw and
Yeah,
probably thinking
direct
it's
hit.
in air. But remember, umpire don't have ability to see it second hand. This is us has the ability there, and seems like the bowler was in front of him as well, and he had to kind of negate that as well.
So
and seems like it didn't play
you're
it in his
exactly
favor.
right. So essentially there are two things happened there that would have created the opportunity for the run out. He was first, he stumbled or hesitated going for the run. So that would have taken maybe a half a yard or so. And then secondly, you're exactly right, Hassan. He was sort of the bowler and he were sort of in the same situation. They were sort of tangled up at the last minute, inadvertent of course, but Well, once again, umpiring, of course, is a very hard job. Hassan, we have the opportunity to look at it 3, 4,
Yep.
5, 6 times. Umpire Carvier has one chance to get it right.
Absolutely.
But he thinks that he saw enough there to overjudge him out.
And that's the challenge for me for next, hopefully, zonal.
Yeah.
Where hopefully my plan is to have at least a third umpire review for run out and stumping. So hopefully we'll make you the third umpire. And I will be able to provide you
Cricket
those.
is a lot more fun when you don't have any
So now
actual
you're gonna be
responsibilities.
right, so you're going to be a commentator and a third umpire giving those slow-mo replays.
So wait a minute. Do you want me to commentate on my own decision?
Yes. See, in Masters, we're going to try all these things and make it more interesting for the folks.
See, the thing is, when you're an umpire, everybody likes you. Not everybody likes the umpire. So I may have to respectfully decline that offer, Hassan.
Well,
So,
you don't have a choice.
so the new batter is in, Shane Ford. Shane Ford, the former Jamaica wicketkeeper batter, and a tremendous person in addition to being a brilliant cricketer. As
And
you
he had a
heard
brilliant
said.
day in the field today. Couple
my
of good stumping,
goodness.
great in the back and the stumps. So seems like he's gonna, let's see if he can convert that great day with his bat as well.
Shane, of course, used to play right here in the Dallas area for a long time with the DCCC. That's Dallas County Cricket Club, home of one King Willie, and now being asked to do something different, playing for the East Central side, down the leg side and signaled wide by umpire Carvier. So make that 2 balls remaining here in over number 14. Boy, that last one, that run out would have changed the momentum just
Yes.
a little bit.
And honestly, the guy who got run out was the aggressor at that time as well. So
That is an excellent point.
and that's exactly what I was mentioning. When you have one end is really not getting runs, the aggressor has more pressure to score one.
Mm-hmm.
But I think at that time what happened was he pushed the ball in the gap, but didn't run the. He was expecting an easy single, and I think that's where his expectation gone wrong, and then a direct hit.
So the direct hit certainly would have changed that that equation just a little bit. Arshad Ali.
And this is what I have to, bring it in. Remember, folks, these are all over 40 people. And one thing which was different for me when I was looking at this game today and then day before yesterday was the energy and amount of effort these folks are putting in the field is, I kid you not, it's a lot better than I've seen a lot of 30, 20 years old not putting those in. So,
advancing down the track, he almost yorked himself, but he'll end up with a single. But he ends up with a single that keeps him on strike. So that is a 4-run over. The last 5 overs have produced 21 runs and a wicket. At the end of 12, make that end of 14, scores 57 for 2.
And I think I have to say this, that seems like the venue and the outfield and the pitch itself has brought that extra energy in these folks, which I have not seen in a sense from the perspective of that they're really diving, working hard, chasing the balls down, really not giving any inch is what really is special here.
If you want to ask a question, same question you asked to Arun and
Another person who's joined in. And so, for those who do not know you, SP, jump in and introduce yourself to the world and say who you are and why you're sitting here. Or standing.
Thanks, Brian. Can you hear me okay, first
Yes.
of all? Okay, wonderful. No, thanks for having me, and good morning, good afternoon, audience and everybody supporting us. Yeah, I've been part of the Masters over 50. Have represented the US team also a few times. I played like a 10 to 15 ODIs, I would call it. Yeah, lately. So yes, I've been very deeply engaged. Uh, my role today is, of course, before the game, my game starts at 4 o'clock. I'm trying to help with the grounds and any logistics, run around, keep the supply filled in, and then just be of help of any kind.
Absolutely amazing. Now, by the way, so just to touch base with where we are in this game, Arun Tolador, who is not only a brilliant commentator, but opened the bowling, 7 overs on the trot, and it will be 8 overs on the trot as he'll be bowling out his entire spell, it looks like. So tell us a little bit about, in fact, I'll ask you the question I asked earlier. When I was playing, I played 40 over matches when I lived in Houston. And I would play a 40 over match on Sunday. I wouldn't be able to walk properly until Thursday. Tell me how it is that you all, at the age that you are, 50 and up, are able to play multiple 40 over games in just a handful of days.
Great question, Brian. I'm glad you're asking me this. I heard this morning when I was at home, and I wondered, I wish this question was asked to me. So the answer to it is very simple. When I was 30, I felt exactly like you did.
All right.
Because I wouldn't work out. My metabolism and my fitness level, I thought, would just carry me all the way. And that's exactly what I did on Sunday.
Yeah.
But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, yes, of course, struggle was on. Because you don't hit the gym that frequently, number one. Number two, you have a point of view which is 30 and below. I mean, you don't even have the memory bank of, you're not looking at 10-year-old, 20-year-old, because you just compete with them. And you're not looking at 40 and 50 as a competitive, colleagues. Today, I have a memory bank of what it does to me at 40, what it does to me in 30, what it does at 20. So I have a mental advantage, number one. And I know even for my 30 minutes of batting on the cricket day, I need to spend 250 minutes during the week. And that's what carries me multiple games.
Wow.
If that answers the question. So yeah, fitness level is definitely on a different level. What happens on a game day, of course, is a result of what you do on a weekdays. And that's what I personally take it very, very seriously. And that keeps me, of course, game fit, mentally fit, mental advantage. That's what I think Ravi Bhai talked about, mental advantage.
So you're telling us that there is no secret massage technique or any massage parlor you guys go after the game to get all like ready up and everything for the next day?
So no, I wouldn't say, yes, of course, there is some reality to it. Yes, of course, you take care of your body, your host, which is, when I was in 30, I wouldn't even take cold shower. I wouldn't even decompress or cool down. Today we do. So of course, my host is my body and I take care of it before, during and after. And I'm more serious about it than I was before. So my awareness is a lot broader and bigger than what it was in 30s. I hope that answers the question.
It certainly does.
Yeah.
But it answers that question, then asks a different question.
Yep.
If you have somebody who is listening right now who is, I don't know, 25 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And the typical 25-year-old today doesn't want to play anything longer than a T20.
Yep.
What can you tell, just from the standpoint of cricket development, that helps you figure out, and that would have hurt Arun Tolador a lot, hurt him mentally, because that should have been a dot ball. You end up conceding an extra run there. He wanted to end his spell with that dot ball. It would have been a maiden had he not conceded that run, and unfortunately for him.
Kudos to him from the perspective of that he bowled 8 overs straight, and that really gives to his fitness. A chemical engineer bowling 8 overs in a row, maybe it has to do something with the chemicals he's having.
Chemistry he manages, yeah.
But absolutely, kudos to him that 8 overs straight he bowled, excellent spell. Ketan was just literally leaving majority of his balls, really wanted to touch it. So.
But here's the other thing. Shane Ford has been at the wicket for 15 minutes and he has yet to face a single ball. And had that not been a single, Shane Ford would have been on strike as it is.
Well, that's been the case for the last 3 years.
Yes, Ketan is now going to be the one on strike.
Yeah.
17 from 53. All right, SP, I'll ask you.
Sure.
You're batting. You're chasing what really should have been a pretty straightforward chase. 249 or 246 is not a big chase. but you're scoring now at the rate of 3.87 and over, such that the required rate is now up to 7.5. How do you change the mindset of the batters at the wicket to say, you know what, we're not yet desperate, but we need to start looking like we want to score runs, as yet another dot ball is bowled?
Yeah. So I think my approach would be slightly different. I totally agree with that, where you're going with this one. Especially when you're chasing, you better maintain the par score, while in the first, yeah, first first 15 overs or whatever the 1/3, the first power play, I would call it, maintain the par. If you don't, even if you lose a wicket or two, it's okay, because that gives you a platform to build and carry forward. So especially when you just talked about 8 overs in a trot and 17, 16 balls, where a new batsman hasn't even faced the ball, it just tells me that a little bit of the partnership. They need to be building the rapport between them, and that only starts with a single and double. So yeah, I would substitute big shots to single and double, just rotation, soft hand and push around, and then just basically get the body fluid going. I mean, their blood pressure going, and then basically you build the momentum.
So as you also play in the middle order, what strategy you should recommend at this moment, rather than take an attacking role as you have been a set batsman who have played 55 deliveries so far, or leave it to some other one?
Great question. I mean, my strategy, it's not a secret. I always look at where the gap is, so I can capitalize on that. So I do a little bit of footwork and play soft and not a push. I mean, I'm not going to play a big shot yet. It's still, I would try to see if I can rotate. Typically, I mean, at the 50+ game, even if you play soft hand, which most people lack, to be honest, you play soft hand 5 yards, you really have to cover 15 yards to finish a run. So it's a really, I mean, how you adjust to that, and then go on the rotation.
Let's see this ball here.
Boy, let's look at this again, because we are
Play soft
beating
and 5
the
yards,
batters
you
at
really
will.
to cover
This is not
15
helping
yards to
Kitten's strike
finish a
rate
run.
at all.
So it's really, I mean, how
that
you
line. It didn't move a whole lot, but the perfect fourth stump line on the perfect length, drawing him forward and going past the outside edge. So 2 balls remaining here in over number 16, and only 60 runs on the board. And there's the single that they were looking for. And ladies and gentlemen, for the first time since he's been at the crease for the last 15 minutes,
so Brian, I'll
Shane
say,
Ford will get on strike.
Looks like he heard me. So this is what I would do. I think it's just to technically cut the back left, get behind the ball, go a little bit open face, and just see the ball. Let middle the ball and just try to nudge it. Or I wouldn't say nudge it, just place it somewhere where no fielders are there.
Sure.
I mean, you can always spot 1 or 2 who are not quick. In fact, I always look at 30-yard versus 20-yard, who is there, and then make it work. Let them also run a little bit.
So Shane Ford batting 6 inches out of his crease. Here's the first delivery to him. Driven into extra cover for no run. That's a dot ball to close things out in over number 16. 18 runs have come from the last 5 overs. Here's a comparison for you before we take a quick break. 61 for 2 is the score. At the same point, after 16 overs, the West was 93, had 93 runs on the board. So you're almost, in fact, you're more than 30 runs behind the pace right now. If you're the East Central, they have work to do.
Yep.
61 for 2, we'll be right back. So 61 for 2 after 16. The required rate for the East Central to win this game is now up to 7.71. The required rate at the beginning of the innings was 6.1. So it's gone up an entire almost 2 runs and over. Make that 1.6 runs and over. Shane Ford has faced 2 balls, has not yet scored. Ketan Patel, 20 from 57. And Sajid Fernando, the man who we spoke about a number of times, with 10,000 plus first class runs behind him. And speaking of behind him, he fires this one behind Ketan Patel. Goes down the leg side for the first wide that has been bowled in this innings by my unofficial count. This next one stroked into the deep. They want 2. They will not get 2. Shane Ford is extremely quick between the wickets and wants to put the pressure on the fielding side. This time only able to get that 1.
Ketan was calling for 2. Seems like Shane's wants more strike now. Yeah,
So
he needs to.
interestingly for me, there's a huge gap. There's a deep mid wicket and nobody else behind square, nobody else behind or on the leg side square of deep mid wicket. Shane Ford uses his feet well to the spinners usually, so watch for that. He's a batter who likes to skip down the track and meet the ball in the half volley, so pay attention to that. But this is a bit of a unique field for me. So for Shane Ford, when he's on strike, at least based on what we saw from that last delivery, he's inviting the big drive, or he's inviting him to play across the line on the leg side. I want to see exactly how he manages that from here.
I think the strategy for the bowling team should be just keep Ketan on the strike because he's finding the fielder on every shot.
I think Ketan probably is a little bit rusty from the last late party, things like that.
Is that what it was?
I don't know, maybe. No, but just going back to Sajid Fernando, he likes to keep his very nagging line and length. He maintains it pretty well. And it's very interesting, he has a double gyration when he bowls. It gives him an extra speed. And
double gyration.
Double gyration, exactly.
Say more about that.
Yep, yeah. Watch him as he hops and runs, I mean, he's got a very unique run-up. I mean, he doesn't just lift the arm, left arm and right arm and throws the ball like that, but he's a double rotation on his right arm. Watch it.
One thing I noticed that you have to have a really big heart to be in a slip when Sanjit is bowling, because in the last game, literally in 3 straight balls, 3 catches were dropped.
Wow.
And Sanjit was not happy.
I would not imagine.
Starting off with a slip right now.
So that is the end of over number 17.
But yeah, I totally agree. Sajid invites you to hit him over the top and expects you to make a mistake. Actually, it's just unforced error, if I may say. That's what he really counts on, and which is great. And then I've seen him, and he does have will have either armor type of a ball, may not turn at all, but then he will definitely try to beat you in the air a little bit sometime.
That is good.
So this is going to be Azir Naina, I believe, who's now bowling. Unless he changed jersey numbers on me. Confirm the bowler as soon as we can, but here's the next delivery. This is driven to fielder short, extra cover for no run. Wash, rinse, repeat.
Ketan Bat is finding the fielder everywhere at the moment.
Oh, by the way, did you guys talk about the track, the pitch they're playing on today? It's a number 4. And just the fame of this pitch is it was an MLC final pitch, and where Quinton de Kock had 89, I believe, in the first inning, and then completely overshadowed by Nicholas Puran in second inning, 139 not out.
Absolutely. I was here in the stands for that game, and I thought I saw very good innings from Quinton until
we saw Puran.
I was busy getting the biryani from the food stand, and all I was hitting was the ball hitting to that food stand over there. I'm going to show you this, guys. A lot of people don't believe these. You see those
dents
on that thing? These are all
Puran. Nicholas Puran's head. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's true. I witnessed it from the square too, and then he was touching every part of the ground actually.
It
was
brutal. The way he was going at it.
I think first 60 runs, He had 9 sixes.
Yeah.
Literally.
Unbelievable. And to me, I think it was a treat for everyone in the ground to watch the way a pure international player, and you know, kudos to the major league folks as well, that they really brought all the superstars who are really in the current national teams. And boy, what a treat to watch.
Yeah, and to me, I mean, you know, as a batsman, I play as a batsman, and especially until I have hit a good shot, I do not call my bat is christened. So I thought that day Nicol Puran actually christened the ground.
Yeah.
Ground
Oh,
actually.
the ground. The ground.
But that's so kudos to David, who's our
Sure.
curator. I mean, amazing work, and thank you again MLC for having an inaugural tournament and making Grand Prairie on the world map.
Going past the outside edge.
I think that's a good plus for the people from Dallas as well, and anybody who is around here, is that now this feed is available to the local cricket as well. And as you guys can see, the Masters is happening here right now, and that's the big plus, you know.
Yep. Yeah, no, Masters definitely will have an occupancy. There's no doubt on this one. So obviously, we toured Houston a lot, Woodley's a lot. Obviously, Morrisville, those are also in the radar. But yeah, Dallas getting a footprint is just a huge plus for the Dallas community. And then, I mean, as a whole, I mean, MLC itself promoted it. Now we're going to continue to have the occupancy here.
I couldn't be happier turning 40 this year, finding out that this is how I can play now, and I'm really itching that, you know, because I was telling this to William the other day that, you know, playing in these local leagues on the grounds where you do a nice cut shot, you know you timed it well, and you're going to get a single, not a 4.
Yep.
So at least now you know there's a league where I can play that shot and it's going to go 4.
So it's what a wonderful feeling, right? I mean, when I'm 53. But the bottom line is I've seen many people make an exact comment like yourself. When can I turn 50 so I can play 50s? Now you're saying 40s, thank you.
Exactly.
People are looking forward to getting older.
So by the way, that is the end of the 18th over. The score is 68 for 2. 68 for 2, which means that they need the East Central another 178 runs, and they need to score them in 132 balls.
So run rate is climbing now, and it's touching 8 runs and over.
And by run rate, you mean
about.
the required run rate.
Yep, required run rate, sorry.
Actual run rate is 3.78.
Yep. And that's what the concern is now. Ketan needs to come out of his grooves and really now take the innings.
Yeah, he should be seeing the ball well.
Yep.
The required rate is above 8, 8.09. Ketan has faced 66 balls, 23 runs to his name. And Shane Ford, who is naturally a very aggressive batter, he would have to be because he's Jamaican. And I will tell you that he would be somebody who knows the urgency of the moment. I don't expect him to be reckless, but I certainly expect him to start hitting at some point. That's cut away beautifully for 4. Lovely looking cut shot. And Shane Ford is not even looking at where the ball went. That is the assuredness with which he played that shot, racing through backward point for 4.
This is what I was exactly talking about.
That's cut away beautifully for 4. A dot ball. Lovely looking cut shot.
And this is now you
Shane
get
Ford is not even looking at where the ball went. That is
I mean, that's
the sure.
That all credit goes to the quality of cricket ground, right? Yep.
Down the wicket again. Watch his footwork. He's always wanting to charge down the wicket after the bowlers, after the spinners. So that's when you have a batter who can do that, you tend to upset the line and the length, more so the length of the bowlers. And there, you see that little feint, acted like he was coming down and then stayed back in the crease. So from that standpoint, he becomes somebody who's difficult to bowl at.
So Brian, I mean, I want to just ask you a philosophical question. I know you have had enough of this with Arun T, right? My colleague.
Right.
So typical reservations people have as they grow older, they would start playing shorter format.
Yes.
Not the longer format.
Yes.
And you would wonder, what is this now with 40s? We play 45 over a side. In fact, a longer format. So how come we are not playing T20 format as we are getting older? Do you have any comment on that one?
By the way, let's just look at this. This is a drop. This is struck firmly back to the bowler himself, skipping down the track and driving it right back to the bowler who's not able to pouch it. So that is a drop to close things out here in over number 19. 7-3 for 2 is your score. Now, you asked whether it would be advantageous in whatever way to play T20s as
Over 45.
over 40, over 50, over 60, over 70. If you're asking what my own preference would be, if I were playing, I'm perfectly happy playing a T5. But since there is no T5 league, I would say that as counterintuitive as it is, I certainly understand the explanation. That stroked nicely into the offside. They should get a couple here. Shane Ford definitely will want 2. And yes, they do get 2.
So I just want to comment you back on that one. That's the notion, but the reality, I want to speak to the reality. As the cricket, unfortunately, not like golf where you can play each hole as a par, and then your intensity depends on what you're doing it. So think of a cricket and golf together. So the shorter the format doesn't mean the intensity is the same. Intensity actually goes exponentially up.
Yep.
So the shorter format is a lot more detrimental to the older people. If you ask me.
Interesting.
Yep.
Very
Because
interesting.
you may have higher wear and tear. You will be more prone to injuries just because you are subject to that pressure. So with that said, I would rest my case saying longer format is lot more advantageous. It's promoting you to go after cardio fitness, overall body fitness, and that's exactly what you're seeing with Arun T earlier. He bowled 8 overs in a trot because we all obviously aspire to be cardio fit, so we can apply the physical fitness on the ground on a Sunday or Saturday when we play.
That is amazing. As I was saying earlier, when I played 40 over matches, yeah, some of it was because I was an opening fast bowler, so I'm running in from 25 yards for 8 overs, sometimes on the trot. But I found it to be highly physically taxing.
It is.
And there's no question that it requires a level of fitness that the typical player, unless he takes care of himself physically, is not going to be able to do.
Yep.
But I think the key is with the Masters is that you have to look for something as well. So you play the regional tournament first, you got to perform better so you can get picked for the zonal, and then if you do zonal well, you're going to pick for national team and go tour the world as well.
Right.
So that is, I think, the good part for the Master is that it's not that, hey, let me go out there and play a couple of games and enjoy myself. You can play competitive as well and try to compete and play for the national team as well. So there's a lot for the players who wants to perform and keep fit as well. I'm actually blown away seeing the fitness of 50-plus-year-olds. Forget about 40.
No question.
This is great stuff.
Yeah. So no, I mean that's what I was saying. The point of view. Earlier, when I was 30, I would never ever look at my 60. Rarely would look at 60 plus or 50 plus as a role model.
Yeah.
Today, this is creating a significant impact on the youngsters because we are able to compete with them back, and they are able to say, "Wow, this guy is literally making the saying goes, the age is only a number." That's exactly what we're proving them, and then it's a bi-directional actually. It's very infectious.
So all the 40-year-old who needs to get permission from the house with wife, you can tell them, hey, if I play well, I might tour to South Africa with team.
There you go.
And you can come along with me.
There you go. So
Well,
that is the end of over number 20. The score is 7-7 for 2. You need 169 runs in 20 overs at a required rate of 8.45.
Yeah.
So this has started out in such a way that the pressure is more and more going to be going on the shoulders of the East Central side. I think they're making things more difficult for themselves.
Yeah. So this is something else also, just to add to Hassan's comment, right? Not only wives. Think of this way: as you get older, you would have more responsibilities. You will have an ailing, either a family member or a kid or a dog or cat, whatever that may be. End of the day, we live in America where a lot of things have to be done by ourselves. So how do you take care of yourself? So love yourself, and this is the only way you can love yourself, by taking care of your host, the body you are on.
But that's,
right?
you know,
Yep.
the thing with the more important is you have to have some sort of aim in
Yeah.
order to push yourself to get out of the couch.
That
And I
is
think
true.
that's
No,
the
that's
big
exactly.
part.
So Hassan, that's exactly what I'm saying. So to come out of the couch, you have to take care of family and yourself. How do you take care of yourself? Unless you take care of your body, you won't be able to take care of your own self, the second half of your body. I mean, let's put it this way. You know, what you do in the first 50 results your quality of life in second 50.
Yep.
Right. So you might as well realize it now before it's late.
So, but
Too philosophical, Brian.
I'm accustomed to all this philosophy coming from you guys.
Well, Brian is getting ready for playing over 70, which I heard.
Ho 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 ho!
So,
if you mean,
you never know.
Yes, sir.
Johnny from Connecticut, how are you? You know what happened? Hey, Hispi, how are you?
So that went for 6. Did I miss it?
Yes. Ketan hits his first 6.
Ketan hits 6. He now gets up to 30 from 70.
And literally the ball went into the stand.
Oh, wow. So I completely missed that. Let's see. Oh, that is going to be one of the bigger hits that we've had all day. Saw 6 earlier from Sunny Singh, and this one probably goes further than that one goes. So anyway, so while we have that bit of a break, Ghani.
Monty, you jinxed me when I was listening to this commentary.
Monty, did I jinx you? My apologies, Monty. Ghani, tell everybody who you are.
Hey, this is Ghani. I'm from Connecticut. I play for the North Zone. Yeah.
Say more. Don't just say yeah. Tell us about your impressions of this tournament and of this facility.
Oh, this is like, I think first thing is I should say we are all lucky to be here for playing here. It's amazing facility here. One thing, and maybe a couple of things, maybe Nazir. I heard Nazir say this,
Okay.
right? Playing with 7-inch, 8-inch grass, uneven surface.
Yep.
And you always look for the ball to, kick and when you're fielding, hit your face. That doesn't happen here. You don't need to wear a helmet while fielding. Okay.
So can I add something?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
you are describing it what we call fetching the ball versus fielding the ball.
Exactly. And absolutely, I mean, this is like one of a kind stadium here, and then we are all very lucky to be here. And the pitch is so even, right? Very well maintained, and it's good for it's a good balance in terms of both the batsman and the bowling team, right? So, what else to say?
Hearing your impression of the facility and of in fact, I'll ask you one more question. You played you played Friday and had some success. Did you all win? No, you didn't win yet. Oh, you did. You did win. Okay. Wait, before I get to that, this is swept and played off the outside edge. Going to be a couple more runs. And maybe we see just a bit more urgency into the side now. But Ghani, back to you. You won yesterday. Today you play against the South, am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
So first, who's winning that? Second, how many runs are you going to score?
I don't think you should have asked this question to the person who's playing for the winning team.
Top, and it bounces.
One bounce.
One bounce for 4. Keep going.
Yeah. So you're asking me, and a good question to me, because you're asking the person who's playing on the winning side, right? So
confidence, arrogance, even.
Oh my God, I forgot SP is here.
Good luck today, Ghani.
Same to you, SP.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get to play first.
Oh my goodness.
Bowled him.
Oh, look at that. He knocked him over. So let's just get back to this game, because there was some urgency that was being created, and 12 quick runs came from this over, but all of a sudden, Sajid Fernando finds his revenge and knocks back the stumps. There you see that delivery.
So it's almost, just to add to it,
Yeah.
I've seen Sajid do this, and that's exactly what I was saying earlier. He will do something, once you have invited the batsman to hit the couple of shots, you in fact have exposed yourself by saying, hey, I'm ready to take on. I've taken the challenge, and that's where spinners shine. And he did exactly, and that's where I was talking about the soft hand.
Mhm.
If you have relied on that, after hitting a big shot, do the cardinal thing. Take a single and go on other end. That's safest for you. Because
Wow.
announcement is at that time closed, right?
So this is interesting. You know, Shane Ford has been there for 15 deliveries, faced 10 runs. Some acceleration as we see the full scorecard. Ketan 36 from 73, but the big hitters are coming from this point on. Adnan Rao can be a big hitter, and in fact he's promoted himself. The last time he came in on Friday, came in a little bit lower down the lineup, but he certainly can be a big hitter. Maybe this signals some intent to start accelerating the scoring rates.
Yep.
Because even with the flurry of runs already in this over, the scoring rate is still 4.27. So 4.27 and over means that you still need 8.19 and over the rest of the way. So having to score at the rate of 8.19 means that a runner ball will lose you this game. Whereas at the beginning of the match, a runner ball would have easily won it for you. You're now going to lose if you're only scoring at a runner ball. So you have another 157 runs to score, and you need to score them in the 115 balls.
Yep.
Do you go hell for leather immediately?
At this point, no, I think at this point all they need to do is keep rotating, and then
Okay.
boundary will come as a result of, once you put pressure every ball, automatically you can loosen up the fielding. And it's very easy to score a boundary or two once you have maintained that pace for an over two. You still have a room to go a little bit up on a run rate, aspire rate, and then come back to catch it. But I think at this, since we have Adnan as a new batsman, they're better off just getting the ball, see a few balls, feel how it is, let the ball come to your bat, and then just work on the strike rate.
Well, this is tremendous. And this is developing into a really interesting match because, once again, comparing where you are now as compared to where the West was at the same stage, after 21 overs, the West had 116 runs. So you're a little bit behind the pace there. Shane Ford goes off the back foot. That's good fielding. Look at that effort. Excellent effort. And a direct hit at the striker's end to boot. So there's the 50-odd-year-old guy throwing himself around in the field like he was 20.
Yep.
So a lot of time left, a lot of balls to go, 113 to be exact, and another 156 runs are needed.
I mean, I think Central East do have an advantage of the wicket in hand, so I think they definitely can introduce some aggressive shots or play some, go for fences for now. But I think they still have to, as long as they focus on running between the wicket, which I think they are doing now.
Shane Ford is quick as lightning between the wickets. Look at Ford on the right of your screen, bottom right. Look at him here. Immediately takes off, and that urgency, and kids, that's the way you do it. You slide your bat on the way in across the crease, and that is exactly what Shane Ford has done here. So I'm going to see whether or not that type of running can sort of generate the momentum, because also what it does is puts the batter who's been at the wicket longer and therefore probably seeing it better on strike. Oh, looking to go through the offside. Misses out on the attempted drive. By the way, behind the stumps, has to be said, Ashish Patak has hit the stumps on about 3 or 4 occasions in exactly the way that you just saw it just now.
Yep.
So if you're Shane Ford or really any of the other batters, you want to make sure that after the ball beats you, if it beats you, you get that back foot back inside the crease, because it will be easy to get stumped in exactly that way. Arshad Ali again. Shane Ford looking to play that away through. See, he fakes the throw this time. This time he doesn't actually throw it. But he's gone past the outside edge certainly a couple of times. And look at this. The required rate is now up to 8.45. So Shane Ford, 11 from 18. Oh, off the outside edge. I think looking to play that one more toward extra cover. It goes square. Still gets a single though. So you're really at this stage just looking to get any runs that you can. So SP, at what point do you stop looking for singles and actually start looking to hit big?
I mean, my formula is always profile a bowler, what they have done to you, and
Okay.
how they are varying a pace and length and things like that. So at least once you're comfortable, then you definitely have to work with your stance and grip and whatnot to be ready to play some aggressive shots. So it's really goes on a comfort and how you're seeing the ball. I think the way Adnan is playing, it's very visible that yeah, he is actually, that was a little bit short of good length, so he pitched. I wouldn't say that was he's seeing the ball well, but I think overall Shane seems to be at least going after the ball. So I think between those two, Shane definitely is in a position to play square and more aggressive shots.
So Shane Ford now 12 from 19, Adnan Rao 2 from 3. The score is 93 for 3 after 22.
But hands down, they need to focus on rotation. 3 to 4 singles and an over automatically will loosen up the pressure. Even if you haven't met the aspire run rate, it's gonna make it easy. It's almost like a playing T20 at this point in time.
Well, exactly like a T20. In fact, let's just say you've gone through 2 overs of a T20, so another 18 overs left, and you still have 153 runs to get.
That's exactly right. That's how you have to switch the mindset.
Yes. Appeal for an LBW. Umpire Pillai says no, and the shot. Wow. Sergio Fernando is not happy. You heard the yell of disapproval. First the appeal, then the yell of disapproval. Oh, tell you what, he went back and wanted to look.
I think Adnan invited himself by playing on a back foot. Although that was almost, I would say full toss, but more like good length ball.
Keeper was drifting down the leg too, so I will probably think this is going to miss the leg stump.
Correct.
That's what exactly the umpire did. But it seems like the was not happy.
The one more thing which I would do if I were batting, attempt to play some sweep shot depending on the length of the ball and the way the ball is going, and that would automatically generate you another sector which they haven't worked on yet, which is a fine leg to square leg, very open. I don't see any field placement, and the ball will travel, especially with the type of bowling.
So 95 for 3.
You do introduce a margin of error for the LBW, things like that, but then again, that's your confidence level of how you want to negotiate those.
Adnan Rao 4 from 6. So let's see whether or not he wants to do something different here. Ooh, slip was ready. Keeper has the ball thud into his gloves. And all of a sudden, yes, another dot ball. That means that the required rate is now approaching 9. It's up to 8.71. Adnan Rao choosing to stay on the back foot, not wanting to take the chance to come down the wicket to try to meet the ball in a half volley. But what that does is builds up dot balls in the air, and it gets past the field at backward point. This will run away for 4. And it does get to the boundary now. So a brilliant stroke that time to close things out here in over number 23. And to some extent breaks the shackles a little bit for Adnan Rao. 8 from 9. Shane Ford at the other end, 12 from 19. After 23, the score is 99 for 3.
Yep. One thing, Brian, I would say is playing on a turf is definitely is getting evolved. I mean, in US it's not very common, so most of us play on a cement. So what I have noticed and learned in past 3 years, that knowing the length of the ball is extremely important, because those pull shots are assets in a turf play, whereas in a cement play, pull are not very common, because ball comes to your bat. Here the ball, you have to meet the ball somewhere, and then that's an adjustment you have to go through. So that's where you don't see a lot of sweep shots or pull shots early on, whereas when you really watch England or Australia, they will start sweeping the ball one.
Off the back foot, Shane Ford, and this is Arun Tolador sweeping on the offside. All they'll get is one. Well, SP, it appears that you're going to be asked to go join your teammates. I really appreciate you spending the last several minutes, several overs with us.
Yep,
Good luck in the game tonight.
Yeah. I can see my team is knocking, so I better be there. Thank you, Brian, and thank you, audience. Thank you for listening to us.
So, that wide brings up, believe it or not, the 100. That 100, of course, means that we are within 146 runs of victory if we are the North Central, and Adnan Rao pulling this off the back foot. Shane Ford coming back for two, almost before he touches down for one. So 103 for 3 after 4 deliveries of the 24th over. You see a bit of urgency running between the wickets here as that required rate is sneaking upward. Now bear in mind, because you're facing a target of where you need to score at a rate of more than run a ball, every single makes the required rate go up. So, and of course, every dot ball definitely makes the required rate go up. So, with 1 ball remaining now in over number 24, the required rate is actually 8.85. So, you want to keep up with that. If you're Shane Ford, you've now been there for 21 deliveries for your 13 runs, and you get the sense that there would have to be the urgency that needs to be built, because you have another 96 balls left after this, 16 overs. You still need another 143 runs. Arshad Ali Khan, last delivery. Oh, off the outside edge, it's running away down the hill. It will get to the boundary. It gets there now. Fortuitous, not where Shane Ford intended to play it, but it does not matter. He will take those 4 runs. Look at this. Very good delivery, Yorker length. And Shane Ford looking, I think, to play this one back down the pitch. Comes off the outside edge and runs away down the hill for 4. 4 precious runs for the East Central. That is the end of over number 24. The score is 107 for 3. So 107 for 3, 24 overs. We're down to the last 16, the last 96 balls. You need another 139 runs. And things are getting more and more difficult. That boundary off of the last delivery would certainly have helped. But this is the middle of a good spell being bowled here by Sajid Fernando. 1 for 27 from his 4 overs. Bang in our direction and goes all the way for 6. That is a really nice stroke from Adnan Rao. Just picks it up off of a length. It was in the slot, it has to be said. That length is one that if the line isn't perfect, it can certainly go away for runs. And the signal certainly, I'm not sure why there was doubt as to whether or not that was 6. It landed several yards beyond the ropes at deep square leg. So that is the first 6 struck by Adnan Rao. And This one now is punched down the ground for a single. I mentioned that Adnan Rao can be a destructive hitter. He and Shane Ford now have, in fact, he has exceeded the number of runs that Shane Ford has. He has 18 from 14, Shane Ford 17 from 22. This is an interesting matchup for me. Struck down the ground, good looking shot, goes away for 4. That is the most elegant of strokes. Using his feet, getting to the pitch, Shane Ford. I mentioned that he likes skipping down the pitch and using his feet to get to the pitch of the ball and driving that one right down the ground for another boundary. So he now moves into the 20s, Shane Ford, and all of a sudden there has been a momentum switch. And that momentum switch is for me because they realize the urgency of the moment. Oh, he goes this time. He loves to use his feet. I've said that a number of times. That time, it has to be said, Sajid Fernando tossing it a little bit wider. Watch this. Here's the replay. Skipping down. In fact, no, it wasn't wider. There was turn. And that one turned the opposite direction. That was the Dusra. Pitched and turned away. Beautifully bowled ball. And kissed, in fact, goes through to the keeper. And a simple piece of stumping done there by Ashish Patak finds Shane Ford short of his crease. That is wicket number 4 that goes down. And all of a sudden, East Central is in trouble again. So, you've seen cricket over the years. Tell us your name again. Nasir Islam. 128 runs needed. And you need those 128 runs in 92 balls, but you've just lost a wicket. The new batter now coming to the crease. Tariq, who can hit big, but there are now 4 wickets down. What's your level of concern at this point?
One more wicket, they're going to lose the game.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so one more wicket for you. If there's a wicket that falls sometime in the next, say, 2-3 overs, you think they'll lose the game?
Yeah, they need almost 9 and over right now, so they have to hit the ball. If Tariq stays, they have a chance. But wicket right here, right now, it's going to be very difficult to chase 9 runs and over.
So the Fernando, 2 wickets down. Oh, good delivery. Full and choosing to go back into his crease, Tariq. So you've seen Tariq for a while, I'm assuming.
Yeah, Tariq plays in my league in DC area.
He works this one around the corner for 4, so he'll love this. He'll love the fact that that ball was fired down the leg side. Say more about that. Plays in your league in the DC area.
And he's a good all-rounder, good hitter of the ball. He also bowls. I'm shocked to see that he hasn't bowled in this tournament. So I'm not sure what the process is or how maybe their captain or coach doesn't know that he can bowl.
Okay. So 90 balls remaining, 15 overs. 124 runs needed. Their score is 122. So they're almost at the halfway point in terms of the number of runs needed. They have exceeded the halfway point in terms of the number of balls remaining. So they need to score. You mentioned the required rate. The required rate is now 8.27. It's not easy, but it shouldn't be hard, should it?
Yeah, it shouldn't be hard. It all depends on Tariq right now. If he can go and play Stokes and get a couple of boundaries in every over, it's chaseable. But again, if the wicket falls right now, it's going to be very difficult for them to go over the line.
So, the new bowler coming into the attack, Raj Badadere. I hope I pronounced his name right. You've known Raj also, correct?
Yeah, off and on. I haven't really played against him or with him. So good luck to him right now.
Teasing that one, slow through the air. It will be interesting to see when Adnan Rao chooses to go after him, because it feels like it's the type of bowler that Adnan Rao would want to attack. And of course, each dot ball makes that required rate go up. Plays this one off the back foot, does not get a single, can't get it away.
For me, it's going to be interesting to see how Tariq is going to play him. I think Tariq has much more better ability to go and hit the ball. And I believe this is the bowler to go after right now.
Interesting move. There is now a fielder put just in front of square, just in front of point. Oh, appeal for stumping. I believe that's gone. Yes! Oh my goodness. Is that the wicket that you were talking about, Nasir? And does that mean that this match is finished?
Yeah, I think so. And now it's very difficult for them to chase 124 off of 14 overs left.
Goodness. That one is tossed up very slowly. And, you know, it's easy to ask this question in hindsight, but could he have been more aggressive in attacking him? Here we see the full scoring card. Rauf Patel 24, Ketan Patel 36, but he took 73 balls to get there. Shane Ford and Adnan Rao more aggressive by comparison, 21 and 18 respectively, but they're both gone. And so now, as the bowlers, you see here, the best of the bowlers really might be Sajid Fernando, even though he's been expensive. He's taken 2 wickets, and he's certainly gotten you in the position where a couple of big bowlers have certainly, a couple of big batters have been dismissed. Just a quick look at the table. South at the top of the table, North right behind them, same number of points, but the South has a superior net run rate. East Central and West are battling at the bottom of the table at this point. And it will be really interesting to see what happens from here, because now this new batter is going to be Ajit Jayasinghe. And Ajit Jayasinghe joining Tariq Hussain, who you suggest, Nasir, is going to be probably the bowler or the batter who would look to attack Raj Badadri. But he's at the non-striker's end, can't do much attacking from there. And won't do it here either with a dot ball. So just 2 balls now remaining here in over number 26. Wrapped on the pad, he's holding up the bat as to suggest that it got an inside edge. Umpires generally don't like when you do that, because then you're telling them how to do their job. But it's a dot ball. It was a good long stride forward anyway, so I don't think that the umpire would have seriously considered that one. By Jatin Karvir. Tries to get this one away down the leg side. Doesn't get any bat on it, but it's a bonus run because it's a wide. And so now, 8.68 required rate. Oh, half-hearted appeal because he wanted to come down, can't get to the pitch. So successful first over bowled by Raj Badadri. 1 run coming from it, and it took, in fact, the 1 run was only a wide, so nothing off the bat, and he did take a wicket. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Whose jacket is that?
Idea.
What's the required rate?
back here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. The required rate that is being faced, as I am joined here again by Mr. Arun Vitala. Required rate, Arun, is now up to 8.79. Started out at 6.1, almost 3 runs per over up. And there is a swept away into the deep for 4. I believe this will get to the boundary. A lot of work for Arun Tolador to do, and he cannot get there. So I think that signals the fact that you're going to see Tariq Hussain try to take this bowling by the scruff of the neck, because they have a lot of work to do and they need a lot of time to get there, or they don't have a lot of time in which to get there. Another 119 runs to get, and they only have another 83 balls remaining.
So what's your predictor saying? The win-loss.
Oh, this is such a difficult question to answer.
Yes, sir. That's what I like to do to you.
Oh, that one gets through. That might be an inside edge. It's going to be a long run for somebody. The
Looks
keeper
like
started
3
going
for
after it,
sure.
and it goes all the way. So was that an inside edge? It was an inside edge that goes away for 4. So consecutive boundaries to start over number 27. My win predictor, can I do a contingency win predictor?
Okay.
The contingency has to do with whether or not Tariq remains at the crease. If Tariq remains at the crease, it is
What a eureka moment from you.
52-48 in terms of
so
East Central. If Tariq does not remain at the crease, it's 65-35 the other way.
Oh my God! This is like saying if Virat Kohli is at the wicket, they're going to win this match. Of course we know that. Of course we know that. So how hard is that? That's a very easy.
My job is to describe what I'm seeing. My job is not to predict. That's why I have people like you on. So Arun, what do you think? What's your win predictor say?
I think it's well placed right now.
That is the
an
ultimate.
finish.
The ultimate. Oh,
Cop-out.
appeal for an LBW not given. That's worse than a cop out. That's letting one go through to the keeper is what that is.
Yeah. That's not reading the ball well.
This is interesting though. 131 for 5. I certainly agree that is well placed. Skied in the air but catchable. Oh, is that the match? Is that the match? Tariq Hussain goes, wanted the big hit, and it peels off the outside edge, and a simple catch taken at extra cover. 6 wickets are down, and importantly, that 6th wicket is Tariq Hussain. Wow, so that is the last ball of, no, 1 ball remaining here over number 27.
And the bowler?
The bowler certainly is going to be Sajid Fernando, who has taken 3 big wickets today. 4, my apologies. And so, no, see, I had that right, and I listened for some reason to this man who is supposed to be right here next to us, doing all the technology, and now he's trying to get into the analyst role.
He's wrong again, Brian.
Feeding me wrong information.
Yeah. I think he's working for the batting team, bowling team. I don't know which one, but boy, oh boy, is he fooling us.
My goodness. But look at this. This is a huge turning point. When if the win predictor, the contingency win predictor I just gave you, well, the contingency, it has to be 65-35. The required rate, by the way, is now up to 8.73, and your biggest hitters have been dismissed. So to the crease is now Santosh Pandey. Santosh Pandey, brand new, has not yet faced the delivery. Ajit Jayasinghe has faced 3 balls, but he has not yet scored. So 131 runs are on the board. None of those 131 have been contributed by the 2 batters who are now at the crease. So you certainly have a lot of work to do here. And it remains to be seen whether or not you can sort of get things going in the direction that you need to. It's certainly a lot harder now for the East Central.
And by the way, Brian,
Yes, sir.
both these teams have lost one game each. And now one of them is going to still remain without a win.
Correct.
And so it probably puts them out of the tournament because there's only one more game for them to play.
In fact, talk about that. What's the requirement for who wins the tournament? Because there's not a final as such.
Correct.
So essentially just whoever the table toppers are would be who win.
First breakaway point is whoever win top of the table.
Yep.
But if two teams are tied at the top, then it's going to be net run rate. That's
Okay.
the differentiator.
Okay. So as of right now, the top of the table is the South.
And the North both haven't. No.
2 points each, but the South has a superior net run rate.
Yeah, I didn't see the table, but yeah.
We happened to see it earlier, and in fact, if Hassan could bring that up again after, the score, the points table. In fact, right here, as requested, there is your points table. The South at the top, along with the North, 2 points each, but the net run rate is the difference. That far right column, net run rate is 1.58 for the South and 0.54 for the North. So certainly the South has a superior net run rate. And Raj Badadere back into the attack.
So talk about what happens when the winner of the tournament for Zonal, what happens there?
At the end of this, the winner is just the winner of the zonals, and there's nothing that's happening over there, Hassan. But the bigger thing that happens is the selectors who are watching this tournament will pick a team that is going to go to New Zealand in March to play the Three Nation tournament. So this, in fact, is like a trial for picking the team that's going to go to Christchurch, New Zealand, in the first week of March for a Three Nation, Australia, New Zealand, USA. By the way, Australia and New Zealand are very strong teams.
I would imagine.
Yeah, and so it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very interesting. We'll be playing some good grounds and clearly very good teams. And both of them, being close to their hometown, will probably put their best team and the best foot forward.
You would think. Yes, as they're fielding that one at deep backward point, but just another single. You need more than singles at this stage. 2 balls remaining here in over number 28. The score is 133. Ajit and Santosh are at the wicket. Ajit 1 from 6, Santosh 1 from 1. Going off the back
Interesting,
foot.
Ajit Jaisinghe was part of the team that was in the World Cup, Brian, and this guy had a very good World Cup in the 50s. He's got a very good World Cup. He's got a couple of very good knocks there. One against New Zealand and then one against Sri Lanka. The interesting score against Sri Lanka, we got Sri Lanka all out for around 115.
And these are 45 over matches, correct?
Yes, sir. And we got those runs for no loss against Sri Lanka.
Wow.
Between Fazal Alam and Ajit Jaisinghe.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So that is the end of over number 28. All of a sudden, this is now a game that is going further and further out of the reach of East Central. 9.33 runs and over is the required rate, and things are going, and they only have 4 wickets in hand, so this is going to be a really stiff ask for them. Another 112 needed in 72 balls.
I think Ajit is probably the last guy in my books that can probably close this if they can do it. It's a very tough ask, but if anybody can do it right now, Brian, it's probably him. He can put the ball out. I've seen him hit some very big shots. As skinny as he is, he does demonstrate that he can play some very big shots. So let's see what he does.
Single down the ground. They need more than singles, but look, if it's a choice between a single and a dot ball, you'd prefer to get the single. But interestingly, and I made this point earlier, Arun, when you are looking at a chase where the required rate is above 6, every single makes the required rate go up.
That's right.
So you don't just need singles, you need way more than that. And at this stage, the required rate is 9.38 stroked into extra cover. And if singles make the required rate go up, then you know that dot balls do exactly that.
You know, very interesting, Brian. I was the manager for the USA team in 2011, and we were at Fort Lauderdale at the stadium, and we got to spending some time with Coach Robin Singh, and one of the things that he was talking about at that time that was very interesting, and never forgot that, is he says he would always instruct the batters that you've got to get a 4 in the first or second ball of the over to get past that pressure zone.
Very interesting.
So he believed, come what may, the first and second ball, you got to get one of them to be a 4.
Very interesting. Robin Singh, of course, for years, the head coach of the USA men's national team. Of course, also internationally well-known coach. Help me, Mumbai Indians, did he coach them at one point?
Yep.
Also
played for India.
Definitely played for India. Originally from Trinidad, of all places. You would never, many people don't know that. And he fits the mold as an Indian player, but he was born in Trinidad.
That's right. Great cricketer in his own right.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Did some wonderful stuff for India when he played. You know, I think he was like our Michael Bevan.
What a great analogy.
Yeah.
Great analogy.
Was able to do both, hit, play defense. A very good cricketer. Loved his way. Excellent fielder. Enjoyed watching him play.
So that's the end of over number 29, if you can believe it. Another 11 overs left. Can they score 108 in 11 overs, Mr. Arun Vitala?
I think it's quite hard.
Yes.
Again, I never like to accept anything you say, Brian. But this time I'm going to go with your win predictor. As bad as I don't like doing that, supporting you.
Well, look at this though. As soon as you said that, that is a drive. Ajit, who you mentioned, Ajit Jayasinghe.
Yeah.
No, in fact, that was Santosh
Pandey
who played that shot, I believe. Wait till the scoreboard updates. I think it would have been. Yep, Santosh is the one who played that shot. So that goes through extra cover for 4. You need plenty more of those. Plays this one off the back foot. So Robin Singh would have been happy with the start of this over.
That's right.
Put that pressure right on the bowler, immediately striking the first ball for 4.
And now you need 2 of those every over, so it just makes it that much harder. Or get several 2s. They got to be around. They got to get at least 2 or 3 big overs, Brian, if they want to win this. They need a 15, 18 run over, at least 1 or 2 of those to get that run rate down to 7 or 7.5, and then be able to chase it. So they've got to do that somewhere between now and the next over or 2 to get a big over, and that's got to be their goal. They got to target 1 bowler and then do that if they want to get into that position of winning.
Okay, so continuing along that same mindset, who is the bowler who you target? That's well hit down the ground. That might be 4. A long run for that fielder coming across from long on, and he cannot get there. So would Raj be the bowler that you choose to target?
That may be this is it. Now you've got 9, and how many balls left?
2 balls remaining, 10 runs from the over already.
So this is the over to get the 17-18 run over. As you know, as we get closer to the end, 17-18 at this stage brings that run rate down drastically.
Yep.
So let's see where it goes from here on.
148. So that stroke allows you to cross a mental boundary. You're now less than 100 runs remaining. That's flicked into the gap. You have to run 2 here. Absolutely have to run 2, and they'll get there without much fuss. And that 2 brings up the 150.
150 for 6, and that's 12 in this over.
12 in the over, importantly, with 1 ball still remaining.
And this ball again is critical, Brian. In my books, if you get a 2 or a 4, you're really now going to set the tempo to potentially try and chase this target down.
Interestingly, that the required rate, as you mentioned, has now come down a little bit. It's now 9 and 9.4. Is that 2 more? It has to be 2 more, and they'll get there easily. And all of a sudden, a little bit of momentum was just generated by that over. The 30th over goes for 14 runs. At the end of 30, the score is 152 for 6.
So they're looking at 90 something to win in 10 overs.
94 in 60. So 9.4 runs and over.
Yeah.
Is it hard? Yes. Is it doable? Also yes.
Yeah, I think it's definitely doable. Again, it's another partnership that's required at a very quick pace. So odds are against the batting side.
Yes.
But it's still doable. Yeah, I still think your 65-35 still is going to be the number, and stop laughing and stop feeling good about it. But
I'm hearing you messing around and agreeing with me is what I'm hearing.
But
and that deep baritone voice that you just heard in the background is the great King Willie himself.
Yes, sir.
King Willie, who will be on the call for this next match between the South and the North. Am I right?
That is correct.
Yes.
South playing North. The 2 unbeaten teams playing each other.
Absolutely. That
so that's
game
probably
will be
close to a decider of who might win the tournament as well.
very, very much the case. Now, where we are, as of this match is concerned, the first ball is played down the ground for a single. So, 93 runs needed in the next 59 balls. Looking to play this one down the leg side. That's all they'll get is a single. It is absolutely imperative that you score off of every single ball the rest of the way.
At least
certainly
a single, but you got to get another boundary, a boundary and 5 in the over.
No question.
4 in the over.
No question.
4 singles and a boundary is the minimum you can afford to. You have to get.
Yes, and in fact, I think that the West knows exactly what you're talking about because they've now gone to a much more defensive field. This is Ozair, who batted beautifully, scored 90 runs this morning. He's now in the deep, in front of us right here at deep mid-wicket.
And like I mentioned when we were talking earlier, Brian, Ozair Nana has played for the U.S. national team for several years in the past.
Oh! Almost taking out umpire Jatin Carver with that sweep. That was struck powerfully. That was Ajit Singh. Just the same person you're talking about who might have a role to play here.
Played for the U.S. national
and that was a powerful strike. Look at this.
Oh!
Almost taking out umpire.
Yeah.
There was an element of risk in that shot. Had that hit, he would have been a dead duck.
Yes.
Next delivery. This one is a more conventional looking stroke, played it into the extra cover area for a single.
So 6 of the over of the first 4 balls, correct?
In fact, 7 of the first 4 balls.
7 of the first 4. So they're of the first 5.
Oh, my apologies, the last 5. Extra cover, but it's going to land short of the fielder. They get a single, and that is
8 of the over. They're in the ballpark. It's obviously going to increase the net run rate, required run rate,
Sure.
excuse me. But they're still in the ballpark. Both these guys look like they're capable of doing something.
86 in 9. That is not easy but again, doable.
Yeah, 9 and over, Brian. I don't count the extra 4 or 5 runs, but
I
9
got
and
you.
over is what you're looking at as a target. Again, at this stage, again, I'd say the same thing. You need one big over to bring that net run rate down drastically. One again, just like the one earlier where they got 14 runs. One or two of those overs will bring it down to 7 and over, and then it's game on. That's the key word, Brian. Get the score down to, get the required rate to 7 and over if
And
you
look at
want to
this
win.
partnership, 29 from 24 between Ajit Jayasinghe and
Not good enough.
not good enough,
No, not good enough. You got to bring it up some more.
but it is unbeaten.
Yes.
And they certainly have the opportunity to do it. So, in the words of that spoof of Jesse Jackson on Saturday Night Live, if not now, when? If not me, who?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Raj Badadare is going to be bowling again. His 3 overs, bowled 3 overs so far.
Interesting, the first over was just a single, and then he gave 14 in the third over.
Very, very interesting. And in fact, yep, still Raj Badadare. It's 3 overs, 1 for 18 are his figures. So that last over that he bowled was the expensive one. It went for 14. So his other 2 overs went for 4 between them. Off the back foot, just a single. That is
Run there.
Arun. Yep.
So there we are. It puts the pressure back on the batsman that they've got to get a big shot now. And they've got no choice. They have to go at it. But Raj Badadare is an experienced bowler.
On the ground, down to deep mid-wicket, should just be a single. Oh, they're coming back for the second. That's good aggressive running. I'll tell you what. That is aggressive running and exactly what you need. Any way that you can turn those 1s into 2s, that's exactly what you're looking for at this stage. So Santosh Pandey ready again. Played off the back foot, diving away to his left as the fielder in the covers. They'll come back for
Running
2, they'll get there.
Good hard run.
Excellent running, the urgency is there. And if you're going to get to the point where you're scoring 10 runs and over effectively to win, then you're going to need to have aggression. Running quickly between the wickets is a major part of the puzzle.
And just FYI, Ajit Jayasinghe, by the way, is going to be 60 in a couple of months.
Wow.
And look at his running between the wickets.
And this
here's
should be
another
2
big
more.
shot.
Oh my goodness, that's a good stop in the deep. That could have been disastrous because he almost awkwardly twisted his body there, Murali, but he got back in time. But 3 consecutive 2s. And by the way, these guys are in their 50s and they've just run 3 consecutive 2s. Again, a 30-year-old running 3 2s in a row can be sometimes cause for concern.
Yeah.
This is truly amazing. Oh my goodness, beaten in flight. The ball squirts off the outside edge and goes down to short third for a single.
So 7 of 5 balls. Got to get a boundary.
Here's a replay. Thick edge has to be said. So too thick an edge to realistically consider that to be a drop catch. But what happens on this last ball is really important for both the bowler and the batter. Here's the last ball. Played off the back foot. As a bowler, you will accept a single in that situation every time. So a single closes things out here in over number 32. We're down to the last 8. You need 78 runs, 9.75 and over.
Almost 10 and over. Once again,
Arun Vitala,
Yes,
are
sir.
you still sticking to the Brian Walters win predictor, or are you going your own way now?
I'm going my own way. I was waiting to challenge you, and I'm feeling good about my challenge right now. I can't wait to challenge you all day, and here I am challenging you. I am now saying, you said 65-35, I'm saying 60-40 now.
60-40 in which direction?
In your direction.
Still in my direction. That's not much of a challenge. You move 5 percentage points. I don't count that as a challenge.
Hey, I'm still challenging you though. I feel good about it. I feel good.
Oh my goodness. So,
yeah,
168 for 6.
Start of the 33rd?
Yep, 33rd about to start. We'll see who the bowler is going to be. Animated conversation taking place here. If he turns around, I'll see who he is. Just a little bit of a break. Not sure exactly what the conversation is between the umpires and...
I think it has to do with the over rate or...
the over rate. 3:07 p.m. Central Time.
They have until 3:30 to finish their 40.
To finish, yes.
And otherwise, I think, I don't know if there's a penalty, Brian, but there's something that they're talking about.
8 more overs to go?
7.
7, yes. No, 8, correct.
Oh, 8 more.
It's about to start the 33rd.
Again, just like you, I get irritated. Why is this guy always right? Why is Hassan always right? I don't get it.
Well, people like Hassan, young, good-looking, fit, people like that irritate me.
And especially if they're good at their job.
If they're good at their job, the first delivery of over number 33 lofted into the outfield for a single. And this is actually going to be Ajay Garyali, who opened the bowling, bowled 4 overs up front, 1 for 18 from his first spell, now conceding a single on this first ball of his second spell. Full and straight and defended in front of the stumps by Santosh Pandey for no run. And there, look at that. That dot ball and that single has pushed the required rate now above 10, Arun Vitala.
And the needle's going towards you.
The needle is going back toward me, you're saying. Next delivery. Well struck, wide of the fielder, down in the deep at long off. That's a good piece of work down there. That appears to be the other Arun who's been on the mic today, Arun Tolador. But once again, it's just a single. So.
And by the way, Arun Tolador bowled is 8 overs straight on a straight stretch.
Straight. Look, bowling 8 overs in a row is hard. Bowling 8 overs in a row as a fast bowler is that much harder.
Yeah. And if you notice, Brian, most of his spell, he bowled with a 7-2 field.
Yes.
And that is impressive to me. To bowl with a 7-2 field and 2 on the on, 7 on the off.
Of course.
And to be able to control not giving runs away on the leg side and beating the bat so many times on the offside was very impressive to me.
Yes, this is played into past that man at extra cover. They should run 2 and they'll get there pretty easily. I echo your sentiments about Arun. Bowled beautifully. Had a couple of full toss no balls.
Yeah.
The second of which I think he might consider himself a little bit hard done by because the ball appeared to have been dipping. But more than anything else, I think he's put himself and helped his team to be in a dominant position from here. Looks to play this one away. Goes past the outside edge. A precious dot ball. And that is the end of the over. Look at this. Only, let's see, 5 runs came from that over. And that means, Arun Vitala, that they need another 73 runs in the last 7 overs.
That's right. I think the needle's going past your number.
It's gone past. There's a partnership, 42 from 36. But
Yeah,
Arun
not
thinks
good enough.
they need to be scoring quicker than that.
It's going to 70 now. 70-30.
70-30.
Yeah.
You've gone past my number.
Yes, sir. Anytime I beat you, I feel good. Either side, I don't care. My only goal is to beat you.
And look at this. Raj Badadari, who we suggested may have been the bowler that... No, never mind. This is not Raj. Is this Raj?
No.
No, this
It is.
Yeah, Raj is going to be bowling again.
Yes, sir.
So earlier we said maybe Raj might be the bowler you consider targeting. I don't know in any way that you have the opportunity to attack anybody else. But he's also proving to be a bowler who, even though you might get a boundary here and there, you've not really been able to attack to the extent that you'd like.
I just
4
remember-
overs, 1 for 26.
I just remembered a comment about Raj Badadre.
What was that?
That I thought might interest you, Brian.
Uh-huh.
Where we had the Three Nation tournament last year in Houston.
Yep.
When we played West Indies and Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Colin Croft was one of the players who was in the 60s team.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, as people know, Colin Croft played for West Indies and was one of the most feared fast bowlers.
Of course.
And he was commentating for one of the 50s games, and he saw Raj Badadre bowl in that game, and he said, I got reminded of Erapalli Prasanna from India.
Wow.
Prasanna from India. So
High
I just
praise.
remembered that. He said the action reminded him of that.
High praise. Very high praise.
Yeah.
So 3 singles from the first 3 balls. I don't think that you will believe that that will be good enough, Mr. Vitala.
Not good enough for sure.
So the equation, big picture, 70 runs needed in the next 39 balls.
The needle is steady, but steadily moving. Steadily moving right. Right. And to my right is this guy. So the needle's moving steadily towards his direction.
Oh, down the leg side. Did that needle move in the other direction? That is helped down to deep fine leg for 4.
Yeah, it's a long ways to go.
So now you're arguing against your own position.
I'm arguing against myself.
This is incredible.
Well, I must tell you something. Where's the mic? Brian, interestingly, this arguing against yourself, there's a backdrop to it.
Uh-huh.
Arun, by profession, was an attorney.
Ah.
So you know how attorneys are. They
Of
can
course.
argue for the client, against the client.
Just who's paying him.
Exactly. They can be on any side of the bench.
So accurate. Tossed up. Oh, look at that piece of fielding. Technically, it's a dropped catch. I think that was right off the bat. But he certainly potentially stopped 4 runs here. Look at this. Look at this replay. Look at this ball struck right back at him. Clean off the bat, and he saved 4 runs. There is no question he saved 4 runs.
Yes.
And this should just be a single.
Ajit is running so well. It's easily the fittest 60 for sure. He hardly looks 60.
Wow.
And he's going to be, Brian Ajit is going to be joining the 60s team in the coming year. He's turning
Absolutely
60
amazing.
next year. He's so fit for that age. He'll give a run for the money for even 40s, looks like.
So the last 6 overs coming up. 6 overs, 64 runs. So to the extent that we have, what is it? Another 36 balls remaining. And by the way, this 36 balls need to be bowled in the next 15 minutes.
Ouch. That's not easy.
It's not going to be easy. And particularly in a game that's coming down to the wire, there'll be a lot of field changes towards the back end.
Shot.
Hammered straight, but straight down the ground to Arun Tolador. Yet another single. And now, what does Santosh Pandey do here?
Nice
Lovely
shot.
looking shot, but still going to be right to Arun Tolador, but they come back for two. And there's the evidence of what you're talking about, where he came back running for that second run, even though he turned 60 later this year.
Brian, I wanted to talk about somebody here that is amongst us that is probably something important for us to talk about.
Okay.
The South team has a coach right now, and the coach is Julian Fontaine.
Yep.
Julian Fontaine has coached the Pakistani national team
Yep.
and West Indies under 19 team and several other teams that he's been associated with. He lives now in Houston, and we were lucky to be able to obtain his services for this Zonals championship. And looking at a potential for future for Masters in some way, some form or the other. We are blessed to have such kind of people in America and such kind of coaches. And I wanted to just say, give a big shout out to Julian Fontaine.
Julian Fontaine has been around forever. Anyone who's followed cricket at any high level knows of his prowess as a fielding, batting, and total cricket coach. That's cut away for four. That's going to get to the boundary. So we're not all done yet. Ajit Jayasinghe with a boundary now gets into the 20s, 20 from 23. And, 1 or 2 more loose overs. 9 runs coming from the over so far. 9 runs from the over, especially given that they'll be bowling an extra ball because of the wide.
How many balls left? 1 ball?
2 balls remaining.
Oh. Another boundary won't hurt.
If you were to get, say, 13 or 14 runs from this over, excuse me, might this be the big over that you were talking about that you could possibly get?
Yep.
So a few changes in the field now as a fielder in the deep at square leg comes inside the circle, expecting a straighter, a more outside off type of delivery. Ooh, just for a split second there, the non-striker almost caught himself in no man's land, but he got back in time. So 1 ball remaining, a precious dot ball. By the way, the required rate now 10.65. Need another 55 runs in the next 31 balls. Have to get a boundary this last over if you're the East Central side. Cut away, but this time that fielder in or behind point is back on the boundary. So they can only get a single. 10 runs from the over, and believe it or not, a 10-run over makes the required rate go up. So that is the end of over number 35. We're down to the last 30 balls. We need another 54 runs.
Very tough ask. Once again, very tough ask, but I will still say these 2 guys can pull it off. They've been there for a while. A couple of big hits in the over can really, because the fewer the number of overs, this target becomes much smaller, even though it looks bigger right now. With 1 big over, it just changes the whole equation. So there is still hope for the batting side, and that's realistic. There's still hope.
No, is that, excuse me, the cricket analyst position or the attorney position?
Now you know why I don't like spending time with Brian.
Last 5 overs coming up, and Raj Badadere, who is bowling, I think, a very important spell, who's proven to be very difficult to attack. 5 overs, 1 for 35. So 7 runs and over may not sound like it's very impressive, but in the context of this game,
At this stage,
his spell alone has led to the eventual increase of the overall required rate. Remember, this inning started with a required rate of 6. It is now up to almost 11.
and
in
his
fact,
first, like you said, his first 2 overs were only 4 runs, Brian.
Struck hard. Oh, this is going to be a run out if he collects it in time. Oh my goodness. What a great piece of fielding at extra cover. That is the fielder right there. That is Sanjeewa Weerasinghe, the captain himself.
Yeah.
Who fielded that, picked it up cleanly, fired it back on one bounce to Raj Badadure, who only had to disturb the bails with the non-striker a good 3 or 4 yards out of his crease.
And that was Ajit. Is that Ajit?
In fact, that was Santosh Pandey, who has been run out at the non-striker's end. So that is 7 wickets down. What a way to start an over where the batters need 11 runs and over.
Yeah.
First ball resulted in a dot. Second one resulted in a wicket.
And there, Brian, you know, a lot of times people don't realize it's all experience. Sanjeewa, as you know, is the captain of the 50s team and has played a lot of good cricket back in Sri Lanka.
Yep.
And also played some cricket in Australia as one of those club players, club pros. And
played off the back foot, deep point.
And what he has done is the pick and throw. If you played a lot of good cricket, they come naturally to you.
Yep.
There was no panic in him. It was very comfortable pick, comfortable throw, straight to the fielder. And usually this is where a lot of inexperienced people fumble, make some mistakes, and throw harshly and wrong, not throwing at the stump. All these actually are not really seen otherwise, but all these are factors in making a run out look so simple.
Absolutely well said. So the new batter who is now going to be facing for the first time is Jigar Soni. Jigar Soni, left-handed batter. Shifts in the field as, of course, now the left-hand, right-hand combination. That's always something to consider. Here's Raj Badadure. Floats it up there. This is struck toward extra cover. That's well played, and it goes away for 4. I'll tell you what, that was tossed up and outside the line of off, inviting the big drive. And Jigar Soni only happy to oblige. This one going away for 4. So that is a welcome boundary, one that is needed, and you certainly need a whole lot more than that. There you see on the replay, was able to strike that one away in the deep for 4. Any movement in your win predictor in the last couple of deliveries, Mr. Vitala?
Sir. I am very humbled by your prediction, and as much as I dislike...
Oh, whips this one away around the leg side. That's 4 more. All right. I may have to ask you that question again, Mr. Arun Vitala. Consecutive boundaries, 9 runs from the over so far.
4 balls?
5 balls.
Okay, so still not good enough.
Still not good enough. So
Yes,
1 more ball to come.
1 more 4 may help a little bit.
1 more 4 would actually put you ahead of the run rate for this over. For this over. So you're certainly at the point where you need runs, and you need them in a hurry. 45 more runs needed in the next 25 balls. Have to close that gap between runs and balls. Off the back foot. This should be 2 if they commit to it immediately. They come back. Good strong throw in the deep though, but he does get there in time. I think he got home without much fuss.
Not out.
So good looking throw from the deep, but he definitely does make it in time, Jigar Soni. Here's the replay. Look at this quick pickup. Clean pickup and throw. And good camera work. Oh, excellent. That's why the bowl or the coaches tell you to slide that bat in, young people. 11 runs coming from the over. So from that standpoint, it puts you essentially on par with the rate at which you need to score. So last 3 overs coming up. Make that last 4 overs coming up. 43 runs needed.
11 and over. That's what they need.
So looking at the overall run rate, 5.64. If you'd scored at 5.64 for, let's say, the first 20 overs, you'd be well and truly in control of this match.
That's right.
But you're having to work very quickly from behind here. As a comparison, in fact, look at this. In fact, I'll go over this after this ball because this is interesting. Ajay Gariale back into the attack. Oh, in this
Big shot.
direction, that's going to be 6.
6.
What an absolutely brilliant strike. The catch is taken, but when the catch is being taken by the keeper who's warming up to play the next game, that's not a good sign for you as the bowling side rather. The line was just a little too straight. Looking at that replay, that line was too straight going down the leg side.
And that was Ajit.
And that is Ajit helping himself to 6 runs. Goes big again. This is Arun Tolador with work to do in the deep. Should get a couple more. Easily gets those 2. So all is not lost. And I don't think Mr. Vitala is going to tell me that his win predictor has changed, but it is getting interesting going into the back end here. 35 runs needed from the last 22 balls.
I think very doable if Ajit stays at the wicket.
If Ajit stays, that is the factor that I think has everything to do with the result of this match. Looking to cut this one away.
Beaten outside the off stump.
Certainly beaten, and no signal from umpire Vishnu Pillai. So precious that ball.
That's something I so truly believe. At this stage, you protect your offside and bowl outside the off stump, and let them cut you. Let them, not drive you. Not pull you. Let them cut you. Don't bowl on the stumps. Bowl outside the stumps.
I certainly would agree with that. And that delivery was on a line that suggested that they agree with you. Now the length was maybe just a touch full, but that attempted drive, or that drive did not get past the fielder at short extra cover. So a good start to the over. Still 2 more balls to go. 9 runs from the over already. 34 needed from the last 20.
Need to get another boundary in this over to close out get the equation closer and manageable.
And so now interesting, they're pushing the fielder back at deep. Oh, never mind, it's a left-hander on strike. So certainly having to change the field. And the fielder sweeping on the offside, that Sonny Singh, that suggests he'll be bowling an offside line.
There's a good
Lofted
shot.
in the air, catchable. Oh, he lost it in the air, Arun Tolador.
They run 2.
Yeah, they'll get 2. Not happy to have lost it, but he did not see it. Looking in a direction that would suggest that the sun is behind him. So not exactly sure why it was lost. But
11 off the over.
11 from the over with 1 ball to come. So have to cash in on this last ball.
Yeah.
Advancing down the track, almost yorks himself actually. Do they come back for 2? Touchdown on the way back, and they'll get
Excellent
there.
running.
So this is the biggest over in a while. 13 runs come from it. 13 from this over, 11 from the one before it, 10 before it. So the last 5 overs have produced 48 runs. So there's some acceleration going on. And at this stage, Arun Vitala, you need exactly 30 runs in 3 overs, exactly 10 and over from here.
So they've dropped the run rate to 10 now. They again got to get a decent, good over, about 12, 13, 14 in that next over, to then bring it down to 7 or 8 and over. That's when they have a good chance. Right now, still, I would say it's in favor of the fielding side, the West.
There's no question. Everything that you just said, I agree with.
At least one time you agree with me.
Just the one time. I'm trying to not make it a habit. But the one number that we haven't talked about in a while that we need to pay attention to is the number of wickets that have fallen. 7 are down. And for me, this is probably the last established batting pair.
That's correct.
And with a new bowler coming into the attack now, this is going to be Mohammed Hamza. Nope, sorry, Mohammed Majid. Here's what the batting looks like. Santosh Pandey is the last big number to be removed, but Ajit Jayasinghe is still there, alongside Jigar Soni.
Jigar has started off very well, batting very well. That's what you need, both guys doing it, not just one guy.
to your point, 14 from 5. And this is going to be Mohammed Majid, who is bowling. Partnership 24 from 10. That's more along the lines of what you were looking for, Arun.
Yes, sir.
And now pay attention to where we are here, because Mohammed Majid going to be bowling to Ajit Jayasinghe.
30 of 3 overs, correct?
30 from 3. Pretty straightforward equation. Here we go. Using his feet well, driving it down the ground, but should just be a single.
That's good fielding. Good
There's
throw.
a single. So 29. We may be able to just count these down. 29 from 17.
17. Once again, need a big shot in the next 2 balls to be close to the equation.
Now, to my naked eye, it appeared that Mohammed Majid is bowling leg spin. If that's the case, left-handed hitting Jigar Soni will love that, because he'll be targeting the area between long on and mid-wicket, you would think. So let's see exactly what he's able to do here. Oh, too far outside the line of off though, and this is played away into the deep. Coming back for 2, definitely. In fact, I may have been mistaken, because that did not look like the leg spinner that time. In fact, it almost looked like an off break. So, the left-handers, we lefties love the off breaks much less than we do the leg breaks.
Yes. Yes. I always found it easier.
Yes. Pushes this one through at pace. They're running for everything here, this pair. You would think that they would absolutely need to do exactly that.
So it's 4 of 3. They need a boundary, Brian. They need a big shot now. And let's see if Ajit can deliver.
Well, you've been singing his praises for a while. So let's see whether or not he can pull this off. So, 26 from 15. In the air, down the ground. Is it straight enough? It is straight enough, and it goes for 4. So there's the boundary that you requested, Arun Vitala.
Yes, sir.
8 from the over with 2 to come.
He got the memo.
He did get the memo.
Yeah.
So we're being informed here by Mr. Hassan that that was the leg break.
Leg cutter.
Or leg cutter. So not necessarily a leg break, but off cutter, leg cutter. So let's see what happens here. Oh, attempted stumping. He beats him outside the line of off, but he luckily gets that back foot back down in time.
So 8 of the over.
8 off the over with 1 to come.
Need a big shot again.
Well, you certainly get the sense that Ajit Jayasinghe believes exactly that. 22 needed from 13. In the air, will not carry to deep cover. It's Uzair who is there to make sure that the only thing that happens is the single that was just scored. 9 from the over, according to Arun Vitala. That's not good enough, because the required rate just jumped back up to 10.5. You need 21 from the next 2 overs.
So,
are you a betting man, Brian?
My money stays squarely in my pocket, always. I have enough stress about sports without putting money behind it.
Okay, let's do non-money betting.
All right.
Let's make a call.
Okay.
I will say it's doable. They're doing it.
Uh-huh.
So, batting team is going to win.
The batting team is going to win.
22 of 12 balls is doable. They'll do it.
21 from 12 balls.
Oh,
And
they
you're...
call them out, they'll do it.
That one run made that much more of a difference. All right.
So let's see what Ravi's prediction is going to be, whether he's going to win this bet.
Ajit is my man, my teammate.
Ah.
And that's why I'm backing this.
So then you're not exactly a neutral observer, is what you're saying. And perhaps that's coloring your judgment.
Yes, sir. I
No.
have to back my teammate. That's all this game.
We're okay. All right.
So he's got 37 of 26.
37 from 36.
36. Not a good number.
So
now is the time.
The penultimate over being bowled by Ajay Gariali.
And now is the time to hit a big shot.
In situations like this, you always give the ball to your best bowler to bowl the penultimate over. Because what you're trying to do here is get an over where something like 8, 7, 9 runs are scored so that all the pressure goes to the batting side in the last over. A single from the first ball feels like it's certainly not going to cut it if you're the batting side. But if you're the bowling side, this is exactly what you want from your bowler who is bowling the 39th over. And this is Ajay Gariali. His figures so far, there you see 7.1, 1 for 47. Good ball.
Excellent ball
right
outside the
in
off
the
stump.
block hole. Had that been on the stumps, he would have bowled him clean bowled. But such a precious delivery, that dot.
And I like, as I said, the way to bowl right now is that kind of length and outside the off stump.
Yep.
And protect your third man and point with two guys on the deep, point and third man, and bowl outside the off stump all day. Don't bowl anything close to the body.
Down the ground in the gap, that's going to go for 4. So welcome boundary by Jigar Soni. 21 from 9 is what he has.
Excellent knock so far.
He certainly has injected, here you see on the replay, staying leg side autumn or intentionally to access that offside and getting it clear enough away from the fielders, splitting the gap between deep extra cover and long off.
So 5 of 3.
Absolutely, 5 from 3. So what do you do here if you are Ajay Gariali?
Become a bushman.
Pulling straight, brilliant delivery and well fielded on the follow through. A dot ball, a precious dot ball. 16 from the last 8.
You need a 6 here.
You
in the game.
absolutely need
Or even a
boundaries.
4.
If you hit a 4, you sort of still are in the game. A dot or anything less than 2, I think, effectively seals the game.
These next 2 balls, you got to get 6 runs.
Hammered straight, but just for a single. And a quick pickup. The throw is going to be to the bowler's end. They'll get a couple. They committed immediately to that second run, and that got them there in the end.
Excellent running by Ajit.
7 runs from the over so far with 1 ball remaining. 14 runs needed from the last 7. 2 runs off of every ball from here wins you this game. And here's the important last ball of the over. Reverse sweep for 4. Where did that come from? Where did that one come from?
Beautiful shot.
Can you believe we just saw the first reverse sweep of the tournament by my recollection? 11 runs come from the over, but importantly, that 11 runs means that you only need 10 to win this game. Did Ravi Suri just pull a rabbit out of a hat with his prediction?
I hope so.
All right, this is for a drink, Ravi.
Yeah, I guess I won't be too foolish.
Okay, so let's see. The music, that is not in Hindi. Partnership is 44 from 22.
This is for the Glenlivet that he's going to pour me after this.
Yes. Glenlivet sounds like manna from heaven at this stage.
I read it correctly and I put the Glenlivet.
So who is bowling the last over? The ball is in the hands of Mohammed Majid. And
what's his spell so far?
He's bowled 1 over and it went for 9 runs. If he does the same thing here, we end in a tie and we have a no super overs, I don't think. But if he concedes 9 runs here, we end in a tie. Something tells me we're not going to concede 9 runs. This game will be ended one way or the other in the next 6 balls, obviously.
Now that's a very interesting thing. Then you know what happens? Obviously, a tie means both these teams are out of the knockout, out of winning potential.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting, because yeah.
No, it's a regular.
So here is the last over about to be bowled. Ajit Jaisingh on strike, 38 from 37. Hammered straight. Is it 4? No. Will be fielded down here on the boundary. Come back for the second. They immediately come back for the second. Oh, direct hit. That's going to be gone. Oh, my goodness. That is a direct hit. What a brilliant piece of fielding by the bowler himself, collecting the throw from the deep. Here's a replay. Look at him collect here and then fire and direct hit. Finds him short by 6 inches. Spot on. And I will tell you, that is a brilliant piece of work.
That is such good awareness.
And there it is, Brian, one of those things that I always talk about, which is don't run slow. Just run the normal pace as if it's your end all the time. Because when it happens, this is what the end result is, unfortunately. A very good knock, by the way, by Ajit.
Absolutely amazing. So the new batter in is going to be Ranga.
I must add, match awareness from Majid was outstanding there. This game, in these 10 situations, it's all about how calm and cool you can keep. And Majid was extremely calm to hit at the danger end and hit it direct.
So Ranga Rajan is going to be the new batter. He's coming in to join Jigar Soni, who is 27 from 12, but who's currently at the non-striker's end. So here's the first delivery. Stroked into the deep to mid-wicket. I think they'll always just want here. So
what's it? They need
4 balls, 8 runs.
Yep.
4-8. Need a big shot now to get this to where they can win this game.
This is the ball you need a boundary.
And look out here for Jigar Soni, 27 from 12.
What a knock! What a knock!
Brilliant
I enjoyed
knock.
his batting. The cover drive was sweet. The reverse sweep was fantastic. Playing the role that he needs to, the cameo that is required at that stage to come in and do what he did, changed the whole game. And they at least put them in a position that they can potentially win this game.
Down the ground, they have to go for 2. They absolutely have to go for 2. The Uzair with the fielding, and he knows that they'll always be coming back for 2, so he doesn't do anything risky.
So
they
6 of 3.
Need 6 from the last 3.
One big hit or a boundary.
And let's see what happens from here, because this is now in potentially.
One shot. Can you believe?
Oh, I did not see that. That was signaled by
Which
the
end?
umpire. 1 short.
No, but which end was?
Well, let's see. Let's see signal here from the umpire.
The non-strikers end, the strikers end.
Yeah, so Ranga will
Okay, here's the next delivery. Pushes this one through at pace, tries a reverse sweep, does not come off. So 1 short means that they miss out on that run, and then the next run is a dot, or next delivery is a dot.
2
so
balls,
now you
7
need
runs.
7 runs from the last 2 balls.
You get a 6,
and here we
you
go.
can tie.
This is just going to be 2. They will run hard. They will have to run hard to come back for the second, which means, ladies and gentlemen, a 4 ties it, a 6 wins it. Anything other than a 4 or a 6, and the East Central falls short at the end. And
In what I think was a fantastic game.
To Jigar Soni, 30 from 15. But he's not done yet. He has that little bit of work left to do. Quick chat to his partner. I'm not exactly sure what the nature of the conversation is. It should be something like hit the ball into row 118, seat 7.
Mm-hmm.
That really would be the only thing that they have to talk about.
There's nothing to do with running between the wickets right now.
There's none. It's basically see ball and hit ball as far as you can. Can he pull this off?
In other words, you need a Brian at the wicket.
Oh, you need Brian from 15 years ago. Certainly not this version. So, Jigar Soni, batted very well. Rangar Rajan has only faced one ball, and he got the important single to get Jigar Soni back on strike. But now it's a pretty simple game. Hit a six and win or not. And it's a dot ball.
And
That dot
game.
ball results in an anticlimactic end to what was a really exciting match. But the West holds their nerve and wins at the end by 4 runs. There's a replay, beautifully bowled outside the line of off, out of the hitting zone of the batter. And what a brilliant piece of captaincy.
Great last over.
Brilliant last over bowled here by Mohamed Majid.
And a good run out by him that changed the game.
Absolutely changed the game. So just 5 runs for what it's worth coming from that last over. And that is the end of the game. Here we see where's the total score. We'll look at the scorecard in just a second. In fact, we'll get that up as soon as we can. Here's the total scorecard as the East Central falls short by 4 runs. Rauf Patel, 24 from 22.
And look at Ravi Suri running away after losing the battle.
Suri loses the bet and scurries off like a roach when you turn the lights on.
Yeah.
Jigar Soni at the bottom end there, 30 from 16, but couldn't pull his team over the edge. Ajit Jayasinghe, I thought, batted well. Santosh Pandey, 37 from 26. For the bowlers, they all had work to do. The best of them, probably Sajid Fernando, even though he was expensive. He took 3 wickets. Ajay Garyali bowled a good penultimate over. And Raj Badadure, 6 overs, 1 for 46. But what a last over bowled by Mohamed Majid. So, there's your summary. The West batting first, 245 for 9. They were inserted to bat by the East Central. East Central, I think, would have wanted to have accelerated more towards the beginning and the middle of their innings, and they fall short at the end by 4 runs.
And Brian, I wanted to say this earlier. At lunch I was talking to Ajay Garyali and Sanjeeva, their captain. And one of the comments I made was exactly about this. I said the last over that he batted, Ajay Garyali, who got that 50, and the last over he got 14 or 15 runs.
There's the match.
That was the match, and that's what I told him. That could be the game winner. That over could be the game winner, and it ended up to be that over is too costly for the for Central East. But regardless, I think we watched a fantastic game, Brian.
Oh, no question.
I can only say one thing. I love listening to your commentary, and I am sorry I interrupted you so many times, and thank you for being patient with me. I do bring people in. I do bring a lot of people in because I want really the group of masters listening, watching around the world. I want all these people to understand what Masters is about, and these are the opportunities we get to talk about Masters, talk about all the great things that we are doing as Masters Cricket USA, and the fact that people like you do not, probably people don't know that people like you drive from Austin to come and do this thing. It's not next door. It's a 3.5 hour drive from Austin, and these are things that we appreciate, that your enthusiasm, your support for Masters is really, really very, very, very good, and thank you for doing that.
When I say it is my pleasure, you know that I mean exactly that. Arun Vitala, thank you very much for the opportunity. So a quick break, and then we're going to have a couple of, in fact, one interview of the player of the match, I would imagine. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back on air with you shortly.
And the spirit of the game too. I don't know.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute patient data from all sources. eClinicalWorks features a floating toolbar for easy navigation, macros that speed workflows, speech-to-text technology to speed documentation, bots to automate routine tasks. See what a multidimensional EHR can do for you.
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
Is your practice using a multidimensional EHR? If you're not on eClinicalWorks V12, the answer is no. Experience the power of search at the point of care and gain the deep clinical insights you need to achieve the goals of value-based care. Leverage real-time cloud intelligence to collate and compute
Back here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium in the matchup between the West and the East Central. The West coming out on top, and I'm here with the person who I believe is the player of the match. 93 from 99 balls with 9 fours. Ozair, got after that one.
Thank
How
you.
are you?
Thank you. Good. Feeling the pain right now. It's a little tough at this age to be batting for as long as I did, but I'll be feeling it tomorrow. But unfortunately, I didn't get my 100. All my teammates there are on me about that, so let's hope I can do better tomorrow.
You just scored 93 runs, and you say, let's hope I can do better tomorrow? Tell me about that.
93 is not a good number. 90s is not a good number to get out at, no matter what age you are. If you can get to 90, you should get 100.
So tell me about your mindset when you were going in, because damp conditions, a little bit moist, maybe not quite as moist as it was early Friday morning, but not the easiest of batting conditions. How were you able to put together such a good score?
Yeah, the wicket was a little tricky, especially it was sticking a little bit with the balls. That they're bowling guys who bowled a lot of cutters, which made it tough. But I just took my time and put it in the gaps as much as possible and kept the ball on the ground. And I try to run hard between the wickets.
And that was something else that stood out to me, because especially when I think it was when you and Sonny were batting together, the running between the wickets, that's hard when you are a 35-year-old man. You all are in your 50s. How difficult is that to be able to be running like that fit?
Well, it's interesting. Sonny and I have played together a lot, but we haven't batted together at all. So it was great that he was energetic and running between the wickets. And one thing I do pride myself on is I do stay in shape. You know, I do run quite a bit. So, and Sonny was up for the challenge. It was fun. It was fun.
And then in terms of the result of the game itself, how important was it for you all to be able to hold your nerve at the back end of that match when just for a second there it appeared as though you all were going to lose it?
Majid bowled a special last over, but the left-hander who came in on their side, man, he changed the match. He really did switch around and put us under the gun. But at the end, the skipper led from the front with his fielding. I mean, special fielding by Sanjeeva there, and the rest of us too. I mean, I think today, relative to 2 days ago, we didn't drop many catches. Maybe one cotton ball, but otherwise, it was a good effort. And Arun bowled exceptionally well. His opening spell, 8 overs on the trot. That's something to, at this age, that's a challenge.
Well, player of the match, Uzair, you've batted beautifully. Even though you didn't get your 100, which I cannot believe I even have to say, you've done beautifully here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Very well done.
Thank you.
So that closes things out here from the Grand Prairie Cricket Ground for the very first match. Stay tuned for the second match that will feature the South versus the North. For now, we're signing off from Grand Prairie. See you shortly.